So today we have to start accounts payable. But before starting accounts payable, I am going to explain you the most important function of account groups, GL account groups. See, in the basic settings, we have defined the GL account groups. There I said, see here, the following are the functions of the two GL account groups. I'm sorry. The following are the functions of the GL account groups. Number one, to control the number to be allotted to the general ledger master record created under the respective group. Number two, to control the display of fields to be maintained in the general ledger master record created under the respective group. That is, whether every field is required or optional or displayed or suppressed. I told you that these two functions I will explain you at the end of the general ledger accounting. Now I am going to explain you now. See the first function. To control the number to be allotted to the general ledger master record created under the respective group. Means at the time of creating every GL account, first we are identifying the account group under which that GL account is to be created, and from the number range of that account group we are taking one number, and that number we are giving to GL account. That is the first function. It controls the number. The GL account group controls the number to be given to GL account master record. Then see the second one. To control the display of fields to be maintained in the general ledger master records created under the respective group. That is, whether every field is required or optional or displayed or suppressed. This is the very important function from the real-time point of view also. So what exactly is this? This I am going to explain you now. So for that, first let us log into the server. FS00. I am taking you to the GL account where we have created your GL account FS00. See, we have created cash account. Then in the cash account, in the chart of account segment, we maintained almost all the data, right? But in the company code segment, you maintain only some of the data. You have maintained only account currency, only balances in local currency, line item display, and sort key only we have maintained in the control data tab. Other fields we did not maintain. Why? These fields are not at all required. The other fields are not required in the cash account. So not only in the cash account, we don't require all other fields in all the GL accounts which are created under the account group current assets, loans and advances. Again I am repeating, all other fields are not required for all the GL accounts which are created under the account group current assets, loans and advances. In that case, when you don't require these fields, why you have to keep them in the master record? If you keep these fields in the master record to be there, then what happens? The user cannot precisely know what are the fields he has maintained. He has to scroll up and scroll down. I hope everybody is getting my point. That's why I don't want to see all other fields in all the GL account master records which are created under the account group current assets, loans and advances. For that purpose, we can suppress those fields at the account group level. Go back to notes, please. Go back to notes, please. Put heading field status. Put heading field status. Just 1 second. Yeah, put heading field status. There are two types of field status. Continue. There are two types of field status. In SAP. There are two types of field status in SAP. Number one, field status for document entry. Field status for document entry. Within brackets, at the time of posting the transactions. Within brackets, at the time of posting the transactions. It is controlled by the field status variant. It is controlled by the field status variant through field status group. Through field status group. See, document entry means at the time of posting the transactions. It is controlled by field status variant through field status group. If you remember, till now, in every GL account master record, we have assigned the field status group G001. And in the field status group G001, we have selected business area and text as required entries. And as a result, at the time of either debiting or crediting the GL accounts, these two fields are becoming mandatory. That is the meaning of the statement that the field status for document entry is controlled by field status variant through field status groups. I hope it's clear to everybody. Next, number 2. Field status for master records. Field status for master records. It is controlled by account groups. It is controlled by account groups. That is, the field status for GL master records. That is, the field status for GL master records is controlled by GL account groups. Is controlled by GL account groups. Comma, the field status for vendor master records. The field status for vendor master records is controlled by vendor account groups. Is controlled by vendor account groups. The field status for customer master records. The field status for customer master records is controlled by customer account groups. Comma, the field status for asset master records. The field status for asset master records through the field status for asset master records is controlled by asset classes. Is controlled by asset classes through screen layout rules. Through screen layout rules. Now, here, what are the vendor account groups, customer account groups, and asset classes? We will discuss in the respective modules. Now, at this point of time, we have to understand how the field status for GL master records is controlled by GL account groups. Next paragraph. Field status for GL master records. Heading is field status for GL master records. It is controlled by account groups. It is controlled by GL account groups. Don't say only account groups. It is controlled by GL account groups. Business example. Business example. In all the GL accounts, in all the GL account master records, created under the account group, current assets, loans and advances, we don't require the following fields. Number 1. Exchange rate difference key. We don't require the following fields. Number 1. Exchange rate difference key. Tax category. Number 3. Reconciliation account for account type. Number 4. Inflation key. It is one example I am telling you. So, look at this thing. In all the GL account master records created under this account group, right? I don't require exchange rate difference key, tax category, reconciliation account for account type, and inflation key, right? Continue. In that case, we can suppress the above fields. At the account group level. Procedure. Go to the transaction code OBD4. Within brackets, creation of GL account groups. So in this transaction code, we have created our GL account groups, right? So we have to go to the transaction code. Click on position. Chart of accounts is equal to 3366. Click on enter. Select the account group. current assets, loans and advances. Select the account group, current assets, loans and advances. Click on Field Status tab, Field Status button, not tab, Field Status button. Click on Field Status button. Look at the screen, everybody. Select your current assets, loans and advances group. Then click on Field Status tab button. Now continue please. Double click on Account Control. Double click on Account Control. Select the suppressed status. Select the suppressed status. For all the above fields. Select the suppressed status for all the above fields. Click on Save. Click on Save. Look at the screen please. Here these are the fields, right? And for every field the system default to selection is optional entry. So optional entry means the fields are displayed, but it is not compulsory to maintain. That's why at the time of creating the GL accounts under that account group, all these fields are displayed there. Now my requirement is, I don't require exchange rate difference key, right? Select suppressed. See, exchange rate difference. Select suppressed. I don't require tax category. Select suppressed. I don't require reconciliation account. Select suppressed. And I don't require inflation key. So like that, for all the fields which you don't require, you select suppressed status. Click on Save. Now, I will create one GL account under the current assets, loans and advances account group, right? See, FS00. I am going to create the bank account. GL account 2,101, company code 3366. Go to menu GL account create. Account group is current assets, balance sheet account, bank account, GL account long text is also bank account. Go to control data tab. See, exchange rate difference key is not there. Inflation key is not there. Reconciliation account for account type is not there. And tax category is also not there. That's how you can customize your GL account master records with the help of the account groups. This is actually the main function of the account groups. So in the interview, if they ask you what is the function of GL account groups, right? If you say the only first function, there is no use. You have to say the second function also, it's only very, very important. So if you say the second function, it covers 90% of the answer. But of course, obviously you have to say two functions. Here what I mean to say is, this is the important function of the account groups, right? So again, I'm restoring the settings what you have done. See, I'm restoring again. I'm selecting optional entry for all the fields. Again, I'm creating the bank account. See, exchange difference key is there now. Tax category is there. Reconciliation account for account type is there. Line item, inflation key is also there. Clear? Now, let us start accounts paper. Let me close all other files. So first let us try to understand the concept and the functions available in the accounts payable, right? So here, I hope I have sent this material to all of you. This component is used to record and process the business transactions with vendors. Vendors means your creditors or your suppliers. So there are many business transactions relating to suppliers. How to process them? For that, we need to develop the settings in accounts payable module. But what are the transactions relating to vendors? Purchase invoices. So how to process the purchase invoices? How to process the payments to vendors, including full payments and part payments. Then sometimes you pay advances to vendors. You pay advances to vendors. So in that case, how to process the advances? Then how to process the purchase returns and how to process the tax deducted source transactions if they are applicable. In India, we have one concept TDS, tax deducted source. So how to process the business transaction relating to TDS. And there is one important program which is called automatic payment program. So using this automatic payment program, we can configure the system to print the checks for the due invoice of the vendors automatically. So these are all the business transactions relating to suppliers. So to process these business transactions, we need to develop a lot of settings as a consultant. So what are those settings? We are going to cover in accounts payable. So in any module, in order to process the business transactions, we need to create a master record. In the general ledger accounting, we have created GL account master record. Similarly, in accounts payable also, first of all, we have to maintain the master record for every supplier. Without master record, we cannot process even a single business transaction. And again, every master record is identified with a number. In accounts payable, every vendor master record is identified with a number. If you remember, in the general ledger accounting also, every GL account is identified with a number. Similarly, in accounts payable also, every vendor is identified with a number. So from where the number has to be taken. In the general ledger, from where you have taken the number to GL account master record? From the GL account group, right? Now, in accounts payable also, we have to take the number from the vendor account group. As simple as that. So why I am referring GL general ledger accounting also? Because if you understand the soul of SAP, this is called soul of SAP. If you understand the soul of SAP, it is very easy for you to remember the configuration settings. So in the general ledger accounting, we have created the GL master record, and the GL master record is identified with a number. Then for that, we have taken that number from the GL account group. But what is GL account group? We have seen already. Similarly, in accounts payable also, we have to maintain the master record for the vendor master record. I'm sorry, we have to maintain the master record for every vendor. And every vendor master record is identified with a number. That number is taken from vendor account groups. Similarly, in account receivable is used to process the business transfer related to customers. So for each customer, you have to maintain the master record. And the master record is to be identified with a number, from where the number has to be taken from the customer account group. Same logic. Right? Now, coming to accounts payable. So we have to maintain a master record for each vendor with reference to company code. So that number is to be taken from vendor account group. But what is the vendor account group? Vendor account group. Based on the similarities regarding the master data maintenance requirements, vendors are grouped together. These are called vendor account groups. So what is the meaning of the sentence based on the similarities regarding the master data maintenance requirements? I will give you an example. There are some vendors from whom we are purchasing services, and there are some vendors from whom we are purchasing raw materials. Now, on the purchase of raw materials, we have the purchase tax. Right? So in all the vendor master records from whom we are purchasing raw materials, we have to maintain the purchase tax information, right? Then there are some vendors from whom we are procuring services. Procuring services means your chartered accountants, cost accountants, management consultants, legal advisors, tax advisors, solicitors, underwriters. So these are the organizations from whom we purchase the services. So in the case of vendors from whom we are purchasing services, there is no purchase tax, but we have to maintain service tax. So in these vendors, you have to maintain the service tax, but not purchase tax. But in the master records of vendors for raw materials, there is no service tax, but you have to maintain the purchase tax. This is called similarities in the master data maintenance requirements. So based on the similarities in the master data maintenance requirements, we group the vendors together, which are called vendor account groups. Again, there isn't any predefined principle whereby we can say that always these are only the vendors. No, you can't say like that. Then how do we decide how many number of vendor account groups you have to create? You have to look into two factors. You have to look into two criteria. Number one, similarities in the master data maintenance requirements, and number two, the balance sheet display requirements. How you have to classify your suppliers, under what headings you have to classify your suppliers in the balance sheet. Based on these two criteria, you will design your account groups of vendors. For example, let us assume that vendors are to be classified in the balance sheet like this: sundry creditors for raw materials, sundry creditors for stores and spares, sundry creditors for expenses, legal vendors, like that. If you have to classify, then these are created as account groups. Now, here, one second. Yes. Here, you can create foreign vendors and local vendors as two account groups. Otherwise, you can create vendors for raw materials, vendors for stores and spares, vendors for expenses, legal vendors. Legal vendors means different governmental agencies to whom you have to pay different types of taxes, like sales tax authorities, right? Income tax authorities, factories tax authorities, like that, different tax authorities to whom you have to pay different types of taxes. They are called legal vendors. Then we have one-time vendors. One-time vendors means these are the vendors from whom we purchase the materials very rarely when the regular vendors are not able to supply. And also fixed asset suppliers. They are called one-time vendors. So you can have these two account groups, or these 5 account groups, or local vendors for raw materials, local vendors for stores and spares, local vendors for expenses, local legal vendors, local one-time vendors. And foreign vendors for materials, foreign vendors for stores and spares, foreign vendors for expenses, foreign legal vendors, foreign one-time vendors. You can have 10 account groups. So based on the requirement of display of your sundry creditors in the balance sheet, based on that, we have to create that many number of account groups. Now, for every vendor account group, we create and assign a number range. First, we create this number range. Here, this number range is assigned to one number, that is called number range number. So later on, this number range number is assigned to account groups. Suppose, for example, for vendors for raw materials, we define the number range 1 lakh to 2,99,999. Then for vendors for stores and spares, we assign the number 3 lakhs to 3,99,999. Then vendors for expenses, we assign the number 4 lakhs to 4,99,999. Like that. Then today we are creating the master record for the vendor from whom we are purchasing raw materials, and he is the first vendor. We are creating master record. His master record is created under this account group. So at the time of creating the vendor master record, the user enters the vendor account group, this vendor account group. Then the system will take the number 1 lakh, and that is given by the system to the master record. When you create the master record for the second vendor, then the system will take the number 1 lakh 1, third vendor 1 lakh 2, fourth vendor 1 lakh 3. Like that, under vendors for raw materials, you can create this many number of vendors. Now, today we are creating master record for our statutory auditors, and he is a vendor for expense, right? And his master record is to be created under the vendors for expenses account group. So at the time of creating the master record, the user enters this vendor account group name. Then the system will take the number 4 lakhs. Then you are creating the master record for your solicitors. Then the system will take the number 4 lakh 2. Your tax advisors 4 lakh 3. Like that, the number for the vendor account is taken by the system automatically from the vendor account group. Clear? Now, what are the functions of the vendor account group? See, vendor account group controls a number range for assigning the account number. Just now explained, right? Then, which fields are suppressed, required, and optional. So, just now I told you that the field status for vendor master records is controlled by vendor account groups. So what are the fields that are to be displayed compulsory in the vendor master record? What are the fields are not at all required to be displayed? Is controlled by vendor account groups. So these are the two major functions of vendor account groups. So how the field status for vendor master records is controlled by vendor account groups, I will explain you while doing the step. Now here this accounts payable module is called subsidiary ledger. Accounts payable module is called subsidiary ledger, and the general ledger is called main ledger. Why so? Because the general ledger contains all the expenses, revenues, and balance sheet items which are necessary to prepare your financial statements. That's why general ledger accounting is called main ledger. Then accounts payable is called subsidiary ledger. In the subsidiary ledger, not only accounts payable, of course, accounts payable, account receivable, asset accounting, they are called subsidiary ledgers. Let us talk about accounts payable only for the time being. So in the accounts payable subsidiary ledger, we maintain the details of purchases, the details of payments, the details of TDS, the details of advance payments. Like that, the details of all the business transactions with the vendors are maintained in the subsidiary ledger accounts payable. But the summary of these transactions is to be maintained in the general ledger. Remember, the summary of the transactions of the vendors in accounts payable are also to be maintained in the general ledger, because the total information required to prepare P&L account and balance sheet is taken from the general ledger. So what is the information required from the accounts payable side? Sundry creditors and the total amount of advances paid to all the vendors. So like that, this is the information required from the accounts payable perspective to prepare your P&L account and balance sheet. For that, the summary of the transactions of accounts payable are maintained in the general ledger through reconciliation account. So what is the reconciliation account? I will explain whenever the respective setting comes. So at this point of time, what you have to understand is accounts payable is called subsidiary ledger or subledger. So the summary of these transactions of the accounts payable are maintained in the general ledger. So in the real time, this accounts payable component is integrated with the general ledger. Sorry, I am sorry. This accounts payable component is integrated with materials management in the real time. So materials management is a separate module like FICO. So the accounts payable module is integrated with materials management. In that case, means when the materials management is implemented and is integrated with accounts payable, the purchase invoice are processed from materials management. And the purchase returns are also processed from materials management. And other purchase tax transactions are also processed from materials management. In that case, the accounts payable component is used only to process the payments. That's it. The accounts payable component in FI is used only to process the payments when the MM is implemented and integrated with accounts payable. Suppose if the MM is not implemented, in that case, all the business transactions relating to vendors are processed from FI accounts payable only. So at this point of time, I am showing you the configuration assuming that MM is not implemented and integrated. So if the MM is implemented and integrated, how the transactions are processed, we will discuss in the topic MM integration. Okay. Now, here, if you remember again, every GL account master record contains the data under two segments, chart of account segment and a company code segment. Right? Similarly, vendor master record contains the data under three segments. Number one, general data, company code data, purchase data. So every vendor master record contains the data under three segments: general data, company code data, purchase data. So why so? Here the general data contains the information like name, address, means name of the vendor, address of the vendor, language, telephone number of the vendor, communication data, which can be used by all the company codes. It is stored at the client level. Means you know that if any information is stored at a client level, that can be shared by all the company codes of the client. So here, the general data which you maintain in the vendor master record is automatically stored by the system at the client level so that it can be shared by all the company codes of the client, all the company codes of the group. What is the advantage of this? Here we have one vendor, XYZ, right? And in our group, we have three company codes: company code A, company code B, and company code C. Then the same vendor is supplying the materials to all the three company codes in our group. Please remember, in our group. In that case, his name will be same in all the company codes, no? His address will be same in all the company codes. His bank information will be same in all the company codes. His tax information will be same in all the company codes. His contact person information will be same in all the company codes. His communication information is same in all the company codes. So the common data is maintained in the general data segment. Then it is stored by the system automatically at the client level so that it can be shared by all the company codes. Suppose if you don't have this function, so means it is enough if you maintain this common data or general data only once. It is shared by all the company codes in which he is a vendor. As a result, it is enough if you maintain the common data only once. Otherwise, what happens? You have to maintain the same name, same address, same bank information, same tax information in three company codes 3 times. Suppose if you have 10 company codes and the vendor is selling the goods to all the 10 company codes, the common data and the general data is to be maintained 10 times in 10 company codes, which leads to data duplication in the database. Are you getting my point? So the common data is always stored is maintained in the general data segment, and that in turn is stored at the client level so that it can be used by all the company codes of the client. I hope it's clear for everybody. Then company code data. It includes the reconciliation account number, payment terms, and the payment methods, etc. So what is the reconciliation account? We will discuss later on at the relevant point of time. And this is specific to every company code. This data is stored at the company code level. So you know that again, whenever the data is stored at the company code level, right, that is applicable to that company code only. Means, for example, we have XYZ Incorporation, he is the vendor, and we have the three company codes in our group: A company code, B company code, and C company code. And the same vendor is supplying the materials, raw materials, to all the three company codes. So his general data will be same in all the company codes. But even though the same vendor is supplying the materials to all the three company codes, for A company code, he is giving 10 days credit. For B company code, he is giving 20 days credit. For C company code, he is giving 30 days credit. Means the same vendor may give different credit period for different company codes within the same group. That's why this company code specific data is maintained in the company code segment. Like that, tolerance groups, payment methods, reconciliation accounts. So what are all these things? You will be going on understanding in the upcoming classes. But what you have to understand is the company code specific data is stored in the company code segment. Sorry, the company code specific data is maintained in the company code segment. It is stored at the company code level, and that is applicable to that company code only. Clear? Then purchase data. This is used by the purchase department of the company code. It includes purchase order currency, in which the purchase order is to be generated, terms of delivery, who has to bear the freight, and minimum order value, SAP transactions. Like that, we maintain lot of data in the purchase data segment of the company code, in the vendor master record. So that's how every vendor master record contains the data under three segments. Now here, in every vendor master record, you maintain some data. In every vendor master record, you maintain some data. But whatever the data you maintain in the vendor master record is automatically defaulted while processing the business transactions to that vendor. Means while posting the purchase invoice to that vendor, the data maintained in the master record is automatically defaulted sometimes. What is that? I will show you clearly at the time of posting the invoices. So this is the theoretical part relating to vendor master records. And field status. See, the field status is defined at the account group level. Again, that is which field is required and optional. The field status defined. Sorry? Okay. See, the field status defined for account group applies to all the vendor master records created under that group. This clearly I will show you at the time of creating vendor account groups. So this is the concept of tolerance groups. See, Gadi is asking one question, right? Give me one more example for the company code segment data, tolerance group. So in the company code A, tolerance group is $100. So let us talk about rupees. In the company code A, tolerance group for vendor is 100 rupees. But in the company code B, tolerance groups for vendor is 250 rupees. So the tolerance groups for vendors may be different from company code to company code for the same vendor. But what is the tolerance group for vendors? That will be coming in the configuration setting. And payment methods. Payment methods means the media through which the payment is done. So in the company code 1, the payment is to be done always through check. So in the company code 1, the payment method is check. But in the company code 2, the payment is to be done always through bank transfer. So in the company code 2, bank transfer is the payment method. So the payment method is different from company code to company code, no? Gadi. And again, at
yes,
the
sir,
time,
that's fine.
yeah. So
If you
again,
maintain in the company, I mean, client level, they can use all the payments. I mean, all the company codes, they can use that method, right?
exactly. That's why at the
Even
time,
the period also, if you maintain at a client level, all the three company codes can use that.
exactly. But at the client level, there is no field payment terms. At the client level, I mean, in the general data segment, sorry, in the general data segment, there is no field credit period. The field credit period is available only in the company code segment. In that case, you cannot maintain the payment terms at the client level.
Okay, sir.
Got it or not?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah.
But
And
only thing is that again it will become duplication. I mean, data will be increasing, right?
obviously, obviously, if you maintain the same field in the general data and company code data, it's nothing but duplication, no?
Yes, sir.
You are right, yes. So tomorrow at the time of creating the vendor account groups, I will show you what are all the fields that are there in the general data segment, company code segment, and purchase data segment.
Sir,
Chandrasekhar?
I have a question.
Yeah,
Yes,
Chandrasekhar.
sir.
Tell me, Chandrasekhar.
Withholding tax and purchase on sale and purchase sales tax and purchase tax will be taken, no, sir?
Yeah, I will take care of purchase tax, right? Taxes on sales and purchases. At the time of
Yes, sir. And
integration, right? We have the topic on
okay,
taxes on sales and purchases.
okay, sir. What about withholding tax, sir?
Withholding tax I will cover separately because that withholding tax is very specific to India, no?
Yes, sir. That
That's
is
why
what.
we have the topic in the class
Okay,
itself,
sir.
right? I will cover that topic in the class itself, right? Whoever can use
Okay,
it,
sir.
they can use it. Even that may be useful because the logic in that TDS may be useful to other students from US also. That's why I take the class TDS in the class itself, in the common class itself.
Okay, sir. Yes. Thanks, sir.
Yeah. Akila, you have any questions? I think you came late, Akila, right? Okay. Anil, okay. Ashwati, you have any questions? Ashwati. Gadi, okay. Jerisha, I mean, Himasailaja, okay. Khalid, okay. Purushottam, okay. Roni, okay. Srinivas,
Sir,
yes.
long back I have posted.
Yeah, I will look into that today. And Roni, just before the class, I sent you the mail, right? Just look at the mail regarding your server access. Okay. Tafiq, any questions? Okay. Yeah, Roni, please check it. Then Tejaswini. Okay. Okay then. Srinivas, the mail was somewhere there in the list. Can you resend the mail, please?
Yes, sure, sir.
Today I
I'll
will
send
look
it.
into that and I will answer them in tomorrow's class. Okay. Okay then. See you tomorrow same time. Good night and good day. See, today we have to start configuration for accounts payable. See, creation of vendor account groups. As I said, first we have to maintain vendor account groups, and for the vendor account groups, we have to maintain the number ranges. After that, we have to maintain the master records. See the path SPRO, financial accounting global settings. I'm sorry, financial accounting, account receivable and accounts payable, vendor accounts, master data, preparations for creating vendor master data, define account groups with a screen layout. Click on new entries, account group, give some name. Let us use our company code name. Account group is 3366. Meaning is equal to meaning or description or short text anything. Meaning is equal to vendors for raw materials. Vendors for raw materials. Double click on company code data. One second, look at the screen. Here, field status, general data, company code data, purchasing data, right? I told you, every vendor master record contains the data under 3 segments: general data, company code data, purchase data. So double click according to our material, double click on company code data, double click on account management, select reconciliation account as required entry, click on save. Now look at the screen. Here under the account group 3366, we have selected reconciliation account as required entry. So later on we create the master record for the vendor under this account group. So in that vendor master record, compulsorily we have to maintain reconciliation account. So what is the reconciliation account? I will tell you at the time of creating the reconciliation account. And all other fields have been selected as optional. Means these fields will be shown as optional, but based on the requirement, the user may enter or may not enter. Okay. Suppose, for example, if you go to general data, and the fields you can maintain the general data segment or subcategorized. See here, every field is defaultly selected as optional entry. Right? So these fields will be displayed in the master record of vendor who is created under this account group. See, suppose for example, generally every vendor will have the name 1, right? And the name 2 also some vendors may have, but generally no vendor will have name 3 and name 4. So in that case, I don't want to see these 2 fields. In then you select suppressed. So then you don't see these 2 fields in the vendor master record. Then, for example, if you go to next page, generally we don't have name 2 and street 2, street 3, street 5, etc. Then you select the suppressed. Then you cannot see these fields there. Suppose, for example, if you go to communication, here in every vendor master record, there should be the mobile number. So without mobile number, I don't want to allow anybody to create a master record. In that case, mobile telephone, you select required entry. Even by mistake, if the user forgets to enter the mobile number, right, he cannot create the vendor master record. This is what I told you. The field status for vendor master records is controlled by vendor account groups. Clear? So in our account group, in the company code data, in the account management, we have selected reconciliation account as required entry. So in every vendor master record, who is created under this account group, compulsory we have to maintain reconciliation account. So what is reconciliation account? I will explain you at the time of creating the reconciliation account. Suppose I want to create one more account group. Then just look at the screen. Click on next entry button. Account group 336A. Then vendors for expenses. Then double click on company code data. Double click on account management. Select reconciliation account is required entry. Please remember that in every vendor account group, reconciliation account should be selected as required entry. Please remember. It is very, very important. Then creation of number ranges for vendor accounts. Path is same as above. Click on change intervals. Click on change intervals. So here the vendor account groups and number ranges for vendors are created at the client level. So in the EHP 6 onwards, right, F4 is not available. If suppose if you press on F4 here, it's not available. Up to EHP 5 only, the F4 help is available. So from EHP 6 onwards, F4 help is not available here. So we are doing the practice in EHP 7, which is the very current latest version. So that's why what we have to do is, first of all, we have to identify the number range number which we can use. First of all, we have to identify the number range number we can use. After that, we have to identify the number range value which we can use. It is little bit hectic task, but we have to bear it. See, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, for example, 9 is there, but 09 is not there. So we can use 09. Suppose 10 is also, you can use 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Any number we can use. Okay, are you following? I hope. So here up to 08 was used. Now I am going to take 09. So first of all, you have to take the number. You have to select the number like this. Then we have to select a number range values. For example, 1 to 100 is there, so we cannot use. Then 1 lakh to 1 lakh 500 is there, so we cannot use. But here 1 lakh 500, after 1 lakh 500, nothing is there, right? So we can start using 1 lakh 501 to 1 lakh 600. That's how every time you have to select a number. Okay. Now do one thing. You write down on point here. The vendor account groups. The vendor account groups and the number ranges for vendor account groups are created at a client level. Are created at a client level. We can assign. Okay, that's enough. The vendor account groups and number ranges for vendor account groups are created at a client level. Now look at this. See the material. Click on insert line. Number is equal to 09. From number 1 lakh 501 to number 1 lakh 600. I hope everybody has understood how to select the number ranges. Click on save and enter. Now see the next step. Assign number ranges to vendor account groups. Path is same as above. Transaction code is not there. Please add the transaction code OBAS. Assign number ranges to vendor account groups. Click on position. Account group is 3366. Click on enter. Number range is equal to 09. Look at the screen. Further number range number 09, we have linked 1,05,001 to 1,06,600. And this 09 was assigned to 3366 account group. So that number range values are applicable to account group 3366. Click on save. Now write one point here again. We can assign one number range. We can assign one number range to multiple vendor account groups. But the best practice is to have a separate number range for every vendor account group. So technically speaking, right, we can assign one number range to multiple vendor account groups, but generally we never do that. Okay, we maintain a separate number range for every vendor account group. Now, see the next step. Define tolerance groups for vendors. Put heading in the notes, please. Tolerance groups for vendors. Tolerance groups for vendors. These are the upper limits. Below which the residual balances in the vendor accounts and the payment differences are automatically transferred to some revenue account or expense account. Means what? See, what is the meaning of residual balance in the vendor account? See, suppose for example, we have one vendor, X vendor. So today is 31st December 2017. So today we are preparing the P&L account and balance sheet. So in this X vendor, so you purchased nearly $10 million worth of raw materials and on different invoices. Now we know that all the invoices have been paid for this vendor, but due to some mistake that might have been done somewhere, there is $10 difference. This is called residual balance. There is $10 difference in the vendor account, and we brought the account statement from the vendor, and the vendor account statement also shows zero balance in our account. But only in our books, vendor account is showing $10 difference. In that case, is it necessary to dig down the reasons for this $10? No. You can straight away write it off to P&L account. or some expense account or revenue account. So up to how much amount you want the system to write off like this, that is controlled by tolerance groups. Now, payment difference. See, setting the maximum limits below which the residual balances and payment differences. Payment differences means what? Suppose, for example, today we purchase some material from a vendor for $10,000 and the vendor said he gives a 3% cash discount if we make the payment on 30th day. Okay, we have made the payment on 30th day. While making the payment, you reduce the cash discount of 3%. 3% and 10,000 means $300. So we prepare the check for $9,700. So the remaining $300 is first, basically it's a payment difference, right? Basically it's a payment difference. But this payment difference, do you have to pay? No. This payment difference of 300 has to be transferred to cash discount received account. So up to how much amount the system should transfer these payment differences to cash discount received account? That is controlled by tolerance groups. If you remember in the basic settings, I told you that we define the tolerance group for GL accounts, customer accounts and vendor accounts and users. Clear? So define tolerance groups for vendors. Transaction code is not there. Transaction code OBA3. Click on new entries. Company code is equal to 3366. Tolerance group blank. Name is equal to blank tolerance group for vendors. So here you can enter the values. Percentage values you can enter or the whole amounts you can enter. Click on save. Now see the next step. Creation of inventory of raw material account. See step number 5. Creation of 2 GL accounts. So here, even though we are in accounts payable, from the accounts payable perspective, we have to create 2 GL. We have to create some GL accounts in the general ledger. Like, see, when we purchase the materials from the vendor or raw materials from the vendor, what is the entry we post? Inventory of raw material account to vendor account, right? So a vendor account is a vendor master record which is created in accounts payable. But we have to create inventory of raw material account in the general ledger. So first we have to identify the account group under which it is to be created. So inventory of raw material account is part of our current assets. So we have an account group, current assets, loans and advances. And the defined number range is 2,100,000 to 2,199,000. Just like that I am taking 2,120,000. Transaction code FS00. GL account is equal to 2,120,000. Company code 3366. Creation of GL account is as usual. Go to menu GL account create. The account group is current assets, loans and advances. Select balanced account. Short text is equal to inventory of raw material account. GL account long text is also inventory of raw material account. Go to control data tab. Account currency USD. Select only balances in local currency. Select line item display. Sort key 001. Go to create bank interest tab. Field status group G001. Click on save. Now, creation of sundry creditors account as reconciliation account. So this we will see tomorrow, because again I started feeling a little bit weak, right? So for the remaining things we'll see tomorrow. I am feeling very weak now still, right? So if you have any questions, please ask them tomorrow. Tomorrow, please remember, tomorrow also we have the class. Even though tomorrow is Sunday in USA and Monday in India, right? We have the class tomorrow. Okay. Please ask me if you have any questions tomorrow. See, we are in accounts payable. So in accounts payable, in the previous class, we have created the GL account, inventory of raw material account. Now, creation of sundry creditors account as a reconciliation account. So first I will explain what is the concept of reconciliation account. Then we will see. Let us take one example. Just 1 second. See, let us assume we have two vendors, vendor X and vendor Y. So you purchased material from vendor X for $1,000. Then that is posted to credit side of vendor X. Similarly, you paid $500 to X out of 1,000 invoice amount. So that is posted to debit side of vendor X. Similarly, we have vendor Y. So from vendor Y, we purchased material on an invoice for $10,000, out of which we paid only $5,000. So we have the two vendors. In every vendor account, we have only one purchase transaction, one payment transaction. So with this situation, I want to know what is the total amount of payables by your company as of now. $5,500 you have to pay to all the vendors. So how could you say that you have to pay $5,500? Because for vendor X, you have to still pay 500, and for the vendor Y, you have to still pay 5,000. Means we have balanced every vendor account, right? Then we have added the balances of individual vendor accounts. Now let us extend this example to the reality, to the real time. You have 1,000 vendors. In your client company, 1,000 vendors are there. Then your accounting year has started from 1st January 2017. So till now, there might have been posted hundreds of invoices and hundreds of full payments and part payments in every vendor account. Means in every vendor account, there might have been hundreds of debits and credits. With that situation, I want to know what is the total amount of payables as of now. For that, what we have to do, you have to go on balancing every individual vendor account, and balancing every individual vendor account of $1,000 takes a lot of time, because it contains a number of debits and credits every vendor account, right? So balancing all the 1,000 vendor accounts and adding them is a very difficult task, right? And it takes minimum to minimum 1 week. Now, your accounts officer, he wants to know what is the total amount of payables immediately, because he wants to take on some financial decision for which he needs the total amount of payables. Clear? What is the solution? For that, we use the concept of reconciliation account. So here we maintain one GL account in the general ledger. We maintain one GL account in the general ledger with the name, for example, it's only an example name, sundry creditors raw material account. So this account is maintained in the general ledger, and these vendor accounts are maintained in the accounts payable. Now, we make some settings. Please remember, we make some settings so that when we post any purchase transaction or payment transaction or purchase return transaction in the individual vendor accounts, that the transaction is automatically posted into the sundry creditors reconciliation account in the general ledger. We make some settings so that when we post any transaction in the individual vendor accounts, that the transaction is also automatically, please remember, automatically posted to sundry creditors reconciliation account, which is maintained in the general ledger. Now, it's a GL account in the general ledger, right? If you go to FS10N, it will display the balance. That is the concept of reconciliation account. Why it is called reconciliation account? Because the sum of the balances of individual vendor accounts should be equal to the balance displayed in the sundry creditors account. In some countries it is called sundry creditors account, right? In some countries it is called total payables account, like that. Clear? That's why this is called reconciliation account. So when we post the transaction in the individual vendor account, this reconciliation account is automatically updated. For that, we need to do some settings. What are those settings? I will tell you. Now, here, when we post the transaction by raw material in the vendor X, it is automatically posted here. When we post the purchase in Y account, it is also automatically posted. Here, these transactions are posted by the user in the accounts payable in the individual vendor accounts. But this reconciliation account is automatically updated. When you post the payment to vendor X, it is also automatically posted in sundry creditors. When you post the payment to vendor Y, it is also automatically posted to vendor Y. So this is the concept of reconciliation account. And one more thing, at the time of preparing balance sheet, from the accounts payable side, we have to display sundry creditors or total payables on the liability side of the balance sheet. So for that purpose, the system will take the figure from this account only. Here, accounts payable is called subsidiary ledger. So in the subsidiary ledger, you maintain the details of the postings. And the summary of these details of the postings should be maintained in the general ledger. Why? Because the total information required to prepare your P&L account and balance sheet is taken from general ledger accounting only. That's why these subsidiary ledgers are integrated with the general ledger through reconciliation account. Very, very important point. The subsidiary ledgers are integrated with the general ledger through reconciliation accounts. So here, accounts payable, account receivable, asset accounting, they are called subsidiary ledgers. General ledger is called main ledger. I hope it's clear for everybody. Now, here, I don't have the access to individual vendor accounts as a user. So I have the access to vendor accounts, sundry creditors reconciliation account. I have the access to sundry creditors reconciliation account in the general ledger. Now, I display the line items in the sundry creditors reconciliation account. Then I see that buy raw material 1000, buy raw material 10,000. Then I can see that to cash 500, to cash 5,000. So when I see that buy raw material of 1000, I can understand it is a purchase of materials, but from whom? Similarly, when I see buy raw material 10,000, I can understand we purchased material worth of 10,000, but from whom? That information also should be available there. It is the user requirement. So whenever I see by raw material, I should be able to understand from whom that raw material is purchased. And when I see to cash 500, I should be able to see that from to whom you have paid that amount. Are you getting my point? So here in the sundry creditors reconciliation account, each line item is to be maintained according to vendor number. Each line item is to be displayed according to vendor number. Means the business transactions are to be organized in the vendor account sorry, the business transactions are to be organized in the syndicator's reconciliation account on the basis of vendor number. That is called sort key. The criteria according to which the business transactions are organized in the GL account are called sort key. So till now we have been using the sort key 001 for every GL account. That is posting date. But for the syndicator's raw material reconciliation account, the sort key should be vendor number, which means 012. And this reconciliation account is always updated automatically only. You cannot post manually into the reconciliation account. You cannot post manually means you cannot use that account for posting in F-02. System will not allow you. But in order to enable the system to update the syndicator's account automatically, we need to do some settings. What are those settings? I will show you now. This is the concept of no. Syndicator's raw material is a liability, no? Chandrasekhar. Syndicators is a liability. It appears on the liability side of the balance sheet. No, this is the syndicators for raw materials. These are the vendors
Okay.
whom you have to pay total towards purchase of raw material. Similarly, you may
Okay.
have syndicators for expenses. You have to pay something to your chartered accountants. You have to pay something to your tax consultants, like that. But the inventory of raw material account is an asset account.
Inventory, then where is the corresponding entry will be there, sir? Suppose if I purchases account data to X account on credit purchases.
Yeah.
Then I need to put one entry in the raw material purchase also, no?
Yeah.
Raw material stock account.
Yes. I will show you.
Where is that? Okay, sir. Sorry.
It was not covered. No problem. I will show you. So here, reconciliation account. So this is for the interview purpose. This notes is for your interview purpose. It is the control account maintained in the general ledger to post all the business transactions affected in the sub-ledger accounts. That is vendor accounts. I told you, no, accounts payable, accounts receivable, asset accounts, they are called subsidiary ledgers. And each vendor account is called sub-ledger account. Each customer account is called sub-ledger account. Each asset account is called sub-ledger account. It is used to know the total amount of the vendors payable by the company at any point of time. And the figure to be represented in the balance sheet is taken from this account. And we cannot post direct into these accounts. And one more thing, we can maintain any number of reconciliation accounts based upon your business requirement. Suppose, for example, you have to display the total syndicators for raw material separately in the balance sheet. And you have to display the total syndicators for expenses or for services separately in the balance sheet. You have to display the total amount payable to all the vendors from whom we are purchasing stores and spares separately. And we have to display the total legal dues separately. In that case, for each one requirement, you maintain one reconciliation account. Like what? Syndicators for raw material account, one reconciliation account. Syndicators for expenses, one reconciliation account. Syndicators for legal vendors, one reconciliation account. Syndicators for stores and spares, one reconciliation account. Like that, based on the business requirement, I'm telling you. It's not the rule. But generally, we go with only one reconciliation account, syndicators account or total payables account. That GL account we are going to create now. See, creation of syndicators account as reconciliation account. So check up the list of account groups and identify the account group under which we have to create this GL account master and choose the GL account number, transaction code OBD4. While logging into the system, I think it seems it is taking a little bit more time. From day after tomorrow, if possible, I will try to take 2 hours from day after tomorrow, if possible, right? See, we have to check the account group OBD4. Gadi, yes, I will have to create your user ID and password because it's the EHP7 new server. So I have to create your user ID and password. So I'm taking you to account groups. I hope it's okay for you if I take 2 hours a day. Till next 2-3 days. Not every day. Because I want to cover the missed time. See here. Chart of accounts 3366. See, we have an account group. See, sundry creditors account is to be created under current liabilities and provisions, right? So this account is to be created under this account group, and the defined number range is 1,500,000 to 1,599,000. So just like that, I am going to take 1,505. So I will take 2 hours class from day after tomorrow if it is okay for everybody. Okay, even if it is not okay, even for a single person, I will try to make it over on weekend. Okay, don't worry about it. I don't take the 2 hours even at the inconvenience of even a single person in the class. See, I just want to take 1,500,000. Because my health is disturbed unexpectedly, so it's out of my control. That's the reason why, by somehow, I want to make over that missed time. FSGG. GL account is equal to 1,505,000. Company code 3366. Go to menu GL account create. The account group is current liabilities and provisions. The account group is current liabilities and provisions. Select balance sheet account. Short text is equal to sundry creditors account. Or total payables account. In India, we call it as sundry creditors. I think in US it is called total payables account. Go to control data tab. Account currency USD. Now, it's very, very important that we should not select only balances in local currency for reconciliation accounts. It's a system requirement. We should not select only balances in local currency for reconciliation accounts. Very, very important. It's a system mandatory requirement. Then, how the system understands that this is the reconciliation account for vendors? Are you getting my point? We are just creating the GL account in FS00 normally. Then how the system understands that this is the reconciliation account for vendors? That is setting is done here. Reconciliation account for account type vendors. This first setting we do. This is the reconciliation account. Reconciliation account for account type. Select vendors. Select line item display. Sort key. 012. Sort key 012. Vendor number. If you press on F4, 012 stands for vendor number. So till now we have been using 001, which stands for posting date. I will show you its effect in the sundry creditors account after posting the transactions. See, 012 vendor number. Go to create bank interest tab. Field status group G067. Always for reconciliation accounts, the field status group is G067, which was already defined in the system. See here, G067 reconciliation accounts. Click on save. So while defining this GL account, you defined that this is the reconciliation account for account type vendors. Now see the next step. Creation of vendor master record. So vendor master record is nothing but vendor account. So you have to maintain the master record for every vendor. Transaction code XK01. Company code is equal to 3366. Account group 3366. Means here, if you are creating the master record for the vendor from whom you are purchasing raw materials, we enter the account group 3366. Suppose if you are creating the master record for your chartered accountants or cost accountants or management consultants, their master records are to be created under the account group vendors for expenses. In that case, you enter 336A, nothing else. Just like that, you have created the rent account in the administration cost group, wages account in the manufacturing cost group, no? Like that. So here I am using account group 3366. Means he is the vendor from whom we are purchasing raw materials. Click on it. Title is equal to company. Title is equal to company. Name is equal to Ratna Enterprises. It is the name of the vendor. Ratna Enterprises Limited. Now look at the screen, please. This is called general data segment. So here you maintain the address of the vendor, his street name, house number, postal code, city. So you can maintain the address of the vendor here. Country is equal to US. Country is equal to US. So if the address of the vendor is more large, then click on more fields button. So it's a little slow, it seems. See, here you can enter the total address of the vendor. Okay. Then you can maintain the post box number of vendor, postal code of vendor, and you can maintain the communication information of the vendor, his telephone number, his extension number, mobile number, fax number, his extension number, email, his email address, standard data communication. So like that, in the real time, we have to maintain all this information. If you remember, these are the fields in the general data segment under the field status. So here we don't have all this information. That's why I told you to enter name and country only. Okay, in the material. Then click on next skin button 3 times. Click on next skin button thrice. Here in the training class only, we click on this next skin button 3 times. For example, if you click on next skin button first time, see here, you can maintain the tax information of the vendor mostly, right? For example, customer number, then VAT registration number, what is the type of business of vendor, whether he is a trader, whether he is a manufacturer, whether he is a consignment agent. Like that, we can maintain the type of business of the vendor, VAT registration number, what is the type of industry he is having, right? And all this tax information number can be maintained here. And date of birth. Suppose you are maintaining a master record for your statutory auditor, then we'll have date of birth, right? Then you can also maintain his sex, whether he is a male or she, whether she is a, sorry, whether it's a male or female, your chartered accountant. So like that, place of birth, what is the profession of your third party? Like that, all this information you can maintain here in the first screen. But here we don't have all this information. That's why I told you to skip this screen. Then click on next skin button second time. Now here you can maintain the bank information of the vendor. See, country of the bank of the vendor, bank key. What is bank key? I will explain elaboratedly bank key in the next topic, but for the time being, bank key is nothing but your IFSC code or NEFT code or routing number. In US it is called routing number, in India it is called IFSC code. So that routing number or IFSC code can be entered here. Bank account, then account holder name. Here we enter the bank account number. Here we enter the account holder name. So all this information we can enter here. And this information is necessary to make the payments to vendors through bank transfers. So here we don't have all this information. That's why I told you to skip in our material. Then click on third time. Next screen, third time. GST, actually some patches have been released regarding GST. Some patches have been released by SAP. These patches are not installed in this particular server. Gadi. Now, here we can maintain the contact persons of the vendor. Suppose vendor is Tata Consultancy Services Limited. Your vendor is Tata Consultancy Services Limited. So you cannot directly talk to the director of Tata Consultancy Services. There will be some manager or HR manager or somebody else with whom you have to contact. So that name can be maintained here. Clear? So here you do one thing. Click on next skin button, not thrice, 4 times. Because GST is a total different functionality, right? So SAP has released some different patches for that. And these patches are to be installed by the basis consultants. Then only we can process the GST transactions. In our present server, it's not possible to process the GST transactions. But I will send you the material along with the screenshots for GST. Don't worry about it. Now, look at the screen. After clicking on next screen button 4 times, you come to this screen. Look at the screen, please. Reconciliation account is mandatory. Because if you remember, while creating the vendor account group 3366, we have selected reconciliation account as required entry, right? So it's mandatory field here. This is how the field status for vendor master records is controlled by vendor account groups. So reconciliation account is 1,05,005. Now, in the vendor account Ratan Enterprises Limited, we have assigned reconciliation account 1,05,005. So from now onwards, when you post any purchase transaction or payment transaction or any purchase return transaction, for that matter, if you post any transaction in the Ratna Enterprises Limited vendor account, your reconciliation account in the general ledger is automatically updated. These are the two settings. What is the first setting? At the time of creating the reconciliation account, you specified that it's a reconciliation account for account type vendors. Then in every vendor master record, we are assigning the reconciliation account. That is the link. Clear? Then sort key 012. Sort key 012. Cash management group A1. Cash management group A1. Write down there itself. Cash management group is also called planning group. Cash management group is also called planning group. It's mandatory that every vendor should be assigned with one planning group. This information is used by the cash planning department for the purpose of arranging the funds. Look at the screen, please. Here, cash management group A1 means domestic payments, means he is a local vendor. So the cash planning department can understand that, okay, for this vendor, the payments are to be arranged in the company code local currency. Just look at this. Can I press the F4? See, A1 means domestic payments. A2 means foreign payments. If he is a foreign vendor, we enter A2. A3 means vendor affiliated company. So in the case of affiliated companies, there won't be actual cash inflows and outflows. Only intercompany adjustments are there. So like that, right? So for each vendor, it is mandatory to assign one planning group. Then click on next skin button. So here we are not entering all this information. In the real time, we enter all this information. How to calculate interest on vendor account balances. One second, let me go back again. See here, suppose on this vendor, if you delay the payments, he may charge interest, right? At a specific rate every time. In that case, you create one interest indicator and that interest indicator is assigned here. Then withholding tax or TDS, tax deducted at source, right? So if that vendor is exempted from the TDS, you have to enter the exemption number here and his country of withholding the tax. So all this information can be maintained in the real time. Then click on next skin button, payment terms, 0001. Go back to notes, please. Payment terms. Put heading payment terms. The payment terms are used. The payment terms are used. I'm telling you what is payment terms. The payment terms are used. Number one, to determine the due date. To determine the due date of the purchase invoice and the sales invoice in the accounts payable and the accounts receivables respectively. Number two, to calculate cash discount to be paid, to calculate cash discount to be paid and cash discount to be received. Number three, to determine the dunning date, to determine the dunning date DUNNING, to determine the dunning date in the accounts receivables. So this is the function of the payment terms. So what is dunning date we will discuss in accounts receivable, don't worry. See, simply speaking, the payment terms represent the credit period given by vendor, nothing else. So here in the vendor master record, it is necessary to maintain the payment terms. So payment terms 0001 we have given, right? Which means that within brackets, payment terms 0001 within brackets, please write down. Payment immediate. Payment immediate. Payment immediate means here this payment term was already defined in the system. This payment term was already defined in the system, and we can also define our own payment terms. How to define our own payment terms we will cover later on. See, these are the payment terms which were already defined in the system. 0001 payable immediately due net. So here, why we are entering the payment terms in the master record? Master record always contains the permanent information, right? So this vendor requires the payment always immediately. That's why we have maintained the payment terms 0001 in the master record. But sometimes, one second. Even though this vendor requires the payment always immediately, sometimes he may give some other credit period for some invoices. In that case, we can change the payment term at the time of posting the invoice itself. Clear, no? Then tolerance group blank. See, we have created some blank tolerance group, and in that blank tolerance group, you define some values, and those values are applicable here. Then select check double invoice. Regarding what?
Payment terms.
Payment terms. See here, we have entered the payment terms 0001 in the vendor master report. So the assumption, we have entered 0001, it's only an assumption, right? So why we have entered the 0001 payment terms in the master record? What is master record? Master record always contains the permanent information, right? So this vendor requires always the payment immediately. That's why we entered payment terms 0001 in the master record. Clear, Srinivas?
Yes, sir.
Now, at the time of posting the invoice to this vendor, this payment terms is automatically defaulted. So user need not enter every time, because always he gives this payment terms only, right? So at the time of posting the invoice to this vendor, the system automatically defaults this payment terms in the invoice posting. But sometimes, today we purchase one material. Only for this invoice, this vendor is giving 30 days credit. Only for this invoice. In that case, while posting the invoice, we can change the payment terms. Not necessary to change the payment terms in the master record. Clear?
Yeah, clear, sir.
Okay. Then select check double invoice. Select check double invoice. What is impact of this? Please write down there itself. In the material itself, please write down. By selecting this indicator, the system verifies if any invoice is posted 2 times. The system verifies if any invoice is posted 2 times and gives the warning message by comparing the invoice number and amount of the invoice. Means sometimes what happens is, by mistake, the user may be posting the same invoice second time also by mistake. In that case, the system gives the warning message if you select this indicator. So for identifying whether the invoice is being posted second time, the system will compare 2 fields. One is invoice number. The other one is amount of the invoice. Okay. Click on save. It gives only warning message, not error message. Then what is this payment methods? What is this payment block? House bank, bills of exchange limit. All these things we will discuss in the upcoming classes. So this is how we create one vendor master record. One second, please. See, actually the server is looking very slow, right? I will talk to the service provider. Okay, no problem. It is bearable. Okay. But anyhow, it should be something more speed. I will talk to the provider. Yes. See, vendor 1,05,001 was created. I will tell you, Khalid. See, vendor 1,05,001 was created in the company code 3366. So from where the system has taken this vendor number? Here, for the vendor account group 3366, we have assigned the number ranges 1,05,001 to 1,06,000. And this is the first vendor we have created in this group. So system has taken 1,05,001. So if it create one more vendor under the same group, it will take 1,05,002. Clear? Now, here, see, Khalid has posted one question. What is PO based and non-PO based invoicing? Here, generally, what happens is, uh, before purchasing the materials from any vendor, right? First, we have to raise the purchase order. So, purchase order is an authorization given to the vendor to supply the materials according to the specifications made in that order. That is called purchase order. So, if the vendor delivers the goods against the purchase order, and if you receive the invoice, that is called purchase order based invoicing. Clear? Sometimes, right, it's not necessary to give the vendor the purchase order. See, for example, we are using one material XYZ. Okay. So every month on 3rd, we require 100 units of this material XYZ. Again, I'm repeating. It is actually a different business scenario. We are using material XYZ and we require 100 units of this XYZ material on 3rd of every month. And there are very few vendors who can supply this material. So we have given one standing instruction to the vendor, sir, on 3rd of every month, you deliver 100 units of this material. We don't give any purchase order. This is a standing instruction. So on 3rd of every month, right, the vendor delivers the 100 units and he sends the invoice. That is called non-PO based invoice. Non-PO based invoicing. Clear? So how to post PO based invoice? That is actually will be coming from MM. In MM integration, we will see how to generate the purchase order and how to post the invoice with reference to purchase order, everything. Now, let us create one more vendor account. Same procedure. Company code 3366, account group 3366, click on enter. I am going to show you how to create one more vendor master record, but the system has become slow.
Sir?
Yeah, Gadi.
If you don't select only balances local currency checkbox, how that foreign currencies will be converted to local currency, sir?
No. And also, please
In
remember.
reconciliation account.
No. For the reconciliation account, it should not be selected. Because suppose if you take sundry creditors account, okay? If you take sundry creditors account, for the sundry creditors, it's not necessary and you should not select only balances in local currency. Because what happens is, suppose you have some foreign vendors. From the foreign vendors, right? You purchase invoice, you purchase the materials in the foreign currency. Then you post them in the foreign currency only. So, in the accounts payable, for each vendor, when you post the foreign invoice, that is converted into company code local currency. Okay. But we have to reevaluate the open items in the vendor account. So, whenever you reevaluate the open items in the vendor account, that open items are automatically converted into company code local currency, and from there it will be transferred to balance sheet. That's why it is not necessary, and we should not select only balances in local currency for reconciliation accounts. Even if you try to select only balances in local currency for reconciliation accounts, it will display error message. Okay, Gadi?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Is equal to company. Name is equal to Sen and company. Country US. Click on next skin button 4 times. 1. Two, 3, 4. See, here also reconciliation account mandatory. So like that, in every vendor master record, we assign the reconciliation account. So that when we post the transactions in any vendor account, this reconciliation account is also automatically updated. Sort key 012. Cash main is moved to Payable. Click on next skin button. Payment terms 0001. Select check double invoice. Click on save. Akila, you have any questions? Okay. Anil? Okay. Chandrasekhar? Okay. Gadi? It's Gadi or Gadi? I'm sorry. How I have to pronounce you?
Yeah, Gandhi only, sir. You just have to remove N, sir. That's it.
Okay. Gadi. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Then Himasailaja? Okay. Khalid?
Sir, just now we did the setting we have done. Sir, it is MM based or FI based, sir?
No, it's FI based.
FI based, okay. Because we have used SK01 transaction code. That's why I asked.
Yes. XK01. Actually, in XK01, see, good question raised by Khalid. I told you that MM is also implemented, and when it is implemented, it is integrated with FI. So, in the real time, the vendor master record will be created by FI user and also MM end user. In that case, if the FI end user has to create the vendor master record, he goes to FK01. If the MM end user has to create the vendor master record, he goes to MK01. Because in the vendor master record, FI end user maintains the information in the company code segment. MM end user maintains the information in the purchase data segment. but the general data is maintained by both. Okay. So if you want to create the vendor master record only for company code, I mean, if you want to create the vendor master record only in FI, we use FK01. If you want to create the vendor master record only for we use MK01. But in XK01, we can maintain the information in FI, I mean, in the company code data segment, purchase data segment, and general data segment at a time. You know, in the GL master record, we have two methods. One-step method, two-step method, right? Here also same.
Yes.
In one-step method, we maintain the information in both the segments at a time, right? Chart of account segment and company code segment. Similarly, in the vendor master record, you can maintain the information in the general data segment, company code data segment, and purchase data segment at a time. That's why here I am using XK01. Here you see
Yes, sir.
purchase organization. But what is purchase organization? I did not tell you. This purchase organization will explain you at the time of integration. Then only you can understand. Clear, Khalid?
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. And vendor 1,05,02 was created in the company code 3366. Then Tafiq, you have any questions? Okay. Tejasvi? Okay. Okay, then see you tomorrow same time. Good night and good day. So we are in accounts payable. In the accounts payable, okay, feeling better. Actually, I have to undergo a 7 days course. So till yesterday, 6 days are over. Today is the 7th day. But anyhow, feeling better. So see the step number 7 in accounts payable. Define document types and number ranges. So here you know that the document types represents the business transactions. So here, when you post a purchase invoice, an accounting document is posted. So in order to identify that accounting document is related to posting of purchase invoice, we have one document type KR. So for KR, we have to define the number ranges. Similarly, when we post the payment to vendor, again an accounting document is posted. To identify that accounting document is related to vendor payment posting, we have the document type KZ. So for KZ, we have to define the number ranges. Then for other business transactions relating to vendors like purchase returns, etc., the document type is KA. So we have to define the number ranges for KA again. So these are the 3 document types related to vendors: KR, KZ, KA. Yes, Ashwati, the class is at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, Ashwati. I think it's now 7:36 in the evening to you. So we have to define the number ranges for KR, KZ, KA. This is very similar to defining the number ranges for SA document type in the general ledger. And the transaction code is same and the process is also very same. And one more thing is you have to change the system number, right? Your data will be there, nothing else will happen, right? All your previous data will be there. Only the thing is you have to change the system number. Previously the system number I told you 01. Now it has to be changed as 88. So for that you just click on the SAP logon icon, select your server, then click on change button, then make the system number as 88, nothing else. Your old user ID, password will be working as it is, and your data will be there. Your data is also not lost. Define number ranges for document types. Now it's coming fine. That's why I told you to change the system number. What's your name? You are logged with the name, waiting for name. I'm not able to know what's your name. Chandrasekhar, okay. Now it is very
Yes,
fast.
sir.
Now it is coming very fast.
I'll check, sir.
It's a
Yes,
technical problem, Chandrasekhar. It's a technical problem. There was a problem with the
yes,
port
sir.
number of the server. Port number of the server.
Yes, sir.
That's why previously it was taking a lot of time. Now it is coming very fast.
Thank you.
Transaction code OBS7. See how fast it came. So click on position. Document type is KR. Click on enter. Select KR document type. Click on details button. See the number range number is 19. So click on number range information. Company code 3366. Click on change intervals. See the maximum number we have used is 3 lakhs. So we have to use the number after 3 lakhs. Click on insert line. Number is equal to 19. Year is equal to 2017. From number 3 lakh 1 to number 4 lakhs. Means we can post 1 lakh number of purchase invoices. Here we are linking the number range values to the number range number 19. And the 19 was already assigned to document type KR. So this number range values are applicable to the document type KR. Click on save and enter on the message. Click on back arrow twice. 1, 2, not twice, thrice. Click on back arrow thrice. 2, 3. Click on position. Document type is KZ. Click on enter. Select KZ document type. Click on details button. See the number range number is 15. So the number range number 15 is linked to KZ. So in the next step, in the next screen, we link the number range values to the number range number. So click on number range information. Company code is equal to 3366. Click on change intervals. Click on insert intervals. Number is equal to 15. Year is 2017. From number 4 lakh 1 to number 5 lakhs. Click on enter or save. Click enter on the message. Now we have to define the number ranges for KA. KA represents vendor other document. Vendor other document means all the business transactions relating to vendors other than purchase and payments. Click on back arrow thrice. 1, 2, 3. Click on position. Document type is equal to KA. Click on enter. Select KA document type. Click on details button and see the number range number 17. So click on number range information. Company code is equal to 3366. Click on change intervals. Click on insert intervals. Number is equal to 17. Year is equal to 2017. From number 5 lakh 1 to 6 lakhs. Click on save and enter on the message. Now you are ready to process the purchase invoices. So in any modules, I am telling you the logic behind the configuration. See, in any module, first you have to process the business transactions. That is the basic requirement. So in order to process the business transactions, we have to first maintain the master records. And the master record is to be identified with a number, right? So that number has to be taken from account groups. That's why what we have to do. First we maintain account groups. For the account groups, you define and assign the number ranges. Then we create the master records. Then we define the number ranges for respect to document types. That's it. In any module, this is the configuration. You can take it granted. Now you are ready to process the purchase invoices. See the step number 8. Posting of purchase invoice, F-43. See how fast the screen is accessing. So you need not worry. So from now, it was a technical problem, port number problem, right? So they have rectified the port number problem. Now you are being able to access the screens very fast. Now see, posting of purchase invoice, F-43. It is very similar to F-02. And here, this is the document header and this is the line item part. So document date is equal to 28/11/2017. Document date is 28/11/2017. In India today it is 28th. So within brackets, invoice date. So document date means here invoice date. Type is KR, means purchase invoice. Company code 3366. Posting date 28/11/2017. Period 11. Currency USD. Look at the screen, please. Here, you in the document number column, you can enter the purchase order number. Suppose here, I told you, in the previous class, in one of the previous classes, the accounts payable is integrated with the metals management. In that case, when the metals management is implemented and integrated with the accounts payable, the purchase invoice are processed from MM. Means the purchase orders are generated from MM, purchase orders are posted from MM. So all the business transactions relating to procurement activities are taken care of from MM. But if the MM is not implemented, then we cannot generate the purchase order in accounts payable. It has to be generated, the purchase order has to be written, or the purchase order has to be prepared manually, that has to be sent to the vendor, or it can be generated through some other software. So the goods are supplied by vendor always against a particular purchase order. In that case, that purchase order number can be entered in the document number column. I hope everybody is getting my point. Now, in the reference column, right? In the reference column, you can enter the invoice number of the vendor. In the reference column, we can enter the purchase invoice of the purchase invoice number of the vendor. So these two fields are very important, right? Do one thing. Here you have some space, right? Right now, we can enter the purchase order number. We can enter the purchase order number in the document number column. Suppose if you implement the MM, you don't enter the purchase order here. That is entered, that is processed in a different way. That we will discuss at the time of MM integration. The purchase order number can be entered in the document number column. Then in the reference column, we can enter the purchase invoice number, sent by vendor. Clear? Everything else is same. Then posting key 31. Within brackets, credit for vendor. Say Srinivas. Here, generally what happens is, it's a normal business process, whether you use it SAP or not. It's a normal business process. The normal business process is, suppose I am your vendor, okay? So you want to purchase a material from me. You cannot call me over the mobile and you cannot give me the order. You have to send me one document wherein you specify this is the material which I require, this is the quantity, this is the quality, at this price I require this material. So you have to specify all these particulars in that document. That is called purchase order. So without purchase order, if I supply the material to you, you have the right to reject them. So in the normal business practices, it is mandatory to give the purchase order to your supplier. Normally, but there are some exceptions. So without purchase order, I am not authorized to supply the materials. So you have given me the purchase order today and I have supplied the materials against that purchase order, and also I have given you the invoice. Okay. So against which purchase order this invoice you are posting in your books? Against which purchase order you are posting this invoice in your books? That purchase order number can be entered in the document number column. Till now clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, I have sent you an invoice, no? Purchase invoice. What is that number, purchase invoice number? That number will be entered in the invoice reference column.
Clear.
Okay. Now, posting key 31 within brackets, credit for vendor. So in the case of purchase transaction, vendor is credited. Account is vendor number 1,05,001. Account is equal to 1,05,001. Click on enter. Amount is 2 lakhs. Amount is 2 lakhs. Business area 3366. Business area 3366. Look at the screen, everybody, please. Here, our cursor is still in business area, but payment terms was automatically defaulted there. Why the payment terms was automatically defaulted? Because in this vendor master record, Ratna Enterprises Limited, we have assigned the payment terms 0001. That's why the payment terms is automatically defaulted here. So why we have assigned the payment terms 0001 in the vendor master record? Assuming that this vendor requires the payment always immediately. Because the master record always contains the permanent information. So we have assigned the payment terms 0001 in the vendor master record means this vendor requires the payment always immediately. That's why it is defaulted from master record. So even though this vendor requires the payment always immediately, only for this particular invoice he is giving another terms of payment. Let us say if you press F4, we can see other payment terms. Only for this invoice he is giving 0002 payment terms, right? In that case, you can remove that, you can enter 0002. Clear, no? Now, payment terms is equal to 0001. B line date is equal to 28/11/2017. B line date is equal to 28/11/2017. B line date means baseline date. Baseline date, right? So what is the significance of the baseline date? You have some space in the middle itself. So agree that step only, please write down. Baseline date is the date. Baseline date is the date from which the credit period in the payment terms is calculated to determine the due date. To determine the due date. The baseline date is automatically defaulted. The baseline date is automatically defaulted from the payment terms master record. I will tell you. The baseline date is automatically defaulted from the payment terms master record. See here also, the baseline date is automatically defaulted. I did not enter. This is defaulted from the master record of payment terms 0001. As I said, we can define our own payment terms. So in the payment terms master record, you can specify the baseline date. From there, it is defaulted. So how it is defaulted, what are the settings we do in the payment terms, we will discuss later on. There is a separate topic in the material itself that at that time we can understand. Teja, generally it is not necessary to define a separate payment terms for every vendor. Suppose for 100 vendors are there in your company. So 25 vendors always request the payment immediately. In that case, in the master records of all these 25 vendors, you can assign the same payment terms 0001. And another 60 vendors, they give you 1 month credit. In that case, another payment term you define which represents 1 month credit. Then in the master records of all the 60 vendors, you can assign that payment term. So one payment term can be assigned in the multiple vendor master records. So in that case, it is enough if you configure only 2 payment terms. But every vendor master record has to be separately assigned with the payment terms. Getting my point? Every vendor master record has to be separately assigned with the payment term. But one payment term can be assigned to multiple vendors. Because multiple vendors may give you same credit period, right? That is the reason. Now, text being raw material purchased.
Hello.
Yes, Srinivas.
Hello.
Yes, Srinivas.
Sir, in the vendor master Ratna Enterprises, we have given payment terms 0001.
Yes.
In the invoice, also we have automatically in the invoice it's displayed 0001.
Yes.
If we change in the invoice from 0001 to 0002,
where you change?
In the invoice. No, if we change, so what will be the effects if in
No,
dash 43 in the
master record or here?
invoice? In the invoice.
In the invoice.
Yes, sir. Here. Yes, sir.
If you change like this, right? For this invoice only, this 0002 payment terms is applicable. But in the vendor master record, same payment terms will be there, 0001.
Okay, nothing will happen, sir. In the vendor master, 0001 will be there. In the invoice, 0002
will be there. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So for this invoice, 0002 is applicable.
Exactly. Right. Now, is it compulsory to assign? Yes, because generally every vendor, even though the vendor requests the payment immediately, that is also a payment term, right? So because for every invoice, when you display the line items, the invoice details are displayed, right? In that case, the user wants to see what is the payment terms for that invoice. That is the reason why, right? We have to assign the payment terms, generally compulsory in the vendor master record. Now, in the case of purchases, right? Inventory of raw material account is to be debited. Inventory of raw material account is a GL account. So to debit GL account, posting key 40. Posting key 40, account is 2,120,000. Inventory of raw material account. Click on enter. Amount is asterisk. Business area 3366. Text plus. Click on display document overview. See, Ratna Enterprise account is credited. How can you say it is credited? Posting key 31. Credit for vendor. And inventory of raw material account is debited because posting key 40, which represents debit for GL account. Click on save. See here, document 3,01,000 was posted in the company code 3366. Here, the document type for the vendor invoice is KR. So today in the beginning of the class, we have defined the number ranges 3,01,000 to 4 lakhs for the KR document type. And this is the first invoice you have posted. So the system has taken the first invoice number, invoice document number 3,01,000. Let us post one more invoice for the second vendor. And in your practice also, right, don't stop posting with only one or two invoices. Post some number of invoices so that you can clearly understand the reports. Okay. So in our class also I am posting one more invoice for the second vendor. Procedure is same. F-43. Document date is 28/11/2017. Type is KR. Company code 3366. Posting date 28/11/2017. Period 11. Currency USD. Posting key 31. Account is 1,05,02. Second vendor. Click on enter. Amount is 1 lakh. Business area 3366. Payment terms 0001. For the second vendor also, we have assigned the same payment terms 0001. Payment terms 0001. Baseline date 28/11/2017. 1 second. Yes, text being raw material purchased. No, Tija, see, for the second line item, if you enter the asterisk in the amount column, the system will copy the amount from the previous line item. So instead of again entering the amount column, just like that I am assigning asterisk, nothing else. Otherwise, you can enter the amount again. Posting key 40, account is 2,120,000. Click on enter. See, if you enter asterisk, system will copy the 1 lakh to this column. Otherwise, you can enter 1 lakh as you wish. Business area 3366. Text plus means the system will copy the text from the previous line item. So click on display document overview. See, sale and company account data, sorry, inventory of raw material account data to vendor account. Click on save. See, document 3,02,000 was posted in the company code 3366. So this is the second invoice. In this way, the user will be going on posting the invoices every day. Now, check vendor line item display. It is similar to GL account line item display. In the line item display, we can display the details of the postings. FBL1N. Vendor is equal to 1,05,01. Vendor is equal to 1,05,01. Company code 3366. Company code 3366. select to open items. Here, look at the screen please everybody. Line item selection, status. If you want to display what are the invoices pending for payment for this vendor, you select to open items. Open means pending. So if you want to display what are the invoices pending for payment for this vendor, you select to open items. Otherwise, if you want to see what are the invoices that have been paid, in that case you select cleared items. But if you want to display both pending invoices and also paid invoices, in that case you select all items. So here I am selecting open items. Select to open items. Operate key date 28/11/2017 means on this particular day I want to see what are all the invoices pending for payment. Operate key date is equal to 28/11/2017. Here for the GL accounts we have to select open item management separately. But for the vendor accounts, customer accounts, it's not necessary to select the open item management. When you create the vendor master record and customer master records, system automatically assigns the open item management within the programming code itself. Click on execute. See, this invoice is pending for payment. How can you say this invoice is pending for payment? See the status, open, red color. Red means open. How can you say this is invoice? Document type KR. And this is the invoice document number. And this symbol is called due date symbol. See, due date symbol. Here, for this invoice, we have given the payment terms 0001. Payment terms 0001 means payment immediately. So, today only you have to make the payment. Today only you have to make the payment. That's why for today it is due. This is called net due date symbol. Gadi, I am looking at your question. Only on that day or till that? No, as on that day, what are all the invoices pending for payment? There might have been some overdue invoice also as on today. System will display all the pending invoices as on today, not till that date, as on today. Suppose one invoice was there yesterday due, it was paid, but it is not open today, no? It's not till, it is as on. Clear, Gadi? Now, I hope everybody is following. Now, what is the payment terms for this invoice? It is not there anywhere, right? What is the payment terms for this invoice? It is not available there, right? If you double click on the line item, you can see the payment terms here. So for this invoice, payment is due immediately. That is the use of entering the payment terms at the time of posting the invoice. Clear? Now, see the next step. Display vendor account balance, FK10N. No, the payment terms will be reflected with the identification, not with this description. Chandrasekhar. See the question posted by Chandrasekhar. Could you please change the payment terms to like 5 days, 10 days, 15 days to check if possible, to check how it will reflect in FBL1N. It's not this details of the days is not reflected. For example, 15 days represents 0003. Then 0003 will be there. But where do we define these payment terms? That we will see later. Here in the line item, the payment terms are reflected with the identification, not with the description. Now, see the next step. Display vendor account balance, FK10N. I will also give you the example to meet your requirement, right? That also we will see. FK10N. Here, K stands for vendor account type. If you remember, GL account balance, FS10N. S for GL account type. Vendor account type, K. So FK10N. That's how you can remember the transaction codes. Vendor is equal to 1,05,001. Company code 3366. Fiscal year 2017. Click on execute. See, vendor account always shows credit balance. So, in the month of 11th only, in the month of November only, we have started posting invoices. So, vendor 2 lakhs credit is there. So, total you have to pay to this vendor 2 lakhs. Whether this 2 lakhs includes only one invoice or multiple invoices, we don't know at this point of time, right? See the material what I've written there. Double click on the month total to display the details of posting. So this invoice includes only one invoice. I'm sorry. This amount of 2 lakhs includes only one invoice. If there are multiple invoices, the system would have shown the multiple invoices here. Now, the most important thing. What is the total amount of payables? Here, we have posted two invoices. One invoice for 2 lakhs for the first vendor. Another invoice for second vendor for 1 lakh. So, what is the total amount of payables to you by you now? 3 lakhs. It should be reflected in the books of accounts. It's not just adding the amounts, right? Here we have posted two invoices, that two very whole amounts. That's why we have been able to add them. But in the real time, every day the user will be posting hundreds of invoices in many vendors. In that case, how could we know that what is the total amount of payables by your company as of now? For that, we have to display the balance in the sundry creditors reconciliation account. We have created one GL account, right? In the previous class, sundry creditors. It should have been updated automatically. If you display the balance in the sundry creditors account, you can find out the total amount of payables. So, sundry creditors account is a GL account. To display balance in GL account, FS10N. The account number is 1,05,005. The account number is equal to 1,05,005. Company code 3366. Fiscal year 2017. Click on execute. See, total amount of payables is 3 lakhs. Sundry creditors. If you prepare balance sheet today, system will take this 3 lakhs figure to the balance sheet with the name sundry creditors. You did not touch the sundry creditors account, right? If you remember, we did not touch this GL account while posting. We have given the vendor account number and we have given the inventory of raw material account number. But your sundry creditors reconciliation account is automatically updated. How? We have done two settings. One is, at the time of creating the sundry creditors account, you defined that it is a reconciliation account for account type vendors. Okay. Then, in every vendor master record, we have assigned the sundry creditors reconciliation account. As a result, when you post any business transaction in any individual vendor account, the sundry creditors reconciliation account is automatically updated. This is the use of the reconciliation account. Okay, good. We have to pay totally 3 lakhs. To whom and whom, how much you have to pay? You have to pay total 3 lakhs to all the vendors. To whom and whom, how much you have to pay? That information is also required, right? See, if you double click on the total, see, 2 lakhs is to be paid to the vendor number 1,05,001. 1 lakh is to be paid to the vendor 1,05,002. Because for the sundry creditors GL account 1,05,005, the sort key we have given is 012. Just look at the screen. See, While creating the GL account 1,05,005, we have given the sort key 012 vendor number. So the line items are displayed according to vendor number. Clear? No? These are all end user requirements. We have to tell them how we can meet the requirement. So when you go to the project, the end user may ask you, sir, I want to display the invoice according to vendor wise. Is it possible? Yes, we have to say, yes, it is possible. And one more thing in the real time, very, very important is, whenever you have to configure a new functionality which you don't know already, right? Don't say to the user immediately, no, it's not possible. Suppose the client has asked you to configure some functionality which you don't know. In that case, don't say immediately, no, it is not possible, it is not available. Like that, don't say. In most of the cases, everything is possible in SAP. And again, don't say it is possible. When the client asked you one functionality which you don't know already, don't say that it is not possible. Suppose if you know the functionality which has asked you, don't say immediately it is possible. You have to be very diplomatic. We have to say like this. Okay, sir, let me check. Okay, I will come back to you with the solution tomorrow. Let me check in the software, because SAP is a version. Nobody knows every inch of SAP. Nobody knows every inch of SAP. That's why don't get panic. If the client asks you what is the functionality, if the client asks you to configure one functionality which you don't know, don't get panic, right? Be cool and tell them, sir, let me look into the software again. I will come back to you with the solution by tomorrow. In that way, you have to be very diplomatic. Okay. Don't say immediately, okay, sir, I know it. Or don't say immediately, no, sir, it's not possible. Like that. Don't say like that. Right? Always you have to maintain attitude of cat on the wall. That's very important in the real-time projects. It doesn't mean that don't bluff the client. And I think you understood. Don't bluff the client. But as far as the new functionalities are concerned, right, you have to say that, okay, sir, let me look into the software, then I will come back to you tomorrow. Okay, that's how you have to interact with the client in the real time. So generally, these are all the requirements. What are all the general requirements of the client? I am covering in the class. So obviously, any accountant wants to know to whom this invoice is to be paid, no? That's why this is how we can meet the requirement. While creating the sundry creditors reconciliation account, you give the sort key 012. Clear? Then posting of outgoing payment. Outgoing payment means payment to vendor. This we will see in tomorrow's class. Chandrasekhar, you have any questions? Okay, Akila. Anil. What is that? Regarding your previous question. Where did you ask this question, Anil? In your mail, huh? Arey Anil, I told you I have been suffering typhoid. I have to undergo 7 days of the course, and today is the 7th day, right? Still, I am not feeling well. I am feeling very weak. So I don't want to discourage your people. That's why even though I am feeling weak, right? You don't believe. I have with me a bottle of electrolyte water. I'm sipping the electoral water. I'm taking the class. Give me a little bit breathing time. I have to answer your question in the mail. Apart from that, you have any questions in this class today?
Hello.
Yeah, Anil.
Sir, I'm Srinivas. Sir.
Yeah, Srinivas.
Sir, in the invoice, while we entering invoice, anyhow we are entering payment terms now, sir.
Yes.
Then what is the necessity to enter payment terms in the vendor master?
Good question. See, Srinivas is asking one question. We can enter the payment terms at the time of posting the invoice itself. Then what is the necessity of assigning the payment terms in the master record? You have 10 vendors. First vendor is giving 0001 payment terms. Second vendor is giving 0003 payment terms. Third vendor is giving 0005 terms of payment. 10th vendor is giving ABC1 terms of payment. Now you are posting one invoice which you have received from 5th vendor. Tell me what is the payment terms you have to enter? Srinivas, are you following?
Yes, sir.
Are you following?
Yes, sir, I'm following.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
tell me what. So you have purchased some material from a 5th vendor, then you are posting that invoice into system. Tell me what is the payment terms you have to enter there. We don't know. How can you remember, Srinivas? Are you getting my point or not?
Yes, sir, I'm getting it, sir.
So in your client, 1000 vendors are there. Different vendors are giving different payment terms. So how can the user remember them? That's why whatever the payment terms that are offered by every vendor is assigned in his master record. So when you are posting the invoice to that vendor, system automatically takes the payment terms from the master record. Got it, no?
Yes, sir, I got it.
Anil, can you please type the mail here? Type your question here again. I might have overlooked your question. Can you please copy paste? Ashwati, you have any questions? Okay. Yeah, Anil. Okay, Ashwati. Anil. From where FI, AP consultant and end users involved in the process to pay process, in procurative process, from the goods receipt. Anil. From the goods receipt. For others, don't worry. You don't understand this question because it seems that Anil has learned this SAP FICO somewhere else. So you know this process. Procure to payment. There is one process, procure to payment, P2P. This process we cover in our integration. So this answer is only for Anil. Anil, the FI consultant will configure the things from goods receipt. And that too in the transaction code OBYC. So the total MM is integrated with FI in the transaction code OBYC. Total MM. Okay, Anil. Gadi. Any questions? Okay. Khalid. Okay. Madhusudan. Okay. Srinivas. Any more questions?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay. Tafiq. Okay. Okay, then see you tomorrow same time. Good night and good day. See, we are in accounts payable. In the previous class, we have seen how to post purchase invoices. Today we will see how to process the payments. So here there are two types of payments, full payments and part payments. So first we will see how to process the full payments, then we will see how to process part payments. See the step number 12, page number 6. Posting of outgoing payment. Outgoing payment means payment to vendor. So yesterday we have posted one invoice whose amount is 2 lakhs to the first vendor, right? So let us assume that you have done the payment to that vendor on his invoice. F-53. Document date is 29/11/2017. Type is KZ. Company code 3366. Posting date 29/11/2017. Period 11. Currency USD. Under bank data, account is 2,100,000. 2,100,000 means cash account. See, generally we never make the payment to vendor in the form of physical cash. Always we issue the check to the vendor, or we do the bank transfer or some other payment methods. So in that case, if you issue the check to the vendor, right, we have to create the bank account. But we have not yet created the bank account. So till then, let us use cash account. Please remember, you cannot make payments to vendor in the form of physical cash. Always it has to be processed through banks only. So in that case, only the bank account is to be credited. But we have not yet created the bank account. So till then, let us use cash account only. Theoretically, it is possible. Business area 3366. Amount is 2 lakhs. Amount is 2 lakhs. Text being payment to vendor. Text being payment to vendor. Under open selection, account is vendor number 1,05,001. Now, here we have made a payment of 2 lakhs. So this vendor may be having number of invoices due. So towards which invoice this payment was done. So for that purpose, we have to perform one more activity. Click on process open items. You cannot directly save. You have to click on process open items. So when you click on process open items, the system will display the list of invoices which are pending for payment for this vendor. So here we have only one invoice. So it is showing only one invoice. Now see the material what written there. Observe the amount entered, amount assigned or not assigned fields. Look at the screen. This is amount entered, amount assigned, not assigned. So amount entered means in the previous screen we have entered a payment amount of 2 lakhs. Then amount assigned 0. Assigned to what? Assigned to invoice. So amount assigned 0 means we did not assign any amount to any invoice, and not assigned is 2 lakhs. So here, in order to post the payment, always we have to ensure the not assigned column should be 0. If the balance is there in the not assigned column, system will not allow the user to post the payment. Do one thing here. Here you have some space, right? Please write down. To post the payment, the not assigned column should be 0. For that, For that, the amount entered should be set off against the invoice amount. Should be set off against the invoice amount. For this purpose, the amount entered should be equal to amount due on the invoice. Should be equal to amount due on the invoice. Look at the screen, please. Here, there should not be any balance in the not assigned column. So for that purpose, amount entered should be assigned to invoice amount. Again, to assign the amount entered to the invoice amount, the amount entered should be equal to amount due on the invoice. Suppose if the amount entered is not equal to amount due on the invoice, then that is called part payment. So how the part payments are processed, that will come after this topic. But for the time being, I am showing you how to process full payments, right? So here amount entered is equal to amount due on the invoice. So we can directly set off. But how to set off? See the material carefully. Keep the cursor on amount entered and double click on amount field of the invoice, purchase invoice, against which we want to post the outgoing payment. See, keep the cursor on amount entered and double click on amount field of the purchase invoice, against which you want to post outgoing payment. Means here keep the cursor on amount entered and left click. See, cursor is blinking there. Then double click on amount column of the purchase invoice. Again I am doing, just observe it. See, keep the cursor on amount entered and left click. Double click on invoice amount. Now look at the screen. Amount entered is 2 lakhs. Assigned is 2 lakhs. Assigned to what? Assigned to invoice. And not assigned 0. Now you can post the payment. So in order to post the payment, always the not assigned column should be 0. Click on save. See, document 4,01,000 was posted in the company code 3366. So here, the document type for the payment is KZ. And for the KZ document type, yesterday we have defined the number ranges 4,01,000 to 5 lakhs. And this is the first payment we have posted. So the system has taken the first document number. Now, check vendor line item display, FBL51. And before that, let us display the payment document. See here, cash account is created, posting key 50, and Ratna Enterprise Limited is debited, posting key 25. So posting key 25 means debit for vendor for payment. You can write this point here itself. Posting key 15, debit for vendor for payment. See, Srinivas, if you have more than one invoice, you can set off against the required invoice. But for that purpose, the amount entered should be equal to amount of that invoice. Otherwise, it becomes as a part payment. If you have more than one invoice, right, against the required invoice, you have to double click, nothing else.
Okay.
Yeah. So difference posting means payment difference. Suppose, for example, see the question posted by Chandrasekhar. What is difference posting? Difference posting means, suppose for example, you have to make a payment of $10,000, but you have done a payment of $9,000. So why? Because the remaining 1,000 you got as a cash discount received. In that case, click on the difference posting and you enter the account for which the difference is to be transferred and the amount you have to transfer. That is called difference posting. Then the remaining $1,000 will be transferred to cash discount received account. Now, let us display the line items. FBL1N. Vendor is equal to 1,501. Vendor account is 1,501. Company code 3366. Select to open items. Select to open items. Operated key date 29/11/2017. Means as on this day, I want to display what are the invoices pending for payment for this vendor 1,501. Click on execute. See, system is saying that no item selected. Here under the line items status, we have selected open items. So system is saying that there is no any open items because we have paid the invoice, right? Suppose I want to display what are all the invoices paid for this vendor. In that case, select the cleared items, click on execute. See, invoice document number 3,01,000 was cleared with the payment document number 4,01,000. KR is the invoice document number, KZ is the payment document number. See, the amount to be paid to this vendor still is 0. Suppose if you go to FK10N, vendor account balance. See, debit is equal to credit. Now, what is the total amount of payables now? If you go to FS10N, display GL account balance, and you display the balance in the sundry creditors account, 1,505. There is a balance of 1 lakh only. Yesterday, total sundry creditors are 3 lakhs. Today you have paid 2 lakhs to some of the vendors. Now your sundry creditors have been reduced to 1 lakh. That's how with every transaction you post in accounts payable, the GL account in the general ledger, that is sundry creditors, which is a reconciliation account, is updated. That's why the accounts payable module is called subsidiary ledger, wherein we can have the details of the postings. But in the summary of the details of the postings of these transactions in accounts payable, the summary of the postings done in accounts payable is reflected in the reconciliation account in the general ledger. That's how the accounts payable and general ledger are integrated. So what is the integration point between general ledger and accounts payable? Reconciliation account. Now, how to process the part payments? See, part payments. There are two methods to deal with the part payments in SAP. They are partial payment method and residual payment method. So I will show you both the methods. Then after that, let us discuss which method we use in the real time. So first let us try to understand the features of each of the method. Partial payment method. Under this method, the system displays both the amount of the invoice and the part payments made as open items. Please remember, literal meaning of open is pending. So under the partial payment method, the system displays both the amount of the invoice and the part payments made as open items. When the total of the part payments made is equal to amount of the invoice, the part payments are cleared against the invoice amount. So while doing the step, I will explain. So in order to make the part payment, we have to have one invoice, no? So let us post one purchase invoice. So posting of the purchase invoice, F-43. Document date is 29/11/2017. Document date is 29/11/2017. Type is KR. Company code 3366. Posting date 29/11/2017. Period 11. Currency USD. Posting key 31. Account is 1,05,001. Click on enter. Amount is 25,000. Business area 3366. Payment terms 0001. Baseline date 29/11/2017. Text being raw material purchased.
Sir,
Yes.
hello.
Yeah, tell me.
In the invoice, one field will be there, no, sir, payment block, and
That we will discuss later.
in the text. Okay.
You are talking about this, right?
Yes, right, exactly.
Yeah, I will explain this. Because there are three types of payment blocks, right? That we will discuss at the time of automatic payment program.
Okay, sir.
Text is equal to being raw material purchased. Posting key 40. Account is 2,120,000. Click on enter. Amount is asterisk. Business area 3366. Text plus. Click on save. So out of 25,000 amount of invoice, you have paid only 15,000. Let us assume. So this is the part payment. See the step number 2. Posting of part payment F-53. Document date is 29/11/2017. Type is KZ. Company code 3366. Posting date 29/11/2017. Period 11. Currency USD. Under bank data, account is 2,100,000. Business area 3366. Amount is 15,000. Text being part payment to vendor. Text being part payment to vendor. Under open selection, account is 1,05,001. Click on process open items. See here, amount entered is 15,000. Amount of invoice is 25,000. See, whenever the user notices that amount entered is less than the amount of the invoice, then that is the part payment. So here, if you try to use the same procedure, right, still there is a balance of 10,000. In that case, you cannot post, right? Because there should not be any balance in the not assigned column. So, how to process these part payments? We are using partial payment method, right? So click on partial payment tab. This is the partial payment tab. Double click on net amount column and payment amount column. Look at the screen carefully. Double click on net amount column and payment amount column. See, not SN has become 0 now. Click on save. If you display the document, entry will be same. Vendor account to cash, 15,000. See the next step. Display line items of the vendor, FBL1N. Vendor account is 1,05,001. Company code 3366. Select to open items. Open at key date 29/11/2017. Layout is one SAP. Click on execute. Look at the screen, everybody, please carefully. Here, 25,000 invoice is open item because the status is red color. So, 25,000 invoice is shown as open item. How can you say this 25,000 is invoice? Document type KR. Similarly, 15,000 payment document because document type is KZ. So, the 15,000 is also shown as open item. This is what I told you. This is what happens in the case of partial payment method. So, still you have to pay 10,000. So, how you have to interpret like this? Here, 25,000 invoice amount is pending and also party payment is also pending. Pending for what? Here, invoice of 25,000 is pending to be cleared. The invoice is pending to be cleared. And the party payment is pending to be set off against invoice. That's how we have to interpret. The invoice is pending to be cleared and the party payment is pending to be set off against the invoice. This is the line item display status in the case of partial payment method. If you go to FK10N, vendor account balance display. Balance is 10,000 only. Means whether it is the full payment or part payment, vendor account balance is as usually updated. Only the difference is with reference to display of line items. Now let us assume that you have paid the remaining amount. Step number 4. Post the remaining outgoing part payment. F-53. Document date is 29/11/2017. Type is KZ. Company code 3366. Posting date 29/11/2017. Period 11. Currency USD. Under bank data, account is 2,100,000. Business area 3366. Amount is equal to 10,000. Text being final payment to vendor. Text being final payment to vendor. Under OP item selection, account is 1,05,001. Click on process open items. Click on partial payment method. Double click on net amount column and payment amount column against the invoice document number. It is important. Against the invoice document number. So you can identify the invoice document number with the document type KR. So you have to double click on net amount column and payment amount column. We have to double click on net amount column and payment amount column against this invoice document number. Double click on net amount column and payment amount column. 1 second. In this example, we remember the account number. So we are entering the vendor account directly. Okay. When there are many vendors payments, how do we identify the vendor? Good question. See here, what happens is, when you are using SAP, we never make the payments to vendors manually. Very rarely only you issue the checks or we make the payments to vendors manually. There is one program which is called automatic payment program. So we always make the payments to vendors using automatic payment program. In that case, the system automatically posts the accounting entries. It's not necessary for the user to remember the vendor numbers. But sometimes, right, when you make the payment to vendor manually, we have to remember. Very rarely only we make the payments to vendors manually. In that case, it's very easy to remember the vendor number, no? Because we do the posting immediately. Okay, Teja, got it? But what is the automatic payment program? We have the separate topic on that which runs for 4 days. At that time, I will explain. Now, double click on net amount column and payment amount column. Click on save. See, FBL1N. See the next step. Display vendor line items. FBL1N. Vendor is equal to 1,05,001. Company code 3366. Select to open items. Opened key date 29/11/2017. Layout is one SAP. Click on execute. See here, even though you need not pay anything, means the balance is 0, but there are 3 open items. First one is invoice. The second 2 items, the next 2 line items are part payments. And the invoice is credit. Payments are debit. Now the sum of the part payments are equal to amount due on the invoice, or the sum of the debits are equal to sum of the credits. Now you can set up them. At this point of time, if you go to FK10N, display vendor account balance. Vendor account shows 0 balance only. Debit is equal to credit, right? Vendor account shows 0 balance only. But only the difference is with reference to line items. There are 3 open items. Now the sum of the part payments or the sum of the debits is equal to credits. Now you can set off. That is the next step. Clearing of part payments against the invoice. F-44. Account is 1,05,001. Click on process open items. Double click on all the line items. Top to bottom, bottom to top, or randomly. But you have to double click on all the line items. Click on save. See the next step. Vendor line item display. FBL1N. Vendor account is 1,05,001. Company code is equal to 3366. Select to open items. Opened key date 29/11/2017. Layout is one SAP. Click on execute. See, there is no any open items. That's how the part payments are processed. This is one method, partial payment method. Then residual payment method. Under this method, only the remaining amount is shown as open item. Yes, these are only for manual postings only. And one more thing, displaying the line items is not compulsory. Just for your understanding purpose, how the flow in the accounts are there. I am showing you display of line items this many number of times. But in the real time, the user will be going on posting the part payments. Then at a period of time, at a particular point of time, he will display line items. Then whenever there are debits are equal to credits, he will clear them in F-44. Now, residual payment method. Under this method, only the remaining amount is shown as open item. Remaining amount. In our previous example, the invoice amount is 25,000, but you have paid 15,000. Then remaining amount means 10,000. So only 10,000 will be shown as open item. But for this, the system clears the total amount of the invoice. See, clearing the payments is not mandatory because account balance are reflected, no? But to see that the account is clean, right, generally we perform F-44. Okay. So under this method, only the remaining amount is shown as open item. For this, the system clears the total amount of invoice. Means vendor is debited with the total amount of invoice and the system creates another line item for the remaining amount. Vendor is again created with the remaining amount of the invoice. So while doing the step, again we'll explain. First, let us post one invoice, F-43. Document date is 29/11/2017. Type is KR. Company code 3366. Posting date 29/11/2017. Period 11. Currency USD. Posting key 31. Account is 1,05,001. Click on enter. Amount is 20,000. Business area 3366. Payment terms 0001. Baseline date 29/11/2017. Text being goods purchased. Text being goods purchased. Posting key 40. Account is 2,120,000. Click on enter. Amount is asterisk. Business area 3366. Text plus. Click on save. So out of this 20,000 invoice, let us assume you have paid 5,000. See the next step. Post the part payment, F-53. So whether it is the full payment or part payment, it is always posted in F-53 only, manually. Document date is 29/11/2017. Type is KZ. Company code 3366. Posting date 29/11/2017. Period 11. Currency USD. Under bank data, account is 1,05,001. Business area 3366. Amount is 5,000. Text being part payment to vendor. Text being part payment to vendor. Under OPM selection, account is, sorry, under bank data, I told you account number 1,05,001. It's not 1,05,001, 2,100. Under bank data, account is 2,100. Under OPM selection, account is 1,05,001. Click on process open items. See, amount entered 5,000, amount of invoice is 20,000. So you cannot directly set up. I want to use residual payment method. So click on residual items tab. Here the logic is simple. If you want to use partial payment method, click on partial payment tab. And if you want to use residual payment method, click on residual items tab, nothing else. Click on residual items tab. Double click on net amount column and residual items column. Look at the screen again. Double click on net amount column. Double click on residual items column. See, only the remaining amount is taken as O in the residual items. Click on save. Now look at the screen, everybody. Here, cash account, posting key 50. So the cash account is created with actual amount of payment. Then Ratna Enterprises, posting key 25. Means posting key 25 means what? Debit for vendor, right? So vendor is debited with the total amount of invoice. This is what I said in the notes. The system clears the open items. The system clears the total amount of the invoice. The system clears total amount of invoice. Means vendor is debited with the total amount of invoice. Till now clear? Then see Ratna Enterprises, posting key 36, amount 15,000. Posting key 36 means credit for vendor for payment difference. Do one thing, write down this point here. Here you have some space, no? Please write down there. Posting key 36. Posting key 36. Credit for vendor for payment difference. Posting key 36. Credit for vendor for payment difference. So here vendor is again credited with the remaining amount. Okay. Now here the vendor line item is in blue color. So whenever you notice any line item is blue color, we have to understand some information is due there. Unless you provide that information, you cannot post that document. See, if you click on save, it says that correct the marked line items. So what is the information that is due there? Double click on the blue line item. Then the system will take you to the field where the information is required. So double click on blue line item. See, text is required, right? Text being remaining amount due. Click on save. See the last step. Display vendor line items. FBL1N. Vendor is equal to 1,05,001. Company code 3366. Select to open items. Operate key date 29/11/2017. Layout is one SAP. Click on execute. See, only 15,000 is shown as open it. This is the remaining amount. So generally, this is the difference between partial payment method and residual payment method. Generally, we follow the partial payment method because on one hand, you can see the list of invoices due. On the other hand, you can see the list of part payments done. So based on the user requirement, he can set off the required part payments against the required invoices. Now let us assume that we have made the remaining 15,000 payment. How that is done? It is not there, just look at the screen. F-53. It is the layout of the fields in the line item display. Document date is 29/11/2017. Type is KZ. Company code 3366. Posting date 29/11/2017. Period 11. Currency USD. Under bank data, account is 2,100,000. Business area 3366. Amount is equal to 15,000. Text being payment to vendor or final payment. Under open selection, account is 1,05,001. Click on process open items. See, amount entered is equal to amount due on the invoice. Amount due on the invoice, not amount of the invoice I told you. So, amount entered is equal to amount due on the invoice. So, we can directly set up. There is no concept of part payment here now. So, keep the cursor on amount entered, double click on invoice amount and see not assigned has become 0. Click on save. If you go to FBL1N, no item selected. This is how we can process the part payments. Then house banks. So house banks topic will start in tomorrow's class. Chandrasekhar, you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Yeah. I will tell you. Akila, you have any questions? Anil. Okay. Gadi.
Sir, in first method, hello.
Yeah. It is listening to you.
Sir, in the first method, actually we have set up. So we have cleared, right?
Yeah.
Payments of part payments of 2 line items.
Yes.
Equals to the invoice amount, right?
Yes.
If we have 10 invoices, how can we check that, sir?
See, against the respective invoices, suppose you have the 6 line items, right? 6 part payments, and these sum of the 6 part payments are equal to sum of the 3 invoices. In that case, you double click on respect to 3 invoices and respect to 6 part payments.
Once all the part payments equals to the 3 invoices.
Exactly.
If 2 part payments equals to 1 invoice, then we cannot. How can we identify, sir?
Come again. See here, if you want to clear the open items in the partial payment method, the sum of the credits should be equal to sum of the debits. Suppose 3 debits are equal to 1 credit. Debit means payment, right? So if 3 part payments are equal to 1 invoice, you can set off. Suppose if 3 part payments are equal to sum of the 2 invoices, then these 3 part payments can be set off against the 2 invoices. Suppose if nothing is equal to no invoice, we cannot set off.
Okay.
Got it or not?
Still, I have a doubt, sir.
Do it in the practice, right? Then
Yeah.
you do one thing.
Okay.
Tomorrow before the class, right? Before coming to the class, post some invoices, post some part payments in the same vendor.
Yes.
Then I will show you.
Yes, sir.
Hmm?
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Khalid, you have any questions? Okay, Madhusudan. Okay. Purushottam. Okay. Srinivas.
No, sir.
Okay. Teja. See, one question has posted by Teja. See, can you tell once the difference between posting key 15 and 16, right? Yeah. See here, I am posting one part payment for the second vendor. Okay. F-53. Document date 29/11/2017. Under bank data, account is 1,05,002. Business area 3366. Amount is 75,000. Text being part payment to vendor. Bank data. Account is 2,100,000. Under open selection, account is 1,05,002. Click on process open items. Click on residual payments tab. Double click on net amount column and payment amount column. Click on save. See, posting key. I think it's not posting key 15, posting key 25. Teja, posting key 15 is related to account receivables. Am I right? You are talking about the difference between 25 and 36, right? Okay. So double click on, see here, vendor is debited with the total amount of invoice, posting key 25. Now 36 is there. So why the system is using 36 here? First let us complete the step, then I will explain. Double click on blue line item. Text being remaining amount due to vendor. Let us display the line items now. Now, look at the screen. Here in the vendor account, there is an open item of 25,000. So whether this invoice, this 25,000 is due towards the original amount of invoice or towards the part payment. See, still we have to pay 25,000 to the vendor. Fine. But this 25,000 is due to the vendor towards the full amount of the invoice or part payment of invoice. Here, just now you have posted. Just now you have posted. That's why you know that this 25,000 is due towards the part payment of the invoice. But after 1 month, you are looking at this open item. In that case, how can you know? For that, we use the posting key. You can click on the change layout. You just add the posting key. See here, for this line item, posting key 36. Posting key 36 means credit for vendor for payment difference. So user can easily understand, okay, this is not the original amount of the invoice. The original amount of the invoice was something else. You might have done some part payment. So this 25,000 is remaining amount towards that part payment. That's why SAP uses the another posting key in this case. Clear, Teja?
Yes, sir. Super. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, then see you tomorrow same time. Good night and good day. So we are in accounts payable. So today in accounts payable, we have to start the topic house banks. So first I will explain what is the concept of house banks. See here, every client company, we maintain different type of accounts with the different banks or with the different branches of the same banking organization. So in SAP terminology, the banking organization or the branch of the banking organization at which we maintain different type of accounts are called house banks. See, banking organizations or bank branches are called house banks in SAP. The accounts maintained at the house banks are called account IDs. For example, we are maintaining accounts at a HSBC Lakeland branch, and also we are maintaining accounts at a Citibank main branch. So in this case, HSBC Lakeland branch and a Citibank main branch, they are called house banks in SAP. Then at every house bank, we maintain different type of accounts. Like for example, at the HSBC Lakeland branch, we are maintaining current account. So in Asian countries, it is called current account, but in US, it is called checking account. So we are maintaining current account and working capital loan account. Working capital loan account or overdraft account or other cash credit. So again, at the Citibank main branch, we are also maintaining current account and working capital loan account. So in this case, the current account we maintain at the HSBC branch, working capital loan account we maintain at the HSBC branch, and the current account and working capital loan account we maintain at the Citibank main branch are called account IDs. So here in SAP, for every address of the banking organization, address of the banking organization means bank branch. So for every branch of the banking organization where we maintain the accounts are created as house banks. Then for each of these account IDs, first we maintain the corresponding GL accounts in FI. And these GL account numbers are assigned in the house bank master records. Then only we can process the business transactions relating to vendors through checks. Till then, we cannot use the bank accounts. So if this is the case, even in the normal accounting also, we maintain 4 ledger accounts like current account at HSBC Lakeland branch, working capital loan account at HSBC Lakeland branch, and current account at Citibank main branch, working capital loan account at Citibank main branch. Like that, even in the normal accounting also, we maintain 4 ledger accounts. In SAP also, we have to maintain 4 ledger accounts. In addition to that, for each account, we maintain one account ID, and this account ID is assigned in the house bank master record along with the GL account number. So first we will see how to maintain the corresponding GL accounts in FI. Then we will see how to maintain the house bank master records, etc. etc. See the first step in the material. Do one thing, write in the notes, put heading house banks. Put heading house banks. The house banks are used. Number 1, to process the payments to vendors through bank. Number 2, to process the receipts from customers. to process the receipts from customers through bank. Number 3, to process automatic payment transactions. To process automatic payment transactions. Okay, so these are the 3 uses of house banks in SAP. Now see the first step in the material, creation of GL account, bank account. Here the assumption is we are maintaining current account or checking account at HSBC main branch. So first we have to maintain the GL account for the current account. So current account means cash at bank account, right? So creation of GL account, HSBC bank account. Creation of GL account, HSBC bank account. So bank account or cash at bank, both are same, right? And cash at bank is part of our current assets. So first let us check the account groups. OBD4. See, we have an account group, current assets, loans and advances. So the cash at the bank is to be created under this account group, and we have to take a number between these 2 numbers. Already we have taken 2,100,000 for cash account. So I am taking 2,101,000. Transaction code FS00. GL account is equal to 2,101,000. Company code 3366. Company code 3366. So here we can create this GL account in the normal way. Normal way means go to menu, GL account, create and so on, right? But here I am going to show you one more method wherein we can create a GL account by taking the another GL account as template. For example, already we have created cash account, and whatever the fields you have maintained for the cash account are also to be maintained for bank account. Only the difference is short text and long text. In that case, we can create this bank account using cash account as template. Just to show you this additional functionality, right? I am showing you this function. So for that, click on with the template. This is called with the template. GL account is equal to 2,100,000. GL account is equal to 2,100,000. Company code 3366. Company code 3366. Means in this company code 3366, I want to take the GL account number 2,100,000 as template. Click on enter. See, whatever the fields you have selected for 2,100,000 are automatically populated here. See. So it is enough if you change the short text and long text. Short text and long text is equal to HSBC bank account. HSBC bank account. And select relevant to cash flow checkbox. It was already selected. Click on save. Suppose you are maintaining overdraft account at the HSBC main branch. In that case, again we have to maintain one more GL account for that OCC account or overdraft account. So, but the overdraft account is part of our current liabilities. Accordingly, we have to take the number. So in that way, we have to maintain a corresponding GL account for every account you maintain at the house bank. Now, see the next step. Creation of house bank and assignment of GL account number in the house bank. Transaction code FI12. Company code is equal to 3366. Click on enter. Click on new entries. House bank. So HSBC main branch. So for this house bank, we have to maintain one account. We have to give one identification. Let us use HSBC M. HSBC means bank name, M for main branch. We can use numbers also. Just like that I am using HSBC M. House bank is equal to HSBC M. Bank country is equal to US. Bank country is equal to US. Bank key is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Give some number. I will tell you what is the bank key. Bank key is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You have some space in the material, I think. 1 second. Go back to notes, please. Go back to notes, please. Put heading bank key. Put heading bank key. It is the unique identification. It is the unique identification given by the central bank of the country, given by the central bank of the country to the other banking organizations, operating in that country. This key is used to identify the bank and its branch. In the clearing transactions. See, for example, in India, it is called IFSC code. In US, I think it is called routing number. Similarly, in UK, it is called bank code. Like that, this bank key is represented with different names with different countries. Here, this bank key is given by the apex bank of the country. Every country will have its own central bank, which is responsible for the proper functioning of all other banks operating in that country. So that apex bank or the central bank will give one number to every other banking organization. Then that banking organization will give one more number to every one of its branch, which includes the number given by central bank. For example, if you take India, Reserve Bank of India is the central bank of the country, right? And we have the ICICI Bank in India. So the Central Bank of India, Reserve Bank of India, will give one number to the ICICI Bank. That number is ICIC. Then ICICI is having nearly 2,000 branches all over India. Then the management of this ICICI Bank will give one number to every one of its branch. That number should include the letters given by Central Bank of India. For example, if you take Hyderabad, Khairatabad branch of ICICI, it will have one number, ICIC 0001111. This is called IFSC code. So the purpose of IFSC code is to identify the branch and its bank. The purpose of the IFSC code is to identify the bank and its branch in the clearing transactions and bank transfers. So ICIC 0001111 means ICIC means ICICI Bank. 0001111 means Hyderabad branch. That is the purpose of this IFSC code. So like that, every company, every bank branch will have one code That code is denoted with different names in different countries. That code is to be entered in SAP in the bank keep field. Just like that I have entered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nothing else. Then click on save. After clicking on save, in your material, one word is missing. After clicking on save, please write down. Click on change button. Click on change button. Bank name is equal to HSBC Bank. Bank name is equal to HSBC Bank. Look at the screen. Here we can enter the bank branch. We can enter the bank name, region, street, city, branch. Like that, we can enter the branch details of the bank. Now, continue. Go back to notes, please, again. Swift. Swift code. Heading is Swift code. Heading is Swift code. Swift code. Swift stands for Swift stands for Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial and Telecommunications. Financial and Telecommunications. This code is used to identify the bank, its branch, and the country in the international clearing transactions. Look at the screen. Here we can enter the Swift code. See, if your client is engaged in international business and is processing international payments to vendors, international receipts from customers, then the Swift code is to be entered here. So here we don't have all this information. That's why I'm entering only bank name. That's it. Click on enter and save. Then double click on bank accounts. Click on new entries. See here in the company code 3366, in the house bank HSBC M, means in the HSBC main branch we are maintaining current account. So for that current account you have to give one identification, that is called account ID. Let us say HSBC C. C for current account or checking account. You can give numbers also. Account ID is equal to HSBC C. Description: checking account at HSBC main branch. Checking account at HSBC main branch. Account number, bank account number 123. Bank account number 123. Within brackets, account number given by bank. Account number given by bank. See, for every operatable account, the bankers will give one number, no? That number is called account number, and that account number has to be entered here. GL account is equal to 2,101. This is what you have created just now in the general ledger accounting. Currency USD. Currency USD. That's how the bank GL account number is linked with the house bank. By assigning the GL account number in the house bank and the account ID, it is linked with the house banks. Click on Save. Click yes on the message. This is the first time you are doing in this particular server, no? Now, the most important point here you have to remember, that is, we have to maintain account ID. We have to maintain account ID only for those accounts which are operatable. Very, very important. We have to maintain the account ID only for those accounts which are operatable. Means into that account you should be able to deposit the checks for collection. You should be able to issue the checks to vendors for payments. So for that operatable account only, we have to maintain the account ID. For example, with the HSBC main branch, you have done one-time deposit or fixed deposit. In India, it is called fixed deposit. In some other countries, it is called time deposits. So we have done one fixed deposit of 100 crores. In that case, you just maintain one normal GL account in the general ledger. That's it. We don't maintain any account ID for that fixed deposit account because you cannot operate the fixed deposit account. Clear? Very, very important. Okay. Do one thing. You have some space here, right? Please write down there. We have to maintain the account IDs. We have to maintain the account IDs. For each operatable account only. For each operatable account only. Clear? Now, see the step number 3. Creation of check lots. See, for every operatable account, the bankers will give us checkbook, right? So that checkbook is called check lot in SAP terminology. So we have to maintain the information of the checkbook into SAP system. That is called creation of check lots. Means what is the checkbook number we have received? What is the from check number to check number? And what is the date of receipt of checkbook? So all this information is to be maintained into the system. Then only we can use the checks to make the payments to vendors. That is called creation of check lots. Transaction code FCHI. Paying company code is equal to 3366. Paying company code is equal to 3366. House bank is equal to HSBCM. Account ID HSBCC. Account ID HSBCC. Click on change button. This is called change button. Click on create button. This is the create button. Lot number 1 means this is the first checkbook we have received. Check number 101 to 200 means we have received 100 check leaves from number to number. Then short information is equal to check lot number 1. Purchase date is equal to 30th/11/2017. 30th/11/2017. In India today is 30th. One second. Say in India, today it is 30th 11. Okay. So purchase date means it is the date of receipt of checkbook. So all this information is maintained relating to checkbook in the creation of check lots. Now, very, very important field is there, non-sequential. This field is very, very important. Go back to notes, please. Put heading, creation of check lots. Put heading, creation of check lots. Under that, non-sequential. Non-sequential. If this indicator is selected, we can use and issue the checks. We can use and issue the checks in any order. In any order. That is 101.
Can you repeat once again, sir?
Yeah, sure. Heading is creation of check lots. Under that subheading, non-sequential checkbox. If this indicator is selected, we can use and issue the checks. We can use and issue the checks in any order. In any order. That is 101, 105, 115, 102, and so on. Means we can use the checks in any random order, provided it is selected. Continue. If this indicator is not selected, we can use and issue the checks. We can use and issue the checks only in the sequential order. Only in the sequential order. That is 101, 102, 103, 104, and so on. Clear for everybody? Continue. For the check lots, used for the automatic payment program, this indicator should not be selected. This indicator should not be selected. This indicator should not be selected. So what is the automatic payment program? Why this indicator should not be selected? We will discuss later on. We have the separate topic on automatic payment program. At that time, I will tell you. But for the time being, this is the significance of selecting and not selecting non-sequential checkbox. So here I'm not selecting this non-sequential checkbox. Purchase date is equal to 30th/11/2017. Click on enter and save. So from now onwards, we can use the bank account and checks to make the payments to vendors. How? Let us see now. So in order to make the payment to vendor, we have to have one invoice, no? So let us post one purchase invoice, F-43. Document date is 30th/11/2017. Document date is 30th/11/2017. Type is KR, purchase invoice. Company code 3366. Posting date 30th/11/2017. Period 11. Currency USD. Posting key 31. Account is vendor number. Posting key 31 means credit for vendor. Account is 1,05,001. Vendor number. Click on enter. Amount is 50,000. Business area 3366. Payment terms 0001. Baseline date 30th/11/2017. Text being goods purchased. Text being goods purchased. Posting key 40. Account is 2,120,000. Click on enter. Amount is asterisk. Business area 3366. Text plus. Click on save. See, document 3,13,000 was posted in the company code 3366. So let us assume that we have issued the check to this vendor for payment. So here you have the two types of payments to vendors available in SAP. Manual issue of checks. Then checks issued through automatic payment program. As I said, what is automatic payment program? Probably it will come day after tomorrow's class. Right? Tomorrow we have another topic. Day after tomorrow's class, it will come, I think. Anyhow, we will discuss later. So you have the two payments, two types of payments. Manual payment means checks issued manually to the vendor. Then checks issued to vendor through automatic payment program. So what is automatic payment program? We will discuss later. Now I am going to show you how to process manual payments to vendors. So we have issued the check manually to vendor. Then that payment, the vendor has given the receipt. That receipt we are entering into system. So when you make the payment to vendor through check, what is the account to be created? Bank account. That is only the difference. Till now we have been creating cash account, right? So from now onwards we can use the bank account. Everything else is same. Procedure is also very same. Payment of invoice using bank account. F-53. Document date is 30th/11/2017. Type is equal to KZ. Company code 3366. Posting date 30th/11/2017. Period 11. Currency USD. Under bank data, account is 2,101,000. Bank GL account number. This is only the difference. Till now we have been using cash account 2,100,000, right? Now I am using 2,101,000. Business area 3366. Amount is 50,000. You can make the full payment or part payment using the bank account, but the process is very same. Text being payment to vendor. Text being payment to vendor.
Can you tell me what is value date here?
Huh? Value date.
Value date.
Okay. See, already I've explained you in the general ledger, but anyhow, see, value date means expected date of realization of funds involved in the bank instruments. Today we have issued the check, and the value date is 30th 11 itself, because here the assumption is like this, the implication is like this. Today we have issued the check to the vendor, and we are expecting that this check will be presented to the bank today itself. So you have to make the funds ready today itself. Actually, I did not enter the value date here. It came automatically. Why? If you go to OBY6, global parameters, we have selected define default value date. If you go back and see the notes, I told you that by selecting this indicator, system automatically takes the current date as value date. Clear? If necessary, we can change the value date. Suppose if we change the value date here as 5 December 2017, then this information is passed on to Treasury Management Department that today we have issued the check on 30th 11 for $50,000. We are expecting that the check will be presented to bankers for payment on 5th December. So by 5th December, please see that funds are available in the bank. That is the use of this value date. Clear, Chandrasekhar?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Under open selection, account is 1,05,001. This is the vendor to whom you have done the payment.
Hello.
Yes, Srinivas.
Hello.
Yes, Srinivas.
Sir, before we are going to make the payment through cash account now, sir.
Yeah.
Now we have entered bank account. Generally, in which way we will make payment to vendors, sir?
Through bank only. Through bank only.
Bank.
Yeah. Please remember, I am talking about India. If the amount of any transaction exceeds 150 rupees, it has to be processed through bank. And also, you cannot make the payments to vendors through physical cash. Okay. So how to process PDC? That we will discuss later. Rohit.
Sir, now we are processing account here through FI Fund 53.
Sorry.
If we change the value date to 5th of December,
Okay.
and also I am going and clicking on process open items
Okay.
and releasing a standard payment,
Okay.
full payment.
Yeah.
Then based on this value date, the amount will be released or it will be withheld, intimating the other department, stating the amount will be realized on.
Exactly, you are right. The cash planning department will assume that a check will be coming to the bank on 5th December, and as on 5th December, they see that the funds are available in the bank. So Rohit, PDC means right post-dated checks. That is processed in a different way. That is coming later, right, in account receivables, not here. Yeah. So account is 1,05,001. Click on process open items. 1 second. Yeah, dash 53. Account is 2,01,01. Business area 3366. Amount is 50,000. Text being payment to vendor. Account is vendor number 1,05,01. Click on process open items. Who has posted this many number of invoices? See, I request everybody, right? Don't use our class company code. For your practice purpose, don't use your class company code. Create your own company code, right? From the class point of view, it's very serious. I request everybody very cordially not to use our class company code for your practice purpose. Create your own company code, do the practice in your own company code. Because I'm following a predefined procedure so that you can understand the total accounting process. So I request everybody very cordially, right? Don't use our company code for your practice. Now, see here, we have number of invoices here for this vendor. So against which invoice this payment was done? Against this invoice. As far as other invoices are concerned, this is the part payment. So out of the list of invoices, this amount entered is equal to amount due on the invoice, last invoice, right? So we can directly set up this payment. Keep the cursor on amount entered, double click on invoice amount. See here, not assigned has become 0 now. And whoever have posted these invoices, I request them to clear these invoices after the class. Click on save. Click on save. Now go to menu document display. See here, Ratna Enterprise Limited is debited and HSBC bank account is credited. So in the place of cash account, bank account is credited. Okay, that's how we can process the payments through bank. Now, manual check updation. Manual check updation. What is the meaning of check updation? Even in the normal accounting also, you have to maintain the details of the checks issued to different vendors. See, for every check on the left hand side, there will be check count file. Sometimes some banks will give you some blank pages at the end of the checkbook. In that case, in those blank pages, you maintain the date, check number, to whom you have issued the check, for how much amount you have issued check. So all these details are maintained in the blank pages or in the check counter files in the normal accounting. So even the same information can be maintained in SAP. So in SAP, there is one register which is called check register. So in the check register, we can maintain the details of all the checks. We can maintain the details of all the checks. Means what is the check number, to whom you have issued, on which date you have issued. So all this information you can maintain in the check register. That is called manual check updation. When you say manual check updation, it implies automatic check updation also, right? So how the checkbook is automatically updated, that we will discuss in automatic payment program. For the time being, I am showing you manual check updation, FCH5. Payment document number is equal to 4,10,000. Payment document number is equal to 4,10,000. Paying company code 3366. Paying company code 3366. Fiscal year 2017. House Bank HSBCM. account ID HSBCC, check number 101. Check number 101. See, for example, if I give 102, see what happens. The next free number in lot 0001 is 101. I told you, no. If the non-sequential checkbox is not selected, we can use the checks only in sequential order, right? So check number 101. Check number 101. Click on save. Click on save. Now, after clicking on save, write down city is equal to Washington. City is equal to Washington. Look at the screen, please, everybody. Here, when you click on save, the system has taken the vendor number automatically. Ratna Enterprises Limited. Amount automatically, right? Then payment date automatically was taken by the system. Country was automatically taken by the system. From where the system has taken this information? Sorry. From the payment document. Payment document is nothing but your accounting entry, right? In that accounting entry, we have the vendor name, vendor number. So from the vendor master record, the system has taken the country. But system did not take city. Why? In the vendor master record, we did not maintain the city, no? That's why it is asking us to maintain the city here. Clear? Now, click on save. Now your checklist is updated. But I'm not updating this. I'm going to show you one more function. Here, I did not update the check register. For example, I'm going to show you one more function, very important. See, for the bank account, we have selected relevant to cash flow checkbox. I told you that this relevant to cash flow checkbox will be selected only for cash accounts and bank accounts. With the help of this indicator being selected, the system will identify the payment document. What exactly is that? We have selected this relevant to cash flow checkbox for cash account in the general ledger. Again now in the bank account, right? I am going to show you its effect now. I am deselecting relevant to cash flow checkbox now. Now I am trying to update the checklist again. FCH5. I hope everybody is following. I did not update the check register. Now I have deselected relevant to cash flow checkbox for the bank account. Now I am going to update the check register. Let us see what happens. 101. Check number 101. Click on save. See the error message given by system. Document 3366 2017 4,10,000 is not a payment document. Because relevant to cash flow checkbox is not selected. That is the impact of selecting relevant to cash flow checkbox. I told you in the general ledger. I will explain you this point later on. Clear for everybody? So let us go back. Let us select this again. In the bank account. Let us update the check register now. See? No issues, Srinivas. No issues. I am CCC. Sometimes it happens, right? Everybody is very busy, no? So sometimes it happens. Don't worry. I am not pointing out anybody. Now see, it came to next screen. City, Washington. Click on save. See here. Check 3366 HSBCM, HSBCC 101 created manually. This is called updation of check register. So remaining things we will see in tomorrow's class. Chandrasekhar, you have any questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Akila, you have any questions? Okay. Anil? Okay, Madhusudan. Gadi, Hima Sailaja, okay. Khalid, okay. Purushottam, okay. Roni, I'm sorry, Rohit. Any questions relating to this? Okay. Srinivas,
Sir, I have a question related to partial payment.
tell me.
Sir, for a vendor, some invoices will be there, sir.
Okay.
So I have made a partial payment for one of the invoice. For vendor, so many invoices are there. So for invoice, I have made partial payment for one invoice. So after 4 days, I forgot for which invoice I have made a payment, a partial payment, and how much I have made a partial payment against which document, which invoice.
Okay.
How to see, sir?
Okay. See, at the time of posting the partial payment, right, we have the reference column. Right? In the reference column,
Yes.
you can enter the invoice number given by vendor. So that partial payment is against that invoice. I told you, even at the time of posting the invoice also, in F-43, we have the reference column. So in the reference column, you enter the purchase invoice number given by vendor. And payment also can be tracked according to reference numbers.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, Gadi. Teja, you have any questions? Okay, then see you tomorrow same time. Good night and good day. See, yesterday we have started house banks and we have done up to step number 6, manual check updation. So here the check can be entered manually into check register. That is called manual check updation. Then we have 7th step, display check register. We can display the check register to see the details of the checks issued to different parties. Transaction code FCHEN. Display check register FCHEN. Paying company code is equal to 3366. House bank is equal to HSBC M. House bank is equal to HSBC M. Account ID HSBCC. Click on execute. So this is the check register. See, check number 101. This check number 101 was issued towards the payment document number 4,10,000 and this check was issued on the date 30th/11/2017. In which currency it was issued? US dollar. The amount paid is 50,000 and to whom you have paid? Ratna Enterprise Limited, Washington. So these are the details of the check we can maintain in the check register. So at the extreme right hand side of the screen, if you see, you can see the encashment date. Encashment date means the date on which the check was collected by the vendor or the date on which the check was collected by the payee. That is called encashment date. So if you want, you can update this encashment date also. It is not mandatory. See, at the end of the month, we receive the bank statement. So from the bank statement, you can find out the dates on which the checks issued by you have been encashed. So if necessary and if you want, you can update the encashment date in the register. So how to do that? That is the next step. See, check encashment date update. Check encashment date updation. Transaction code FCH6. Paying company code is equal to 3366. House bank is equal to HSBCM. Account ID HSBCC. Click on enter. Sorry, check number 101. Check number 101. Click on enter. See, encashment date is there. So let us say encashment date is 2/12/2017. Check encashment date is equal to 2/12/2017. Means the check has been issued on 30th/11/2017, but it was encashed on 2/12/2017. Click on save. Now see the material. Display, see the next line, not the next step, next line. Display check register FCHEN and see the check encashment date in the register. So you know how to display check register. That's why I did not give all the steps there again. So let us display the check register FCHEN. Paying company code 3366. House bank HSBCM. Account ID HSBCC. Click on execute. See, on the right hand side, you can see the check encashment date updated. Now, see the next step, unused checks cancellation. Sometimes what happens is, due to mishandling of the checks, some checks are damaged. In that case, we cannot use the damaged checks for transactional purpose. In that case, those checks are to be cancelled. And the information of the checks cancelled should also be maintained in the check register. That is called unused checks cancellation. Transaction code FCH3. Paying company code is equal to 3366. House bank is equal to HSBCM. Account ID HSBCC. Check number is equal to 102. Check number is equal to 102. Then void reason code. Look at the screen, everybody. Void reason code. Void means, the legal meaning of the void is making the instrument useless legally. That is called void. So void reason code means what is the reason for cancelling this check, and it's the mandatory field. So today we are cancelling the check. After some time you display, you know that this check was cancelled. But why? What is the reason? At that time you may want to know the reason for cancellation of check. That's why at the time of cancelling the check itself, it is mandatory to enter the void reason. And some of the void reasons have been created in the system. We can also define our own void reasons. For example, printed incorrectly, that's why I am cancelling. Destroyed or unusable, so I am cancelling. Stolen, I am cancelling. Incorrect lot inserted. Like that, these are the different reasons because of which the checks may have to be cancelled. In that case, and these are the reasons which are already defined in the system. And if necessary, we can also define our own void reasons. But how to define our own void reasons? I will show you in the next step, right? But for the time being, I am using 06. Just like that. Void reason code is equal to 06. Destroyed within brackets. Destroyed / unusable. Destroyed / unusable. Click on void. See, checks 102 to 102 have been voided. And see the next line. Display check register FCHEN and see the check cancellation details in the register. Again, you know how to display check register. Paying company code is equal to 3366. House bank is equal to HSBCM. Account ID HSBCC. Click on execute. See, check 102. Voided by Lakshman. What is the reason? Destroyed and unusable. This is how we can display the details of the checks issued, checks cancelled, checks used in the check register. And see the next step. Creation of void reason code. I told you, we can create our own void reasons. That step I am going to show you now. How to create our own void reason. So who will tell you what are the reasons in which the checks are cancelled? See, in the real-time projects, right, the FI consultant will collect lot of information from the client company, finance and accounts department. For that purpose, there are some standard questionnaires available. So these questionnaires are given to the employees, and the employees have to answer them in a proper manner. So based on that answers he got from the questionnaires, he can find out the business process requirements. So as a process of that process, we ask them, what are the reasons in which you cancel your checks? What are the scenarios and situations in which you cancel your checks? This is the question asked by the consultant to the end users. Then the end users will list out all the situations wherein they are cancelled. And all these scenarios should be created as void reason codes, nothing else. Transaction code FCHV. See, these are the reasons which are already created, right? See, already 20 numbers have been used. So we have to use any number after 20. Click on new entries. Reason is equal to 21. Void reason code is equal to request for demand draft. Request for demand draft. Click on save. So if you have some other reasons, you can enter those numbers and you can enter some other reasons here. Okay. Now, what is the request for demand draft? There is one business scenario. I will tell you one business scenario. Today, we have issued one check to the vendor towards the rent for $10,000. So he has taken the check to his office. But due to some reason, he is requesting us to issue the demand draft instead of the check. So we accept them because obviously he's a landlord, right? We accept him. So we take back the check already issued. We cancel that check. Before issuing the demand draft, we have to cancel the check, no? So at the time of cancelling that check, we have to enter this reason. Clear? So like that, there are many reasons wherein we may have to cancel the checks. So all these reasons are to be created as void reason codes here. Then here, now I am going to show you how to cancel issued checks. In the previous case, we have cancelled unused checks, but sometimes you may have to cancel issued checks. So you might have issued one check to the payee, to a third party, and before it is collected from the bank, you can cancel it. But once it is collected from the bank, you cannot cancel. So here, issued check cancellation means we have to have one check issued, no? So let us post the payment using the bank account. You know how to post the payment using bank account, right? Transaction code F-02. Document date is 1/12/2017. Type is SA. Company code 3366. Posting date 1/12/2017. Period 12. currency USD, posting key 40, account is 4,300,000, click on enter, amount is 15,000, business area 3366, text being rent paid, posting key 50, the account is 2,01,000.
So wrong business area you have entered.
Yeah, account is 2,01,001, amount is asterisk, business area 3366, text place, click on save. So we have issued the check to the landlord for the rent payment. Now see the step number 12, update the check register FCH5. You know how to update again. So payment document number 5, this is the GL document. Paying company code 3366, fiscal year 2017, house bank HSBCM, account ID HSBC, check number 103. Click on enter. Payee name is equal to Mr. X, city Washington, country US. Now the question here is, yesterday when we are updating the check register with the vendor payment, system has taken payee name, country. But now when you have paid the payment, when you have paid the rent to vendor through check, and when you are trying to update the check register, we are entering payee name, city, country. Why so? Because yesterday for the vendor we have maintained the master record. From the master record the system has taken the number, but for the landlord we did not maintain any master record. That's why it is asking us to enter the name, country, state, nothing else. Click on save. Now issued checks cancellation. Now the business scenario is, we have issued the check to vendor, we have issued the check to the landlord for the rent payment. So he has taken the check. Due to some reason, after going back to his office, he asked us to cancel the check and to issue the demand draft in that place. So before issuing the demand draft, first we have to cancel the check issued. No? So how to cancel the check issued? FCH8. Please remember, check is issued but not yet collected. Paying company code is equal to 3366. House bank is equal to HSBCM. Account ID HSBC. Check number 103. Void reason code 21. Now look at the screen please. Here reversal reason is mandatory. Why the reversal reason again mandatory? Here at the time of issuing the check we have posted the entry, no, rent account data to bank. Now when the check is cancelled, that entry has to be reversed, no? So in this case the system automatically reverses the document which was posted for the check payment of rent. So that's why it is asking for the reversal reason. So you know where we have to create reversal reason. You have to go to the transaction code. There we have to create one reversal reason. See, for example, I have already shown you in the general ledger accounting where we can create our own reversal reasons. See, SPRO, financial accounting, general ledger accounting, business transactions, adjustment posting and reversal, define reasons for reversal. So in this particular screen we create the reversal reasons. For example, 48 reasons have been created. Now I am taking 49. Click on new entries. Reason 49, text. Reversal for cancellation of check. Select negative posting. Select alternate posting date. Click on save. So you create this reason in this particular screen. Then that reason can be entered here. For example, reversal reason is equal to 49. Reversal for cancellation of the check. Write down please. Reversal reason is equal to 49. Reversal for cancellation of the check within brackets. Click on cancel payment. Look at the screen. Payment for check 103 was cancelled. Reverse document number 6. So our server has corrupted in between, no? So I have done all the settings, basic settings in the general ledger. But in the general ledger, I did not perform all the functions like recurring documents and all these things. I have posted some number of transactions, that's it. That's why reverse document number is equal to 6. See the next step, next line. Display check register FCHEN and see the check cancellation details in the register. Paying company code 3366. House bank is equal to HSBCM. Account ID HSBCC. Click on execute. See, check 103. First, this was issued towards the payment document number 5. This is the payment date. The amount is 0 because it was negatively posted. Voided by Lakshman. What is the reason? Request for demand draft. So these are the different check management activities. All these activities are called check management activities. Now, correspondence and party statement of account. Correspondence and party statement of account means what? It's an account statement. So you have to send the account statement to the vendors and customers also. The account statement always contains the details of the postings with the vendor and customer. So if you want to generate the account statement to be sent to vendor, how it is to be done? So for that purpose, already one program was defined in the system. So we have to copy that program to our company code. That is the first step. Copy program to company code. Transaction code OB78. Select SAP 06 account statement. So these are the...
Hello.
Yes, Invoice.
Sir, once go to FCHN, sir.
Huh?
Sir, once go to FCHN, sir. Just now even.
Okay.
Sir, check register display. Okay.
Yeah.
Not sir. Just now you have posted one rent account, no, sir. Just now you are sure. Yeah, sir. Here on document payment document number 410. Sir, rent is posted. Payment date today date only, no, sir. There is mentioned 30/11/2017.
Sorry.
Hello. Sir, here payment document number date 30/11/2017 is there, no, sir.
That is yesterday's document.
And today also you have posted one rent account, no, sir.
That is the document number 5. Rent means GL document, no? GL
Okay.
document means system takes the number from SA type.
Okay, okay.
Clear, no?
Sir, little bit doubt is there.
No, I am coming. I am coming to your doubt. See, others also, just observe it. What he is asking is, yesterday we have posted one document, right? Yesterday means 30/11/2017. Then the system has taken the document number 410. But now today we have paid one rent document. We have paid rent business transaction. When you have posted that rent payment, system has taken 5. Why? It is your doubt, right, Srinivas?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Exactly.
Exactly. See here, 410 is the vendor payment document. Vendor payment document type is KZ. So for KZ, we have defined the number ranges from 4 lakh 1 to 5 lakhs. That's why it has taken 4 lakh 10 document. But rent payment is not a vendor payment. It's an expense payment. Expense payment means GL document.
GL.
So what is the document type for the GL? What is the document type for GL, Srinivas?
Yes, SCA, sir.
SCA. So for SCA, we have defined the number ranges 1 to 1 lakh. So already we have posted some 4 documents in general ledger, and this is the 5th document you have posted in the general ledger. So it has taken payment document number 5.
Clear.
Now, copy the program to company code. So these are the different types of correspondences which were already defined in the system. Select SAP 06 account statement. Click on copy as button. Company code is equal to 3366. Click on enter. Click on enter is not there, I think, in the material. Please add it. Click on enter and save. See the next step. Request for correspondence. FB12. Company code is equal to 3366. Click on enter. Double click on SAP 06 account statement. Vendor is equal to 1,501. Postings from 1/11/2017 to 30/11/2017. Here you can enter the period. For which period you want the system to print the account statement, that period you can enter here. I want the account statement to be printed for the month of November. Suppose if you want the system to print the account statement from the beginning of the accounting year, you enter 1/1/2017 to current date. Clear? And the same procedure can be used for printing the account statement for customer also. But here you enter customer number. That's it. Customer number means customer master record. So click on enter. Then maintain the correspondence. F.64. Correspondence is equal to SAP 06. Company code 3366. Click on execute. Keep the cursor on vendor number. Double click on vendor number. Ignore the message. Output device is equal to LP01. Output device means printer. So on which printer you want the system to print the account statement? LP01. Click on enter. See, company Ratna Enterprises Limited. Account statement from November 1st, 2017. This is the US format date. US format date. It is the system default format date. To November 30th, 2017. This is the document number, document date, transaction, currency, amount, clearing document number. Balance carried forward on 1st November 2017, 0. So as on 30th 11, how much you have to pay? Actually need not pay anything. So this many number of transactions you have posted, right? Now, tell me in this account statement, which one is the payment, which one is the invoice? How do you know? Can anybody answer me?
Based on document type, sir.
Exactly. You are right. So based on the document type, we can understand which line item is invoice and which line item is payment. KZ means payment, KR means invoice. You know, you are using SAP in your company. You know that KZ means payment, KR means invoice. No issues. You are sending this statement to the vendor Vendor is a small company. He is not using SAP. He is using a small accounting package, let us say Tally. How does he know that which one is invoice, which one is payment? Of course, with the help of science also, he can understand which one is payment, which one is invoice. But it is little bit inconvenient to him, no? So this format is not compatible for the client needs. The system defined format of the account statement is not compatible for the client needs. Here comes the role of ABAP consultant. Here, as a FI consultant, you design the format of the account statement as per the accounts department requirement. That format is given to ABAP consultant. Then the ABAP consultant will write a program incorporating that format into system. Then when you generate the account statement, the system will generate the account statement in that format only. This is called functional specifications. Clear? So here we don't know how to do programming, right? That's why I have shown you the account statement in system defined format, system standard defined format.
Hello?
Yes.
Sir, I am not able to clear this invoice.
These are the two payments. You cannot clear them.
Yes, right. I have paid, but it's showing in open item only. It's not showing in cleared items.
So you have paid excess. You have paid excess. That's why it is showing KZ. These are the two payments, right? So technically speaking, what you have to do is you have to post one invoice, F-43. 1/12/2017. Posting key 31. Account is 1,501. Click on enter. The amount is 4 lakhs. Business area 3366. Text being goods purchased. Posting key 40. The account is 2,120,000. Click on enter. The amount is asterisk. Business area 3366. Text plus. Click on save. Now if you go to FBL1N, see, there is a credit of 4 lakhs, there is a debit of 4 lakhs. So you can set up them in F-44. See, double click on all the line items. See, in order to clear the open items in the F-44, always the total of the debit line items should be equal to total of the credit line items. If you go to FBL1N now, there will not be any open items. That's how we can clear. Clear, Srinivas?
Yes, sir, clear. But how do you know? Like, I have made a overpayments or extra payment.
No, because there is payment documents are there. There is no invoices.
Yeah, right, sir.
That's why the assumption is you have done excess payment. See,
Okay,
the course is completed, right? Already you have done the payment of my fees. Again, you have transferred 10,000 to me. What does it mean? You have done the excess payment, right?
The excess payment. Yes, sir.
So don't do that. I don't return. Please.
Okay.
Okay. So next topic is advance payments. This we will see tomorrow. In accounts payable, this advance payments is only the very tricky topic, right? I have to explain you at a stretch, right? So This we will start in tomorrow's class afresh. And tomorrow, if possible, I will take 2 hours class. Okay. Please be prepared for that. I will take 2 hours class tomorrow, if possible. But 1 hour is compulsory. But based upon my this thing, right? I will try to take 1 more hour. Tomorrow and day after tomorrow also. Anil, you have any questions? It is not yet covered, right? It will be coming later on in the future classes. And tables also will explain. Not only transport request, tables also will explain. I have to explain. And yesterday you said you have given me one message in WhatsApp that you have posted one question 3 times. IBAN means, what is IBAN number? Okay. See, he is asking this number. FI12. In FI12, you create the house banks, right? In the house banks, while creating the account IDs, you have this IBAN number. See, IBAN number stands for International Bank Account Number. International Bank Account Number, and sometimes it is also called BIC number, Bank Identification Code. IBAN stands for International Bank Account Number, and sometimes it is also called BIC number, BIC, Bank Identification Code. So this number is very similar to SWIFT code. The purpose of this IBAN number is to identify the bank, its branch, and its country in the international clearing transactions. So here we have the SWIFT code, right? We have the SWIFT code. Yesterday I told you that SWIFT code is also used to identify the bank, branch, and its country in the international clearing transactions. So the IBAN is also same. But why IBAN is separate and the SWIFT code is separate? In European countries, SWIFT code is not used. In European countries, IBAN number is used. So you cannot enter the SWIFT code there. If you are configuring for a client from Europe, right, from any of the European country, you cannot maintain SWIFT code. System cannot recognize that. Then we have to enter IBAN number, International Bank Account Number. But in US and rest of the world, SWIFT code is used. That is the difference between IBAN and SWIFT code. Clear, Anil? Yeah. I'm sorry. Yesterday I did not notice your question. Chandrasekhar, you have any questions? Gadi? Any questions? Okay. So here, if you want to enter the IBAN number, you just click on this IBAN number, maintain IBAN. Then that IBAN number can be maintained here. Technically, it contains number of digits. Every digit have its own function. But that is not concerned with us. Then Khalid, you have any questions? Okay. Madhusudan? Okay. Good. Srinivas?
Sir, everything is clear, but before some days back, I have posted some questions around daily.
Yeah. I will look into that. Today I will look into that. Tough. Any questions, Mr.
No, sir.
Okay. Tejasvi? Okay. Okay, then see you tomorrow same time. And please remember, tomorrow, if possible, I will take 2 hours class. See, we are in accounts payable. Akila, can you hear me? See, advance payments. Here, advance payments means generally, as far as purchase are concerned, the normal business process is first we place the purchase order with the vendor, then he supplies the materials. After that, we make the payment. So some vendors may give 30 days credit. In that case, you make the payment on 30th day. And some vendors may require the payment immediately. In that case, after receipt of goods, you do the payment immediately. So first we receive the goods, after that we make the payment to vendor. That is the normal business process. But sometimes some vendors, before delivering the goods to us, they require the payment. If that is the case, if you have to make the payment to vendor before delivering the goods, that is called advance payments. So generally, the advance payments are required when the vendor is very new to us, or sometimes the goods to be supplied are of very high value. In that case, the vendors may require us payment before delivery. So if you make the payment, so during the normal management of the business, we have to pay advances to many vendors. So in that case, how to process them in SAP? That is called advance payment processing. So these advance payments are also called down payments on current assets. Here, inventory of raw material account is a current asset, right? So down payment on current assets means advance payments. So how to process advance payments in SAP? That is the topic what we are going to discuss today. So first I will explain the concept of advance payments. Here, SAP classifies the business transactions with vendors into normal business transactions and special business transactions. SAP classifies the business transactions with the vendors into two types: normal business transactions and special business transactions. Normal business transactions include purchases, payments, and returns. Returns means purchase returns. So these are only the three normal business transactions. The normal business transactions are only three. Number one, purchases. Number two, payments. Number three, purchase returns. That's it. Then, special business transactions include advance payments to vendors, also called down payments on current assets, bills of exchange, and guarantees. Bills of exchange and guarantees means here every business transaction other than purchases, payments, purchase returns is called special business transaction. You can take it granted. Every business transaction other than purchases, payments, and purchase returns is called special business transaction. So these special business transactions are also called special GL transactions. The special business transactions are to be dealt in a separate way. Means, while presenting in the balance sheet, they should not be included in the normal balances to vendors. While presenting in the balance sheet, they should not be included in the normal balances to vendors. Means normal balances to vendors means sundry creditors. So the special business transactions should not be included in the sundry creditors. They are to be separately displayed in the balance sheet. So we have to maintain a separate reconciliation account for the special business transactions. We have to maintain a separate reconciliation account for the special business transactions. What does it mean? What is the meaning of displaying the special business transactions separately in the balance sheet? For example, we have 100 vendors. right? Today we are preparing balance sheet. So to all the vendors, we have to pay $1 lakh. So to all the vendors, you have to pay $1 lakh means what? That is called sundry creditors, right? And this is displayed on liability side of balance sheet. I hope till now it's clear. So today we are preparing balance sheet and we have total 100 vendors. So to all the 100 vendors, you have to pay $1 lakh. That is called sundry creditors. And the sundry creditors is displayed on the liability side of the balance sheet. Then out of these 100 vendors, to 10 vendors, advance paid 10,000 USD. This is called advance to vendors. And according to balance sheet requirement, it is to be displayed on the asset side of the balance sheet. Here, so out of 100 vendors, you have paid 10,000 advances to some 10 vendors. So even though your net vendors are 90,000, but we should not display 90,000 on the liability side. According to balance sheet requirement, we have to display 1 lakh sundry creditors on the liability side. 1 lakh is to be displayed on the liability side of the balance sheet, and this 10,000 is to be displayed on the asset side of the balance sheet. The net effect is 90,000 only. But as far as balance sheet display requirement is concerned, we cannot subtract the advances from sundry creditors. We have to display the total amount of sundry creditors as liability on the liability side and 10,000 advance paid to vendors as asset on the asset side. That is the meaning of that. Not only advance payments, every special business transaction has to be separately displayed in the balance sheet. So for that, we have to maintain one reconciliation account. Means here for sundry, I have to display sundry creditors, right? So for the sundry creditors, what we have done? In order to display sundry creditors, what we have done? We have created sundry creditors account as reconciliation account, right? Similarly, our requirement is we have to display advances to all vendors as a separate total. So advances to vendors is to be created as a separate reconciliation account. Not only advances for vendors, bills of exchange account is to be created as a reconciliation account. Suppose sometimes if you give guarantees to vendors, for that also we have to create one reconciliation account. So for every special business transaction, we have to create a separate reconciliation account. Clear? That is the meaning of that. Please write down this. Please write down this. Yeah, I hope it's over for everybody. Now, special GL account. The reconciliation account maintained in the general ledger for the special business transactions with vendors and customers. I told you, in the previous slide, you have to maintain one reconciliation account for advances to vendors. So the reconciliation account which is maintained for special business transactions is called special GL account. Then special GL indicator. Here we have many types of special business transactions. Advance payment is a special business transaction. Then guarantees given is a special business transaction. Bills payable is a special business transaction. Like that, there are many special business transactions. I told you, every business transaction other than purchases, payments and purchase returns is called special business transaction. In that case, how the system will be able to differentiate among the nature of the special business transactions? With the help of the special GL indicator. Each special business transaction is identified with one letter that is called special GL indicator. So with the help of the special GL indicator, the system can differentiate the nature of the special business transactions. So for example, and these special GL indicators were already defined in the system. Advances to vendors is identified with A. Bills of exchange is identified with W. Guarantees given is identified with G. And if necessary, we can also maintain our own special GL indicators. Clear? Then, advances to vendors. SAP displays the account balances and the line items for normal business transactions and special business transactions separately for every vendor. This I will show you after posting the advances and invoices. Now, here, when we pay advance to vendor, that is posted by end user in accounts payable only, by debiting vendor account, crediting bank account. So in the vendor account, that is posted to debit side. In addition to updating the vendor account, the system will update another GL account in the general ledger, that is advances to vendors account. Very, very important. When you post advance in the vendor account, that advance amount posted is also automatically posted to the advances to vendors account, which is maintained as a reconciliation account in the general ledger. Why so? Here, accounts payable is called always subsidiary ledger. In the subsidiary ledgers, we can have the details of the postings. But the summary of these postings of the accounts payable is to be maintained in the general ledger. Why so? Because the total information required to prepare your P&L account and balance sheet is extracted from general ledger. That's why for every business transaction you post in accounts payable, one reconciliation account should be updated in the general ledger. That's a rule. For every business transaction you post in accounts payable, one GL account in the general ledger should be updated, and that GL account is a reconciliation account. Now, if you post the normal business transaction in the accounts payable, the normal reconciliation account, sundry creditors, is updated. But if you post the special business transaction, the special GL account or the special reconciliation account is updated in the general ledger. It's a rule. If you go against this rule, it's not possible. Again, I'm repeating the rule. For every business transaction you post in accounts payable, one reconciliation account should be updated in the general ledger. If you post normal business transaction, normal reconciliation account is updated in the general ledger. If you post the special business transaction in the accounts payable, special reconciliation account is updated in the general ledger. More particularly, If you post advances to vendor's account is updated. If you post bills payable, sundry creditors bills payable account in the general ledger is updated. It's a rule. So this is updated by the system automatically. Advances to vendor's account in the general ledger is automatically updated by the system. Then, how the entries are posted in the normal accounting? Then we can understand how the entries are posted in SAP. See, in the normal accounting or non-SAP, when we pay advance to vendor, the entry posted is advances to vendor's account data to bank account. So advances to vendor's account is a current asset, right? So we have paid advance. So till you receive the materials from the vendor, that is your asset. Then, after paying the advance, vendor will supply the goods. Means the purchase transaction is completed. For that, we debit inventory of raw material account and credit vendor account. Now, by virtue of this purchase entry, it shows that you have to pay $10,000 to vendor. But already you have paid 10,000 to the vendor as advance, which is existing as a debit balance in the advances to vendor's account. So actually speaking, you need not pay anything to the vendor, but in one place of the accounts, it shows that we have to receive. At another place of the accounts, it shows that you have to pay. Vendor is created, no? That's why this debit balance is to be set off against the vendor credit balance. The debit balance in the advance to vendor's account should be set off against the credit balance in the vendor account. For that, this is called setting off. For that, debit to vendor account, credit advance to vendor account. That's how the balance in the vendor account becomes zero, and also the balance in the advances to vendor's account also becomes zero. That's how the advance entries are posted in the normal accounting. But how the entries are posted in SAP? These entries I will explain while doing the configuration. See the first step in the material. Creation of GL account, 2,150,000 advances to vendor's account as a special GL account. Special GL account means reconciliation account. Here, advances to vendor's account is part of our current assets, and it has to be created under current assets, loans and advances. So for that account group, we have defined the number ranges 2,100,000 to 2,199,000. Just like that I have taken 2,150,000 there. Nothing else. You can take any number. 2,121,000 also you can take. 2,110,000 also you can take. But just like that I have taken 2,150,000 in our class. Transaction code FS00. GL account is equal to 2,150,000. Company code 3366. Company code 3366. Go to menu GL account create. Account group is current assets, loans and advances. Account group is equal to current assets, loans and advances. Select balance sheet account. Short text is equal to advances to vendor's account. GL account long text is also advances to vendor's account. Go to control data tab. Account currency USD. And we should not select only balances in local currency for reconciliation accounts. Reconciliation account for account type, vendors. Reconciliation account for account type, vendors. Select line item display. sort key 012 means vendor number. Suppose you have paid advances to some 15 vendors. So to which vendor how much advance you have paid? That information is required by the user in the line item display itself. That's why every line item is to be maintained according to vendor number. So I have given sort key 012. Go to create bank interest tab, field status group G067. Click on save. Now see the next step. Associate sundry creditors account with advances to vendors account. It is mandated that every special GL account or every special reconciliation account should be linked with the normal reconciliation account. Why? First let us do the link, then I will explain you. Transaction code OBYR. See, these are the special GL indicators. A means down payments. Down payment on current assets. So these are all the special GL indicators which are already defined in the system. If necessary, we can also maintain our own special GL indicator by clicking on create button. Okay. Then double click on A, down payments. Chart of account is equal to 3366. Click on enter. Reconciliation account is 1,05,505. This is the sundry debt credit. This is the sundry debtors account, right? Reconciliation account is 1,05,505. Special GL account 2,150. Special GL account 2,150. Click on save and enter. Then why we have to link these two GL accounts? See here. Listen to me very carefully. That we will discuss later. First, try to understand why we have to link these two GL accounts. I will explain you later that. See, our requirement is to display total sundry creditors as a total. Then another requirement is to display advances to vendors as total again. In order to display total sundry creditors, what we have done? We have created the sundry creditors account as reconciliation account, right? Then the sundry creditors reconciliation account was assigned in every vendor master record. As a result, when we post any transaction in the individual vendor account, sundry creditors reconciliation account is updated. I hope till now it is clear to everybody. If anybody wants, I will explain, because this is very, very important. Okay, now your second requirement is to display total amount of advances paid to all the vendors on the asset side. So always, in order to display totals, we can use only the reconciliation account functionality in SAP. So we have created this advances to vendors account as a reconciliation account. That is what we have done just now. Now we have to assign this advances to vendors account in every vendor master record, so that when we post advance in the vendor account, advances to vendors account is updated. It has to be assigned in the vendor master record. But in the vendor master record, already we have assigned sundry creditors. There is no two reconciliation account fields in the vendor master record. We have only one reconciliation account field, in which we have already assigned sundry creditors account. Then where we can assign? No, we cannot assign. But for the advance payment, this advances to vendors is to be updated. That's why we link this advances to vendors account with sundry creditors. Here, at the time of posting the advance, the user has to enter the special GL indicator. the user has to enter. Please remember, it's compulsory that the user enters the special GL indicator. So as soon as the system notices the special GL indicator, it understands that, okay, this is the special business transaction. So for the special business transaction, I should update the special reconciliation account. So where is the special reconciliation account? Unless the system finds the special reconciliation account, it will not allow the user to post the advance. That's why you double click on advance. You link this GL account to sundry creditors account. Clear? Not only advances to vendors, every special GL account should be linked with the normal reconciliation account. Suppose you are having the bills of exchange functionality, right? In that case, we maintain another reconciliation account, sundry creditors bills of exchange account. Then we double click on W. Then we link this GL account with this sundry creditors reconciliation account. I hope it's clear for everybody. Now, from now onwards, end user transactions. Advance payment posting. Here the step number is wrong, nothing else. The sequence is correct. You just have to rectify step number 3. That's it. Transaction code F-48. Without subledger, see, the subledger is mandatory. The subledger represents your accounts payable. That's it. Even in the non-SAP also, we have one concept, subsidiary ledgers, which are called purchases ledger, sales ledger, vendors ledger, creditors ledger. Like that, cash ledger. Like that, we have many subledgers. So the purpose of the subledger is to maintain the details of the postings. Without subledger, accounting is not possible. Because you have the 10,000 vendors. So every day you are purchasing from many vendors. In that case, where we can maintain? How do we know how much purchase you have done total? For that, we maintain those transactions in the purchases ledger or accounts payable ledger. Clear? Document date is 2/12/2017. Main ledger contains reconciliation accounts and also the transactions which are not covered in the subsidiary ledgers. Accounts payable is a subsidiary ledger. So all the purchases, purchase returns, payments are contained in the accounts payable. Account receivable is also a subsidiary ledger. So the sales returns, right, and payments from customers, all these details are contained in the account receivable. The summary is maintained in the general ledger in the reconciliation account relating to account receivable. Then asset accounting is a subsidiary ledger. Asset acquisitions, asset sales, asset scrapping are contained in the asset accounting. Then you have paid rent. Where it is to be posted? It's not vendor transaction, it's not customer transaction, it's not asset transaction. That is posted in the general ledger. You have carried on some repairs and maintenance. It's not related to your vendors, customers and assets. It's an expense. So that is posted in the general ledger. So all the reconciliation accounts relating to subsidiary ledgers and expenses and revenue accounts are contained in the general ledger. Okay, Gadi. Document date is 2/12/2017. Type is KZ. Company code 3366. Posting date 2/12/2017. Period 12. Currency USD. Under vendor, account is 1,05,001. Okay, Tejasvi, no problem. Vendor, under vendor, account is 1,05,001. Special GL indicator, A. Look at the screen. It's a mandatory field. See, special GL indicator is a mandatory field. So, special GL indicator A. So, with the help of this indicator A, system understands, okay, this is the special business transaction. The two advance, because A stands for advance. Under bank, the account is 2,01,101. Business area 3366. Business area 3366. Amount is 10,000. Text being advance paid to vendor. Text being advance paid to vendor. Click on enter. Amount is asterisk. Business area 3366. Text plus. Click on save. Now, go to menu document simulate. Otherwise, now you can display the document. Go to menu document display. Look at the screen carefully. HSBC bank account is credited. Posting key 50. Then vendor account is debited. Posting key 29A. See, posting key 29 means debit for vendor for special business transaction. Posting key 29A, debit for vendor for special business transaction. See, posting key 29, account V, vendor, debit or credit, debit, special GL. So posting key 29, debit for vendor for special GL. What is that special GL towards which he was debited? A. A means advance. So with the help of this posting key 29A, user understands that, okay, this vendor is debited towards the advance payment. Clear? Write down. In the middle cell, please write down. You have some space, no? Posting key 29A. Posting key 29A. Debit for vendor for advance payment. Debit for vendor for advance payment. Now, do one thing. I forgot to tell you one point here. See, in the first step, you have created 2,150,000 GL account, no? So against this, you have some space. Please write down there. In the material, against the first step, please write down one point there. For every business transaction we post, in accounts payable, for every business transaction we post in accounts payable, one reconciliation account should be updated in the general ledger. One reconciliation account should be updated in the general ledger. But for the normal business transaction posted in accounts payable, the normal reconciliation account, comma, the normal reconciliation account, within brackets, sundry creditors is updated, sundry creditors is updated in the general ledger. But for the special business transactions posted, in accounts payable, the respective special GL account, the respective special reconciliation account, the respective special reconciliation account is updated in the general ledger. For example, when the advance is posted in accounts payable, comma, the advances to vendors account, within brackets reconciliation account, is updated in the general ledger. It's a rule, we can take it granted. Now, look at the screen. Here, this vendor is debited, right? Vendor is debited towards normal payment or advance payment? Advance payment. Okay. Advance payment means special business transaction. Just now I told you that for every special business transaction, the system will update special reconciliation account in the general ledger. So what is the special reconciliation account in the case of advance payments? Advances to vendors account, right? So in the accounts payable, vendor is debited. Simultaneously, advances to vendors account in the general ledger is updated. Here you have one tab, general ledger view here. If you click on this general ledger view, from the general ledger perspective, the system will display the entry. See, advances to vendors is updated here. Now if you prepare P&L account and balance sheet, into the balance sheet, advances to vendors is taken from this account. Every piece of information necessary for preparing P&L account and balance sheet is taken from the general ledger only. Now, if you go to FS10 and again, you can see the balance in advances to vendors. See, 2,150,000. 10,000 is updated. Clear, no? To whom you have paid this advance? Double click on that. This advance you have paid to vendor 1,501,000 because for the advances to vendors account you have given the sort key 012. See the links. So the entry that is posted in SAP is for advance payment. The entry that is posted in SAP is vendor account data to bank account. Vendor account data to bank account. So this vendor is debited towards advance payment. Advance payment means special business transaction. So the special reconciliation account is updated by the general ledger. So it updates advances to vendor's account, reconciliation account. Clear? Now, see the next step. Check party account, vendor line item display. Party account, checking party account means vendor line item display. FBL1N. Vendor account is 1,05,001. Company code 3366. Select to open items. Operate key date 2/12/2017. Then after operate key date, please add one sentence there. After operate key date, you please add one sentence. Under type, select normal items. Sorry. Under type, select special GL transactions. Under type, select special GL transactions. This is what I told you. SAP displays line items separately for normal business transactions and special business transactions separately. So if you want to display what are the advances paid and which are pending, you select special GL transactions. If you want to display what are the invoices that are pending for payment, you select normal items. Clear? So select special GL transactions. Layout is one SAP. Click on execute. See, 10,000 advance is shown as open item. This 10,000 advance is pending. How can you say this is pending? Status open, status red color. But how can you say this is advance payment? Document type KZ. KZ means payment. Normal payment or advance payment. Again, how the user knows? Special GL indicator. Yeah. So KZ document type payment. Special GL indicator A. So user understands that okay, this is the advance payment. If this is the payment towards invoice, there will not be A. There won't be any special GL indicator. That's how, with the help of the special GL indicator, user can understand whether this is the advance payment or normal payment. Normal payment means payments towards the invoice. Clear, no? See the next step. Okay, we have paid advance. Then vendor has supplied the materials. We have received the material. And also we have received invoice. Then we are posting. F-43. Posting of invoice. Document date is 2/12/2017. Type is KR. Company code 3366. Posting date 2/12/2017. Period 12. Currency USD. Posting key 31. Account is vendor number 1,05,001. Click on enter. See, look at the screen. Message given by system. USD 10,000 down payment on current assets exist. So when you are posting the invoice to any vendor, if any advance is already available, the system automatically gives the message. That's how user knows. He need not verify any advance is available or not. The amount is equal to 10,000. Business area 3366. Payment terms 0001. Baseline date 2/12/2017. Text being goods purchased. Text being goods purchased, posting key 40, account is 2,120,000.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah, tell me.
Sir, now we use posting key first 31
Yeah,
for vendors,
yeah,
and again we use posting key 40.
yeah.
Sir, can we use posting key 40 first and after that posting key 31 for vendor, as we posted GL account first debit and after that credit?
Yes, we can do that. We can do. But
Okay.
the thing is, it's only a system default to procedure, right? If you want, you can post to debit line item first, credit line item next. No issues.
Okay, sir.
Click on enter. Amount is asterisk. Business area 3366. Text place. Click on save. See the next step again. Transfer advance from special GL to normal GL by clearing special GL. Before this, let us display line items. FBL 1N. See, I am displaying line items. Here I have selected special GL transactions, right? So in the special GL, there is a debit, right? Advance payment, there is a debit. In the special GL, there is a debit. Okay. Click on back arrow. Then you select normal items. Click on execute. In the normal items, there is credit. This is what I told you. SAP displays line items separately for normal business transactions and special business transactions. And also, account balances also will be displayed by the system separately for normal balances and special balances. See, here if you go to FK10N, this is all very important for you to understand, because you have to train the user also sometimes. We have to explain them the accounting effects. See, in the vendor account balance tab also, we have the in the account balance transaction code also, we have the two tabs, balances and special GL. See, in the balances, there is 10,000 credit. In the month of December, there is a balance of 10,000 credit. Means you have to pay 10,000 to the vendor. Then you have another tab, special GL, right? So in the special GL, you have the debit. But the account summary is 0. Are you getting my point or not? In the special GL, there is a debit of 10,000. In the normal GL, there is a credit of 10,000. So every vendor account contains two segments. Every vendor account balance, I'm sorry, the wording is not correct. Every vendor account balance contains two segments, normal balance segment and special GL stress segment. In the normal balance segment, 10,000 credit is there. In the special GL, there is 10,000 debit. Now the advance has to be transferred to invoice. That is the next step. Clear? And one more thing here is, we have paid advance now. We have posted invoice, no? This is the document that is posted when the invoice is posted. Look at the step. Ratna Enterprise Limited is created and inventory of raw material account is debited. So Ratna Enterprise is created towards what? Purchases. Am I right? So purchase means normal business transaction, and for every normal business transaction we post in accounts payable, normal reconciliation account is updated. What is the normal reconciliation account here? Sundry creditors. If you click on the general ledger view, If you click on the general ledger view, see, sundry creditors is updated. Now, in the sundry creditors, credit balance is 10,000. In the advances to vendors, debit balance is 10,000. If you prepare balance sheet now, sundry creditors is shown on the liability side, advances to vendors is shown on the asset side. Even though you need not pay anything to any vendor, your balance sheet requirement is met. Now, that is the next step. Transfer advance from special GL to normal GL. Means the advance has to be transferred to invoice, nothing else. In the normal terminology, we have to transfer the advance to invoice. That is done in F-54. And also, see, in the normal accounting, in SAP, for the purchases, this is the entry that is posted. Inventory of raw material account to vendor account, and this vendor credit will update sundry creditors reconciliation account in the general ledger. Now, clearing of advance to invoice, transfer of advance to invoice. Document date is 2/12/2017. Document type is KA. Document type is KA. Look at the screen, please. Document type KA, vendor other document. What does it imply? We are not posting any invoice. So document type is not KZ. And we are not posting any payment. We are not posting any invoice. So document type is not KR. We are not posting any payment. So document type is not KZ. But we are doing some adjustment internally within the vendor account. That's why system has taken document type KA. KA means vendor other document. Company code is equal to 3366. Posting date 2/12/2017. Period 12. Currency USD. Under vendor, account is 1,05,001. Text being advance transfer to invoice. Text being advance transfer to invoice. Click on enter or click on process down payments. Transfer posting 10,000. Transfer posting 10,000. Look at the screen, please. Here, amount of advance paid is 10,000. Available amount is also 10,000. So there is an advance of 10,000 available in the vendor account. How much you want to transfer? Total 10,000 or only part amount, as you wish. Here I am transferring total amount. So transfer posting is 10,000. Click on save. Now let us display the document now. See, posting key 39A. Credit for vendor for advance cancellation. Posting key 26. What is this posting key 26? Payment difference. Debit for vendor for payment difference. First do one thing. Write down here. First write down the posting keys. Posting key 29. Posting key 39A. Against the step, first write down. I will take another 1 hour today. Posting key 39A. Credit for vendor. Posting key 39A. Credit for vendor. After this topic is over, let's have a break of 5 or 10 minutes. Then we start. Write down. Posting key 39A. Credit for vendor for transfer of advance to invoice. For transfer of advance to invoice. Posting key 26. Posting key 26. debit for vendor, for payment difference. Now, look at this thing. Here, when you have paid advance, vendor account is debited, no? Now we are transferring the advance to invoice. Means the balance in the advance account should become 0. So for debit, to make it as 0, it has to be created. That's why vendor account is created here. So this vendor account is created towards cancellation of advance. Now, at the time of posting the invoice, vendor account is created. Now we are transferring the advance to invoice. So the credit balance in the normal vendor account has to be made as 0. For that, it has to be debited. Means here this vendor account is debited towards the cancellation of invoice due. Means normal business transaction. So in this case, if you click on general ledger view, see, advance to vendor account is created, sundry creditors account is debited. Now the balance in the sundry creditors account becomes 0. The balance in the advances to vendors account becomes 0. I will show you now. See, this is the entry that is posted here in SAP. Vendor account to vendor account. So this vendor debit will update sundry debtors. This vendor credit will update advances to vendors account. If you go to FS10N, advances to vendors, 0. Debit is equal to credit. Why am I explaining this much in this case? Because it is only the confusing topic in accounts payable. Everything else is very plain topics, very simple. But here only you feel some confusion. But how to avoid that confusion, I will tell you at the end of the topic. Now, see the next step. Check party account. FBL 1N. Vendor is equal to 1,05,001. Vendor account is 1,05,001. Company code 3366. Select to open items. Operator key date. Operator key date 2/12/2017. After that, please add one sentence. After operator key date, please add one sentence. Under type, select a special GL transactions. Under type, select a special GL transactions. Layout is one SAP. It is there. Layout is one SAP. Click on execute and observe the document status, right? See, here you have selected special GL transactions. Then the system says that there is no item selected, means there isn't any advances selected. There is no advances pending for this vendor because it has been transferred to invoice. Continue. Under type, select to normal items. Under type, select to normal items. Please write down. Under type, select to normal items. Click on execute. Click on execute. And observe the document status. And observe the document status. Look at the screen. Here I have selected normal items, right? Click on execute. See, in the normal items, there are two open items. One is invoice. The second one is advance transfer from invoice. advance transfer from advance account. If you go to FK10N here, see, in the normal balances, there is no balance to be paid. Why still there is 4 lakh balance? Just 1 second. Okay. What I was explaining? Somebody posted some invoices, that's why I'm worried. Because you get unnecessarily confused. I request everybody, don't use our company code. It is problem for you. I don't face any problem. I'll be going on explaining. You get unnecessarily confused. See, if you go to FK10N, the balance is 0. The balance is 0 here. Means under normal balances, there is 0. You need not pay anything. But in the special GL also, see, debit is equal to credit. But only the difference is with reference to line items. There are 2 open items. Now, in the line item display, the debit is equal to credit. The debit is equal to credit. Now you can set up them in F-44. That is the next step. Clearing of normal item in F-44. Account is equal to 1,05,001. Click on process open items. Here, please look at the screen. Anytime, if any total of the debits is equal to any total of the credits, they can be cleared. Double click on both the line items. Click on save. See the next step, check party account, FBL1N. Vendor account is equal to 1,05,001. Company code 3366. Select to open items. Operated key date 2/12/2017. After that, add one sentence. Select to normal items. Select to normal items. And special GL transactions. Select normal items and special GL transactions. Click on execute. See, system is saying that there is no item selected. Means there is no normal items pending and there is no special GL transactions pending. This is how advanced are processed. Now, what we have to do in your practice is, first, after configuration is over, post one invoice. Observe the movements. After that, after configuration is over, post one advance. Observe the movements in the account balance and line items. Then post the invoice. Observe the movements in account balance and line items. After that, transfer advance to invoice. Then clear them in F-44. One round of practice is over. Again, post one more advance, post one more invoice, transfer the advanced invoice and clear them. Again, post one more advance, post one more invoice, transfer the advanced invoice, then clear them. Like that, you do the practice of advance payments at least 2-3 times. Don't get confused unnecessarily. Don't post 5 invoices at a time. Don't post 5 advances at a time. The thing is, you have to understand the concept first. Post only one advance first. Post only one invoice first. Observe the movements in the accounts. Then you transfer. Once you get the clarity, you post multiple advances, multiple invoices, you can do multiple clearing. My intention is to make you understand the concept clear. In any subject, if the concept is clear, you can touch any depth of that subject on your own without the help of anybody else. Without the help of anybody else. So conceptual understanding is very, very important. Right? Now, let's say have a break of 10 minutes. Then we start automatic payment program. These are all the general entries. What you have seen till now. These are all the general entries. Right? So let's have a break of 10 minutes. Then we start automatic payment program. Okay? Please bear with me for 10 minutes. I'll be back exactly in 10 minutes. You also can have the break. Yes, I am back. Akila, are you there? Akila, are you there? Anil? Anil? Gadi? Okay. Khalid? Okay. Chandrasekhar? Okay. Purushottam? Purushottam. Roni? Okay. Tejasvi? Okay. Anil, are you there? Anil? Akila? Okay, Anil. Purushottam? Chandrasekhar? Okay. See, automatic payment program. Okay, Chandrasekhar. It is very important in accounts payable, right? Without automatic payment program, there is no accounts payable at all, right? So, what exactly is the automatic payment program? Let me close all other slides. See, automatic payment program. Here, using the automatic payment program, we can configure the system to print the checks, payment advices, payment summary for the due invoice of the vendors. Means here, first I will explain the concept and function of the automatic payment program. For any client company, it is very important to make the payments to vendors on their invoices in time. Some vendors may give 20 days credit, some vendors may give 30 days credit, some vendors may require the payment immediately, like that. Whatever may be the credit period given by them, we have to make the payments to vendors in time on their invoices. What happens if you don't make the payment to vendors in time? Some vendors may impose interest according to payment terms. So if the interest is to be paid, it is the burden on the profitability. So you cannot maximize the profits. Sometimes some vendors, they don't impose any interest. But they will supply inferior materials in the next supply to take the advantage of the delay in the payment of the previous invoice. This is even more dangerous to the credibility of the company, because if you use the inferior materials in the production process, your final product quality is disturbed. So you may have to lose the goodwill among your customer base. As a result, sometimes you may have to lose some of your customers. It is even more dangerous to the credibility of the company. That's why, in any case, it's very important to make the payments to vendors in time. So, to make the payments to vendors in time, what is the information you require? We should know the due date of every invoice, right? Now, in your company, you have the 1000 vendors. And for every vendor, there are different number of invoices due on different due dates. In that case, how do you know the due date of the invoices? Impossible means impossible, right? That's why SAP has developed some configuration settings. The FI consultant will configure these settings in the client company. Then the user or the AP accountant, accounts payable accountant, he executes this program. He executes one transaction code. As a result, the system will identify only those vendors who have become due today. The system will identify only those vendors who have become due today. And for every vendor, it will only identify those invoices which have become due today. And for those invoices, the system will print the checks automatically. You need not write the check manually. The system automatically prints the checks. Then these checks are to be sent to vendors. While sending the checks, we have to write one letter, no? Like what? Respected sir, this is the check number so and so, drawn on so and so bank towards the so and so invoice. So please acknowledge the receipt. That's how we have to give one letter to the vendor. This letter is called payment advice in the business terminology. So this payment advice is also automatically printed by the system for every vendor to whom the checks have been printed. Then it will also print payment summary. Payment summary displays, payment summary will show you to how many vendors you have paid today, to each vendor how much you have paid, and total how much you have paid to all the vendors. This information is contained in the payment summary. So the checks are automatically printed by the system, payment advice are automatically printed by the system, and the payment summary is also automatically printed by the system. Not only printing these three objects, system automatically affects all the accounting functions. Means the accounting entries are automatically posted. The account balances of the vendors are automatically updated. The bank account balances are automatically updated. Then the reconciliation accounts are automatically updated. Check register is automatically updated. So all these are accounting functions are automatically taken care by the system. Don't worry, all this information I have given you in the slides. Don't worry, notes I have given you. So this is the concept of automatic payment program. The beauty of this automatic payment program is you can configure any payment method according to client requirement. Payment method means the media through which you make the payment. Check is called one payment method. Bank transfer is called one payment method. RTGS is called one payment method. ACH, automatic clearing house, which is very much used in US, is called one payment method. Like that, according to client requirement, any payment method you can configure. See, for example, we have 1000 vendors in your company. Today, we are executing the payment program. Okay. So out of this 1000 vendors, today only 200 vendors have become due. Then the system will identify only these 200 vendors. The system will select only these 200 vendors. Among these 200 vendors, there is one vendor XYZ. For the XYZ, there are total 25 invoices due on different due dates. For the XYZ vendor, there are 25 invoices due on different due dates. Out of this 25, today only 10 invoices are due. Then the system will print the check only for these 10 invoices. This case is applicable to every selected vendor. The system will print the checks only for those invoices which have become due. That's it. We can configure different payment methods like check, bank transfer, wire transfer, etc. etc. So this configuration I am going to show you. This is very, very important program. This is the very, very important configuration. See the first step in the material. Set up payment method per country for payment transactions. So whatever the payment methods you want to use for your client company, all these payments methods are to be set up at the country level first. And there is no transaction codes for the individual steps in the automatic payment program. But there is one transaction code wherein we can configure the total automatic payment program. What is the transaction code? I will show you. First, let us do the steps one by one. Set up payment method per country for payment transactions. SPRO. Financial accounting. Accounts receivable and accounts payable. Business transactions. Outgoing payments. Automatic outgoing payments. Payment method bank selection for payment program. Set up payment methods per country for payment transactions. Set up payment methods per country for payment transactions. And see the material. Click on position, give country IN. Suppose if you're doing the practice with Indian company code, give country IN. If you're doing the practice with US company code, give country US. So click on position. Country is equal to US. Click on enter. See, if the country US is set up already, or if the country India is set up already, you don't have to make any inclusions here. If you don't have country IN line item, then we have to click on new entries. So here I am going to show you how to configure for the check payment method. Here already check payment method is already there. So technically speaking, you need not do anything. But if you don't find the country US for check payment, you have to set up that payment method at the country level. For that, click on new entries. Country is equal to US. Payment method C. Payment method C. C means check. You can use any identification, but generally for payment method check, we use C. Description is equal to payment method for USA. Description is equal to payment method for USA. Then payment method for select outgoing payments. So this is the payment method which can be used only for outgoing payments. Then payment method classification, select check. Payment method classification, select check. Then under posting details, document type for payment, KZ. Clearing document type for KZ. Document type for payment, KZ. Clearing document type for payment, KZ. What is this? Here I told you, when the system prints the checks, system automatically posts the accounting entries. The accounting entries in this case means payment documents. See, when the system is printing the checks, the system automatically posts the accounting documents. Now, here you have the two types of payments. One is payment done through manual issue of check. Then payment done through automatic payment program. In both the cases, accounting documents are posted, right? When you make the payment to vendor manually, what we are doing, we are going to F-53. There we are entering the payment. There we are entering the payment. Then we are clearing it manually. Then payment document is posted. That payment document is posted with KZ. Clear? Similarly, when the system prints the checks, it automatically posts the accounting document. Then that accounting document is posted with the document type KZ. That accounting document is posted with the document type KZ. Clear, no? But the management requirement is like this now. The accountant wants to differentiate between the accounting entries which are posted through manual issue of checks and the accounting entries which are posted through automatic payment program. Are you getting my point? If anybody wants, I will explain again. The management wants to differentiate between the accounting documents posted through manual issue of check and accounting documents posted through automatic payment program. Right? In that case, you enter ZP. If you enter the ZP here, when the system prints the checks and the payment documents are posted, those payment documents are posted with the ZP document type. Then, if the user notices the document type ZP, he can understand that, okay, this payment document is posted because of the check issued through automatic payment program. If the user notices the document type KZ, he can understand, okay, this is this document is posted because of manual issue of check. Similarly, for the clearing document type ZV. See, Chandrasekhar, clearing document type means here payment document only. Through which document the invoice document is cleared. That is called clearing document. Generally, clearing document itself is the payment document. Chandrasekhar. Now, here, if you want to use the document type ZP and ZV, again, we have to define the number ranges for ZP and ZV in the transaction code OBA 7. ZP.
Hello.
1 second. See, for the ZP, you have to define the number ranges here. Similarly, for ZV also, you have to define the number ranges here. Without number ranges, we cannot enter the ZP and ZV here. System gives the error message. That's how we can use these two fields in the real time. But in our class, instead of defining the number ranges again, just like that I'm giving KZ and KZ. Clear for everybody? Yes, Srinivas.
Just now the requirement is clear, and I did not. I did not understand the answer properly. The requirement is clear.
Okay. Requirement is clear, right? Now, here,
Yes.
if you enter the document type ZP, the system will post the payment document with ZP type. So when the user notices the document type ZP, he can understand that, okay, this document is posted because of the payment issued through automatic payment program. If the document type is KZ, user can understand, okay, this is the payment document posted through manual issue of check. Clear?
Okay.
Okay. Now, payment medium program is equal to RFF OUS underscore C. Program. What is the payment medium here? Check. So the program for the check is RFF OUS underscore C. This is the program for format of the check. Right? This program was already defined in the system. Even in the real time also, we have to use this program only. Click on save. See, it is giving one error message. An entry already exists with the same key because it was already there, no? If it is not there, I told you how to define. US. Let us check the details. Payment method, check. Okay, fine. Now, double click on currencies allowed folder. Click on new entries. Currency is equal to USD. Currency is equal to USD. Here, look at the screen. In this list, you enter those currencies that are permitted for this payment method. Leaving this table empty will mean that all currencies are permitted. Means, if you have entered USD, the system will print the check for the invoices which are posted in US dollars. You can restrict the payment program to particular currencies by entering the currencies there. Now, write one point, very, very important point. Here, you write one point here. Using the automatic payment program, we cannot make part payments. Using the automatic payment program, we cannot make part payments. To make the part payments, we can issue the checks. Manually only. Clear? So system always prints the checks for the full amount of the invoice. You cannot print the checks for the part amount. Very, very important. And also interview question. Then, see the step number 2. Set up payment method per company code for payment transactions. So after setting up the payment methods at the country level, now you have to set up the payment method at the company code level. Simply saying we have to assign the payment method to the company code, nothing else. Path is same as above.
Hello,
Yeah, Gadilingam.
sir. Sir, I didn't understand about that currency allowed. Can you explain one more time, sir?
Yeah. See, here we have entered currency USD, right? So the system will print the check for those invoices which are posted in US dollar. Suppose you have posted one invoice in INRs, it will not print the check even though it is due. This is what it is written by the system here. In this list, you enter those currencies that are permitted for this payment method. Leaving this table empty will mean that all currencies are permitted. So here we have entered only USD, so the system will print the check only for the USD invoices. Clear, Gadi?
Okay, sir. Got it, sir.
That's why we don't, for the foreign invoices, it will not print. That's why we don't enter any currencies there. We don't enter any currencies there in the real time. See the step, set up payment method per company code for payment transactions. Path is same as above. Set up payment methods per company code for payment transactions. First, let us do all the settings, then I will explain. Click on new entries. Paying company code is equal to 3366. Payment method C. Minimum amount 100. Maximum amount all nines according to your material. Under grouping of items, select single payment per market item. In your material, I think the word single is missing, right? Please add single payment for market item. Select payment per due day. Click on form data. Form for the payment medium F110 underscore prenum underscore CHCK. I will explain you all these settings, don't worry. Then draw it on the form LG Infotech INC. LG Infotech INC. Click on save. Now what is this? Look at the screen, please. I'm going to explain every field now. Here, for the payment method C, check. For the company code 3366, minimum amount 100, maximum amount all nines. So in this case, minimum amount 100 means the system will print the check for those invoices whose amount is equal to $100 or above $100. That is the impact of minimum amount. For example, in the real time, we use these two fields like this. For example, one second. Yes, I'm back. Yes, Srinivas. See, you can make the payments either to bank transfer or a payment method. See, anything, any bank, any payment method we can use. But for making the bank transfers, you need to have some interfaces. So those interfaces are not available in the training class. That's why I'm showing you how to configure for the check payment method. So if you want to set up the bank payment method, again you have to set it first at the country level. That I will discuss you clearly at the end of the topic. Once this topic is over, I will clearly again explain. Okay. Now, first let us try to understand this. What is this minimum amount and maximum amount with reference to payment method C for the company code 3366. Here in the real time, for example, I have entered minimum amount 1000, maximum amount 1 lakh. In that case, minimum amount is 1000, right? Then the system will print the check for those invoices whose amount is equal to $1,000 or more than $1,000. If there is an invoice for $900 for a vendor, it will not print the check even though it is due. Then what happens? You don't want to make the payment for the invoice of $900? No, we have to make the payment. But here, the management requirement is for all the invoices whose amounts are less than $1,000, they want to issue the checks manually. Following. If that is the requirement, see, the requirement of the management is like this. For all the invoices whose amount is less than $1,000, they want to issue the checks manually. That's why we enter the minimum amount 1000. That's it. Clear? Now, maximum amount I have entered 1 lakh. The system will print the check only for those invoices whose amounts are up to per invoice. This is, please remember, per invoice. See, the system will print the check for those invoices whose amount is equal to $1 lakh. If the amount of the invoice is more than $1 lakh, it will not print the check. Then you don't want to make the payment again? No, that is not the case. If the amount of an invoice is more than 1 lakh, I want to make the payment through bank transfer, not through check. Are you getting my point? If the amount of the invoice is more than 1 lakh, the management wants to use another payment method. For example, bank transfer. Why so? I will tell you one business scenario. Our house bank is HSBC. We are in Washington. Your vendor is there in New York and his house bank is Citibank. So he is having one invoice whose amount is $1,50,000. So today we have issued the check to vendor through automatic payment program for $1,50,000. On which house bank? HSBC Washington. And the vendor has to get this check collected through his house bank, Citibank in New York. It takes 1 week. So for 1 week, vendor has to lose interest. So he is not accepting. I want the bank transfer. That's why generally what happens is for bigger amounts, they want to do bank transfer. If that is the case, you can enter maximum amount 1 lakh here. That's how we can use these two fields in the real time. Clear? So in our class, just like that, I have entered minimum 100, maximum all nines. Now, under grouping of items, select single payment for market item. Go back to notes, please. Put heading, set up payment method set up payment method. Sorry, first you have to put the heading automatic payment program. First main heading is automatic payment program. Under that, set up a payment method per company code. Set up payment method per company code for payment transactions. Under that, again subheading, single payment for market item. Single payment per market item. By selecting this indicator, the system will print a separate check for each due invoice, for each due line item, within brackets, due invoice of the vendor provided the payment method has been entered, at the time of posting the invoice, in F-43. That is, we can make the payments. Invoice wise. Means what? See, for example, we have one vendor X. So today we are executing the payment program. So for this X vendor, there are 3 invoices. Invoice number, amount. So invoice number 110, amount is 10,000. For the same vendor, another invoice is also there. Invoice number 120, amount is 20,000. Invoice number 123, amount is 30,000. So for X vendor, there are 3 invoices, right? So if you select this checkbox, that is single payment per market item here, and At the time of posting the invoice in F-43, there is one checkbox, payment method. So I will show you that field. If you enter the payment method at the time of posting this invoice in F-43, the system will print a separate check for each invoice. Means in this case, the system will print one check for 10,000, one check for 20,000, one check for 30,000. So it will print 3 checks. Suppose if you don't select this suppose if you don't select this checkbox, single payment for market item, it will print only one check for a total amount of 60,000. So if you want to print the checks invoice wise, you select this indicator here, and also the user has to enter the payment method C at the time of posting these invoices. Clear? Write down this, I will tell you the notes. Example.
Hello?
Yes, Srinivas.
Hello?
Yes, Srinivas.
Sir, come again. Once again.
Huh?
Sir, come again, sir. Can you explain me again, sir?
Yeah. See, for example, for the X vendor, we have the 3 invoices due today. Okay. Now, we have selected single payment per market item here. Then, at the time of posting the invoice, the user has to enter payment method C in F-43. Then, the system will print a separate check for each invoice. In this case, 3 checks for 3 invoices. That is one check for 10,000, one check for 20,000, one check for 30,000. Suppose if you don't select this indicator, then the system will print only one check for a total amount of 60,000. 10,000 plus 20,000 plus 30,000. If you select invoice, if you select this checkbox, 3 checks. If you don't select this invoice, one check for total amount.
Yes.
Write down this, I will tell you the notes. In the above case, another 5 minutes only today. In the above case, if this indicator is selected, in the above case, if this indicator is selected, the system will print 3 checks. The system will print 3 checks for 3 invoices for X vendor. That is one check for 10,000, one check for 20,000, one check for 30,000. Otherwise, it will print only one check for a total amount of 30,000. For a total amount of 30,000. Sorry, 60,000. Otherwise, it will print only one check for a total amount of 60,000 within brackets $10,000 plus 20,000 plus 30,000. Clear? Then here we have selected payment per due day. Write down please. Put heading payment per due day. Payment per due day. By selecting this indicator, By selecting this indicator, the system groups the invoices. The system groups the invoices as per the due dates and prints the checks accordingly. That is, we can make the payments. That is, we can make the payments invoice wise. I'm sorry. That is, we can make the payments due date wise. Due date wise means what? Here, generally, this payment program is executed daily in any client company. But sometimes, some clients, they want to execute the payment program periodically. For example, on every Saturday, let us assume we are working 6 days a week. So on every Saturday, they execute the payment program. So the last Saturday is 25th. So previous date of execution of APP means automatic payment program, 25/11/2017. Then today we are executing. Current date of execution of APP, 2/12/2017. Right? Now, between these two dates, for X vendor, there are different invoices due like this. Invoice number, due date, amount. Invoice number 125, due date is 30th/11/2017, amount is 40,000. Invoice number 126, which is also due on 30th/11/2017, amount is 50,000. Invoice number 130, which is due on 1/12/2017, amount is 70,000. Invoice number 131, which is also due on 1/12/2017, amount is 50,000. Invoice number 137, due today, 2/12/2017, amount is 80,000. This is the situation. For X vendor, between the previous date of executing automatic payment program and current date, these are the 5 invoices that have become due. On 30th/11, 2 invoices are due. On 1st December, 2 invoices are due. On 2nd December, 1 invoice is due. So if you select payment per due date, the system will group the invoices as per the due dates and prints the checks accordingly. In this case, the system will print one check for these 2 invoices. That is, for 90,000, it will print one check. And on 1st December, 2 invoices are there, right? Then the system will print one more check for 1,20,000. Right? Then it will print one more check for this 80,000. So totally 3 checks are printed. Simple. Here Logic is very simple. If you want to make the payment invoice wise, select one, single payment per market item. If you want to make the payment based on the due dates, in that case, select two. I mean, payment per due date. But if both are selected, system will take the first one as valid. That is the impact of selecting payment per due day. Write down this, I will tell you the notes. If anybody is interested, write down this, I will tell you the notes. Write down. In the above example, the system will print three checks for X vendor. That is one check for 90,000, within brackets 40,000 plus 50,000, one check for 1,20,000, within brackets 70,000 plus 50,000, one check for 80,000. One check for 80,000. Now, sorry. Here we have given dryer on the form LG Infotech Incorporation. Form means here check. So the system will print the check and the authorized signatory has to put the signature on that. Below his signature, you have to have your name of the company, correct? LG Infotech Incorporation. So you enter LG Infotech Incorporation here. But nowadays, the banks are giving your checks with your names pre-printed on them. If that is the case, you need not enter anything here. So these are the things what we do in the second step. And here, form for the payment medium. What is the payment medium here? Check. So this is the format of the check. So this format of the check is F110 underscore prenum underscore CHCK, which was already defined in the system. The previous one is RFFOS underscore CEs. That is the program for printing the check. And this is the format for the check. Click on save. So remaining things we will see tomorrow. Tomorrow also we have the class, right? And tomorrow also I will take 2 hours so that I can make over the number of hours we have missed, right? I just want to see that the course is completed by 31st, the course is completed by Pongal festival. Okay, that's why I will take, whenever possible, I will take extra hours. Akila, you have any questions? Gadi?
So check format in the sense already it is pre-printed, right? The check also is ready one.
Yeah.
Why this F110 premium?
No. See here.
Check.
No. This format was already defined in the system. That format we are using. But in the real time, right? For example, you are using Indian bank check, right? then you have to
Yes.
create the own format, because the format
According to that check.
the format of the check may be different. So that format has to be configured by the ABAP consultant in the real time.
Okay. We have to give a request.
Exactly. Khalid, you have any questions? Okay. Chandrasekhar, okay. Madhusudan, I think you came late. Purushottam, any questions? Okay. Roni? Okay. Srinivas?
Sir. Hello.
Yeah, Srinivas.
Hello.
Yeah, Srinivas.
Yes, sir. I have a question, sir. Can you give some explanation on the first and second question, sir?
Regarding what?
I said mail to you now, sir.
I have given you all the, I have
me.
replied you. I replied you.
Yes, sir. I saw, but can you give an example for first question, sir?
See, what you asked is, you have created 10 company codes. Can we generate the reports for 10 company codes? Then I said yes. Then what is the example for that? I did not understand.
No. So 10 company codes are there now, sir. In the 10 company, for 9 company codes, we have used operational chart of accounts.
Okay.
And for one company, we have used country specific chart of accounts.
Okay.
So can we generate reports for 10 company codes?
Yes, we can generate the trial balance for all the 10 company codes. We can generate P&L statement for all the 10 company codes. We have not yet covered the reporting part, right? Reporting part will be coming after asset accounting. At that time, I will show you how to generate the trial balance for all the 10 company codes. And also other reports for all the 10 company codes.
Alternative GL accounts means, sir?
Huh?
Alternative GL accounts means what, sir?
See, one second, let me go to that field there. See here, he is asking about this account, this field. This is the field, alternate account number. Here, this field can be used for different purposes. You have the legacy system. Legacy system means the previous accounting system. So previously, you are using Oracle ERP, right? Now we have started using SAP. So in SAP, you have created the advance to vendors account as 2,150,000. Okay, in SAP. Now, in the Oracle system accounting also, in the Oracle system of accounting also, we had the accounts, no? GL accounts, no? There also we have to have the advances to vendors account, no? Right? So, in the previous accounting system, I mean, in the previous ERP system, which is called legacy system, advances to vendors account is 1,200,000. In that case, you can enter 1,200,000 here. So, the alternate account number represents the GL account number in the legacy system. Getting the point or not?
Yes, sir. Clear, sir.
Yeah. Then regarding carry forwarding of balances, we have not yet covered it.
Yes, sir.
In order to carry forward the GL account balances, we use the transaction code F.16. That I will show you. I have not yet covered, because once FI is over, then only we can carry forward the balances. At that time, I will show you.
Thank you, sir.
No, there is no any separate configuration for the alternate account number. You just to take the account number from the previous legacy system, that number is entered here, nothing else. Chandrasekhar. Okay then. See you tomorrow same time. Please remember, tomorrow also will take 2 hours. And don't miss the class tomorrow, because tomorrow is the automatic payment program, is a very, very important class.
Sir, same timing, sir?
Yeah, same timing. Okay then. See you tomorrow same time. Good night and good day. See, we are in automatic payment program. So in the automatic payment program, yesterday we have completed 2 steps. Then step number 3, set up all company codes for payment transactions. What is the meaning of all company codes? We have only one company code, right? So why we have to set up this payment method for all company codes? Sometimes there is one business scenario. sometimes it happens like this. Suppose you have two company codes in your group, A company code and B company code. In that case, A company code can make the payments to vendors of B company code because sometimes B company code may face the funds problem. Similarly, sometimes B company code can make the payment to vendors of A company code because sometimes A company code may face the funds problem. So that business scenario may have to be configured, right? So in that case, in order to have this type of functionality, we have to set up this payment method for all company codes. So first let us do the step. While doing the step, again I will explain. Path is same as above. Set up all company codes for payment transactions. SPRO, financial accounting, accounts receivable and accounts payable, business transactions, outgoing payments, automatic outgoing payments, payment method Banco selection for payment program. Set up all company codes for payment transactions. Click on new entries. Company code is equal to 3366. Sending company code 3366. Paying company code 3366. So what is the significance of sending company code and paying company code? What is sending company code and what is paying company code? I will explain you after this step. Then select separate payment per business area. So if the vendor has supplied the goods for different business areas and different invoices, then the system will make the payment business area wise. Then select maximum cash discount. Select maximum cash discount. Click on save. So what is the meaning of sending company code and paying company code? For example, we have the company code 1. So company code 1 is making the payment to vendors of company code 2. See, we have two company codes, company code 1 and company code 2. So company code 1 is making the payment to vendors of company code 2. In that case, company code 1 is called sending company code and company code 2 is called paying company code. Means in the sending company code field, we enter company code 1. In the paying company code field, we enter company code 2. Then what happens is, here, yesterday I told you that when the system prints the checks, the open items of the vendors are cleared. In this case, when the company code 1 has made the payment to vendors of company code 2, in which company code vendor line items are to be cleared? In the company code 2 only. Means the system will clear the open items of the vendors of the paying company code. Suppose company code 2 is making the payments to vendors of company code 1. Then again, you have to click on next entry button, right? Company code 2 you have to enter here. Sending company code 2, paying company code 1. That's how we have to set up these payment methods for all the interlinked company codes. Clear? Now, in this case, the intercompany transactions are created. The intercompany transactions are posted. See, in the above case, intercompany transactions are generated as follows. So, in the sending company code books, paying company code accounted to bank because the bank balance of the sending company code is reduced and the sending company code has to receive the payment from paying company code later on. I hope everybody is following. Similarly, in the paying company code, the entry posted is vendor account data to sending company code, because the open items of the vendors or the account balance of the vendors of the paying company code are to be reduced, and the paying company code later on has to make the payment to company code 1, that is sending company code. So sending company code is created here. Clear? This is called setting up the payment method for all company codes for payment transactions. Even though you have only one company code, you have to set up this step. Then after that, here we have selected maximum cash discount. Maximum cash discount, right? Put heading in the notes. Maximum cash discount. By selecting this indicator, the system will consider the maximum cash discount terms. The system will consider the maximum cash discount terms in the payment terms to determine the due date. To determine the due date. To determine the due date. Means what? Suppose, for example, one vendor is there. He has given these payment terms. See, if paid in 20 days, 3% cash discount. Otherwise, if paid in 30 days, 2% cash discount. Otherwise, if paid in 45 days, 0% cash discount. 0% cash discount. Okay, these are called payment terms. This is called first term. This is called second term. This is called third term. Suppose, for example, today we are executing the payment program and today is the 20th day. Then the system will print the check for this invoice after reducing 3% cash discount. It will not skip this invoice thinking that there is another 10 days, there is another 25 days, like that. It will not think like that. It will consider the maximum cash discount terms in the payment terms to determine the due date. So if today is the 20th day, the system will take this invoice into consideration and it will print the check for that invoice after reducing 3% cash discount. So this is the impact of selecting that checkbox. This is called maximum cash discount terms. Please write down this. Anybody is feeling any noise continuously? Yeah, because Chandrasekhar only is feeling the disturbance. Okay. Now I hope it's over for everybody. Yeah, Chandrasekhar, please. Now see the next step. Set up paying company codes. No, actually, there is no any noise from my side. I'm in the closed room. Step number 4. Set up paying company codes for payment transactions. So in this particular step also, we perform some activities. What are those settings or activities? While doing the step, I will explain. Path is same as above. Set up paying company codes for payment transactions. Click on new entries. Paying company code 3366. Minimum amount for incoming payment 100. Minimum amount for outgoing payment 100. Click on Forms button. Form for the payment advice. So in this particular step, you define the form for the payment advice. I told you, the system automatically prints the payment advice for every vendor for whom the payment was done. So in which form the payment advice is to be printed? This form was already defined in the system. F110 underscore D underscore Avis. Then click on sender details. Text ID is equal to ST, standard text. Letter header F underscore 0001 underscore header. Footer is equal to F underscore 0001 underscore footer. Signature text, leave it blank. Sender F underscore 0001 underscore sender. What does it mean? See here, form for the payment advice. We defined that in this form, the payment advice is to be printed. But what is the content? The standard content. What is the content that is there in this form will be printed. Then every letter contains 3 parts, no? Header part, body part, footer part. So in the body part, this text is printed. Then in the footer part, whatever the content that is there in this form is printed. Then in the header part of the letter, the content which is there in this form is printed. So these are the settings we do in this particular step. Click on save. See the next step. Creation of GL account, bank account. Already we have created this account in the house banks. So we need not do the step number 5. Similarly, creation of house bank and assign GL account number in the house bank. This step also we have done already in the house banks. Then creation of checkloads. So this step also we have done already. So step number 5, 6, 7 we need not do. But why I have given here is just to remind you one point. Sometimes in the interview they will ask you what are the configuration steps of the automatic payment program. In that case, you have to tell them the step number 5, 6 and 7 also. Then only your answer is 100% complete. Otherwise it's only 90% complete. Okay. So we need not do this 5, 6, 7. Then see the step number 8. Set up bank determination for payment transactions. What is this? Very important. Go back to notes, please. Bank determination for payment transactions. Bank determination for payment transactions. First, to take the notes, I will explain. In this activity, In this activity, we set up the ranking order. For each combination of house bank, and the payment method. For each combination of house bank and payment method. For every payment method, in every house bank, we can set up, we can define the following parameters. Number 1, the account ID from which the checks are to be printed. Number 2, the bank GL account to be updated. For that account ID. Number 3, the amount of funds to be used from that account ID for that payment method. Number 4, the number of days for which the amount is to be kept in the bank. Means what? Oh, sorry. See here, we have the two house banks, right? HSBC main branch, HSBC A, and to another house bank. So we have two house banks, right? So in every house bank, we have the different accounts. Now, we have configured two payment methods, check payment method and bank transfer payment method. Now, both the methods can be used from both house banks. No? From the HSBC main branch, we can issue the checks and we can do the bank transfer. From the HSBC A, another house bank also, we can issue the checks and we can do the bank transfer. No? In that case, at the first instance, for each combination of house bank and payment method, we can set up the ranking order. For example, in the HSBC main branch, for the check payment method, I want to give first preference. This is only purely discretion, right? It's not a principle. So from the HSBC main branch, for the check payment method, I want to give first preference. Then in the HSBC main branch, for the bank transfer, I want to give second preference. Then in the HSBC A, another house bank, for the payment method C, I want to give third rank or third preference. Then in the HSBC A, for the bank transfer, I want to give fourth preference. Like that, at the first instance, for each combination of house bank and payment method, we can set up the ranking order. Fine. Now, in the HSBC main branch, when the system is printing the checks, from which account ID the funds are to be used? Because in the HSBC main branch, we have the two accounts, current account or checking account and overdraft account. So when the system is printing the checks from the HSBC main branch account, from which account ID the checks are to be printed? Current account or overdraft account? That we can define. So my preference is when the system when the system is printing the checks from the HSBC main branch, it should print the checks from the account ID HSBCC, current account or checking account. Following. Then when the system is printing the checks from the HSBCC account ID, what is the bank GL account to be created? That we have to define. 2,01,001. Bank account, HSBC bank account. Then in this HSBC 2,01,001 GL account, in this bank account, you have $10 million funds. Out of this $10 million, how much funds you want to use for the check payment method? For example, I want to use only $6 million for the check payment method. Remaining funds I want to use for another payment method, bank transfer. So in this HSBC account ID, how much funds should be used? That we can define. Then for how many number of days the funds has to be kept in that bank account? That we can define. Generally till the checks are collected by the vendors. Till then we have to keep the funds. So all these parameters we define in the bank determination activity. Please write down this. I hope it's over for everybody. If anybody is still writing, let me know. I will wait. Now, path is same as above. Set up bank determination for payment transactions. Click on position. Paying company code is equal to 3366. Click on enter. Select the paying company code. Select the company code 3366. Double click on ranking order. Click on new entries. Payment method is equal to C. Currency is equal to USD. Rank order 1. House bank HSBCM. Means in this house bank HSBCM, for the payment method C, I have given first preference. If you have the bank transfer payment method, for that if you want to give the second rank, then second preference, then payment method B, currency USD, rank order 2, HSBCM, house bank. So like that, at the first instance, you set up the ranking order for each combination of house bank and payment method. Click on save. Select the line. Double click on bank accounts. Click on new entries. House bank is equal to HSBCM. Payment method C. Currency USD. Means, so in the HSBC main branch, house bank, when the system is printing the checks, from which account ID the system has to print the checks? From the account ID HSBC. So when the system is printing the checks from the HSBC account ID, what is the GL account to be created? 2,102. HSBC bank account, current account. I hope everybody is following. Click on save. Double click on available amounts. Click on new entries. House bank is equal to HSBCM. Account ID HSBCC. Account ID HSBCC. Number of days 999. Means for 999 days the funds are to be kept in this account ID HSBCC. Means the checks are collected. Till the checks are collected, the funds are to be kept in the bank. Currency USD. Available for outgoing payments. How much funds you want the system to use from this account ID? Let us say $2 million. Otherwise, if you enter all nines, then whatever the total funds that are available in this account ID will be used by the system for the purpose of check payment method. Following? This is called, I have given the wrong ID, HSBCM. So here I have given all nines. Otherwise you can enter $2 million also. This is called bank determination for payment transactions. Now, assign payment method in the vendor account. Before this, yesterday I told you that all the settings can be configured in only one transaction code. There is no transaction codes for the individual steps, but there is one transaction code in which we can set up the total payment program. That is FBZP. Suppose, for example, right, you are expecting some payments from the customers, right? That amounts can be entered here. Scheduled incoming payments. Actually, this there is another module which is called Financial Supply Chain Management, FSCM, right? So in the FSCM, there is a sub-module, Collection Management. So from the Collection Management, the system will take that information. But if you don't use FSCM, right, it's not necessary at all. Now, there is one transaction code wherein we can configure the total payment program, FBZP. FBZP. See, all the steps till now what we have done are here. Here, first we have set up the payment method in the country, no? So, click on payment methods in the country. See, click on position, go country US. It was already set up. So after setting up the payment method at the country level, we have to set up the payment method at the company code level, right? So click on back arrow. See payment methods in the company code. After that, set up all company codes for payment transactions. Today, first step, right? This one. Already we have done it, no? See, paying company code, sending company code, etc. After completing this step, click on back arrow. Then set up paying company codes. After that, house banks. After that, bank code determination. This is the step what you have done just now. Clear? Now, see the step number 9. Assign payment method in the vendor account. Every vendor master record should be assigned with the payment method. If you don't assign the payment method in the vendor account, even though there are overdue invoices, system will not select those invoices for the payment program. Transaction code XK02. Change vendor master record. Company code is equal to 3366. Vendor is equal to 1,05,001.
Hello?
Yes, Srinivas.
Sir, APP configuration steps means these are the six steps only, sir.
Yeah.
In the screen, FDZP.
Yes,
ZP.
exactly.
Okay.
Vendor is equal to 1,05,001. Company code 3366. Select payment transactions under the company code data. Click on enter. Payment method C. Of course, tolerance group is there in your material. Check double invoice is there. Already these two fields have been selected. Then payment method C. Payment method C. Look at the screen. Here you can, if you notice the field name, payment methods, means we can assign multiple payment methods in the vendor account. Do one thing. Write one point here. You have some space here, no? Better to write here itself. We can assign multiple payment methods in the vendor account. We can assign multiple payment methods in the vendor account. For that purpose, enter all the payment methods. Enter all the payment methods. Separated by commas. Enter all the payment methods separated by commas. In that case, the system will use the payment methods in the order they are entered. In the order they are entered. In the order they are entered. Means sorry, in the order they are entered in conjunction with the minimum amounts and the maximum amounts, minimum amounts and the maximum amounts we have defined for the payment method. Means what? Suppose, for example, you have configured two payment methods, bank transfer and check. So I want to assign both the payment methods in this vendor account. In that case, C comma B. Then the system give the first preference for the payment method C. For that, it will verify the minimum amount, sorry, it will verify the maximum amount we have defined in the second step. Just I will take you there. In the second step, set up payment methods per company code for payment transactions, right? We have set up the minimum amount and maximum amounts. Set up payment methods per company code for payment transactions. See, first in the vendor account we have given the payment method check. So the first preference is given by the system to check payment method. In addition to that, the system will verify maximum amount you have entered for the payment method C. Here, for example, let us assume we have entered the maximum amount 1 lakh. But the invoice amount for this vendor is 1,20,000. Then the system will skip this payment method. It will go for bank transfer. That's how the system will use the payment methods in the order they are entered in conjunction with the minimum amount and maximum amounts entered here. Clear? Now, from now onwards, end user steps. Let us post some invoices and we will see how we can use the payment program to print the checks. First, let us post one invoice, F-43. Let us post the invoices F-43. Document date is 3/12/2017. Type is KR. Company code 3366. Posting date 3/12/2017. Period 12. Currency USD. Posting key 31. Account is 1,05,001. Click on enter. Amount is 25,000. Business area 3366. Payment terms 0001. Baseline date 3/12/2017. Text being goods purchased. Posting key 40. Account is 2,120,000. Click on enter. Amount is asterisk. Business area 3366. Text plus. Click on save. So let us post one more invoice so that we can clearly understand the execution of automatic payment program. Even though it is not there in the material, right? I am posting one more invoice. Document date is 3/12/2017. Type is KR. Company code 3366. Posting date 3/12/2017. Period 12. Currency USD. Posting key 31. Account is 1,05,001. Click on enter. Amount is 75,000. Business area 3366. Payment terms 0001. Baseline date 3/12/2017. Text being goods purchased. Posting key 40. Account is 2,120,000. Click on enter. Amount is asterisk. Business area 3366. Text plus. Click on save. So let us display the line items in the vendor account. FBL1N. See, there are two open items. 25,000 one invoice and 75,000 one more invoice. So total you have to pay 1 lakh to this vendor. So let us see how to execute the payment program to print the check for these invoices. But before executing the payment program, we have to understand what exactly happens while executing the automatic payment program. See, phases in the execution of automatic payment program. Phases in the execution of automatic payment program. There are 4 phases in the execution of automatic payment program. This is very, very important from the entry point of view also. Number 1, parameters. Number 2, proposal. Number 3, program. Number 4, print. So these are the 4 phases that are involved in the execution of automatic payment program. So at each phase, what happens? We have to understand that. In the parameters phase, parameters. In this phase, the user enters the selection criteria such as company codes, payment methods, next payment run date, vendor number range to be considered in the payment run. Means for which company codes you want to execute the payment program, who are the vendors to be considered, what are the payment methods you want to use. All this information is entered in the parameters phase. Parameters is nothing but selection parameters. So without knowing the selection parameters, system cannot select the vendors, right? That's why all these selection parameters are entered in the parameters tab. In the parameters phase. Then proposal. Based on the parameters entered, the system identifies the vendors who have become due as on the date of executing the program. See, based on the parameters entered, the system identifies the vendors who have become due as on the date of executing the program, and for every vendor it identifies only those invoices which have become due. This is called proposal. We can edit the proposal and we can display the proposal. In the editing function, we can change the payment method, house banks, account ID, etc. We can also block an invoice for payment. What exactly is this? See, for example, in the parameters phase, we have entered the vendor range 1,501 to 1,600. All the 100 vendors we have entered. So out of these 100 vendors, only 3 vendors are due. So the system will generate the list of these 3 vendors first. For example, give me 1 minute. Yes. See, we have given the vendor range 1,501 to 1,600. 100 vendors we have given the range. But out of 100 vendors, today only 3 vendors are due. Like vendor number 1,501, there are some invoices due for this vendor. For vendor 1,510, there are some invoices due. And for vendor 1,576, there are some invoices due. So at the first instance, the system will display the list of vendors who have become due. And for every vendor, the system also displays what are the invoices due for that vendor. For example, for the vendor 1,501, right, you have invoice number 100, whose amount is 75,000. Because I cannot pre-prepare this proposal because the vendors numbers will be changing from batch to batch. No? Okay, like that. See, at the first instance, the system will generate the list of vendors who have become due. So today, vendor 5 lakh, 1 lakh 501, 1 lakh 510, 1 lakh 576 have become due. But for 1 lakh 501 vendor, these are the 3 invoices that have become due. And for the 1 lakh 510 vendor, these are the 3 invoices that have become due. And for 1 lakh 576, there are some other invoices which have become due. So for every vendor, the system will display the list of invoices which have become due. This is called proposal. So you have to understand in such a way that if you understand like this, you can clearly remember that. The system is proposing to us, that it is going to print the checks for these invoices of these vendors. Is it okay? This is called proposal. The system is proposing to us like this. This is called proposal. Is it okay or not? If it is okay, you can proceed. If it is not okay, why it is not okay? Because here, for the vendor 1 lakh 510, actually there are 3 invoices due, right? Out of these 3 invoices, I don't want to make the payment for 1 lakh 510 vendor on the invoice number 231. I hope everybody is following me. In this vendor, for the vendor 1 lakh 510, there are 3 invoices due. But I don't want to make the payment for the vendor 1 lakh 510 on the invoice 231 because there is a dispute on this invoice regarding quality. So until the quality dispute is settled, I don't want to make the payment. So I want to block the invoice from the payment program. You can edit the proposal. For that purpose, you can edit the proposal. That's what I told you in the screen. See, we can edit the proposal. In the editing function, right, we can change the payment method, we can change the house bank, we can change the account ID, and we can block an invoice for payment also. Clear what exactly is the meaning of proposal? See, actually in the real time, what happens is, I'm an accountant. So I generated the proposal. I have taken the printout of the proposal. That proposal will be sent to my finance manager because the payments are to be approved by him. So I will generate the list of vendors, and for every vendor, what are the invoices that are going to be paid. This is contained in the proposal, right? So I take the proposal printout. I will send that proposal to my manager finance. Then he will review the proposal. Then if he wants to block any invoices for any vendor, he will write his recommendations on the proposal paper and he will send that proposal paper again back to me. Then based on his recommendations, I will block the respective invoices. So where do we block? I will show you. While doing the step, I will show you. This is called proposal. Then program. Once the proposal is verified and authorized, the user executes the payment program. As a result, the following accounting functions are affected. See, all the vendor due line items for which checks have been printed are cleared. All the vendor due line items for which the checks have been printed or cleared automatically. The vendor reconciliation accounts are updated automatically. Bank accounts are updated automatically. The check register is updated automatically. The vendor account balance are updated automatically. The payment documents are generated, means the accounting entries are posted automatically. So these 6 accounting functions are taken care by the system automatically. Then fourth phase. In this phase, the system prints the checks, payment advice and payment summary. So this is the last phase. This is what exactly happens in automatic payment program. Clear? Now we will see how to execute payment program. But before that, let's have a break of 10 minutes. So I'll be back exactly in 10 minutes. Yes, I am back. I'm sorry, I was a little bit late. Akila, are you there? Akila, are you there? Gadi, are you there? Okay, Gadi. Okay, Chandrasekhar. Himasailaja. Okay, Khalid. Roni, are you there? Okay. Srinivas.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, execution of automatic payment program, transaction code F110. We have two invoices. So in one of the invoice, change payment term 0001 to 0002. That we will see later. First, let us try to understand this, right? We can change the payment term. My intention here is, right, I want to explain you how the payment program is executed. But if you want to change the payment terms, you can change it. In that case, if the invoice is not due, it will not print the check. That's why I don't want to change the payment terms now. F110. Run date. Generally, it is always current date. Run date is equal to 3/12/2017. Identification ABC1. Give some name. Here, generally what happens is, the user can execute the payment program every day, or once in 2 days, or once in 3 days, or once in a week. Based on their payment policy, the user executes the payment program. Generally, this payment program is executed every day. In some organizations, the payment program is executed multiple times also. In that case, for each time, we have to give an identification. So just like that, I have given ABC1. See here, status, no parameters entered as it. So there is no parameters entered. Parameters means selection parameters. So we have to enter the selection parameters. Click on parameters tab, see the material. Clearly step is there. And click on parameters tab. Company code is equal to 3366. Payment method C. Next payment date 4/12/2017. Vendor 1,05,001. Vendor 1,05,001. Click on save. Now, here we have to understand number of points. Okay. Now click on save. Fine. Here, first of all, how the system verifies or how the system selects what are the invoices to be paid. First, we have to understand how the system verifies or how the system decides which invoice are to be paid. Now, first I will explain that point. Here, in the real time, we enter the vendor range 1,05,001 to 1,06,000. Now, at the first instance, the system will verify if any open items are available in the vendor 1,05,001. If the system does not find any open items in the vendor 1,05,001, it will leave that vendor, it will go to 1,05,002 vendor. Again, in the vendor 1,05,002, if the system will not find if the system does not find any open items, it will leave that 1,05,002 vendor, it goes to 1,05,003 vendor. Again, in the 1,05,003 vendor, it verifies if any invoices are there, if any open items are there. Like that, at the first instance, the system will verify if any open items are available. So let us check the open items in the vendor account 1,05,001. FBL1N. So in this vendor, there are two open items, right? So from the open item, it will identify the payment terms. If you double click on this open item here also, you can see the payment terms. So what is the payment terms 0001? Payment immediately. So the credit period in the payment terms is added to baseline date. Thereby, it determines the due date. So for this invoice, what is the due date? Today itself. Okay. Then the due date for the invoice is compared with the run date here. If the due date of invoice falls on or before this run date, system will take that invoice into payment program. Suppose if the due date is 5/12, it will leave that invoice. It will come back to second invoice. Again, from the second invoice, it will identify the payment terms and the credit period in the payment terms is added to baseline date. Thereby, again, it determines the due date. So for every invoice, the system will find out the due date and the due date is compared with this run date. If the due date of the invoice is falling on or before the run date, it will take that invoice into consideration. Otherwise, it will leave that invoice. Like that, for every vendor, all the invoices are analyzed by the system like this. Clear for everybody? Then, why we have to enter next payment date here? This next payment date has got lot of significance when you are executing the payment program periodically in a predefined fixed intervals. Means, for example, let us assume that on every Saturday, okay, today is Sunday, no? Let us assume that we are working 7 days. Okay, so every Sunday we are executing the payment program. We are not executing payment program every day. Please remember, we are executing the payment program every Sunday. In that case, next payment date has got lot of significance. Put heading in the notes. Next payment date. Next payment date. Based on the next payment date, the system will print the check. The system will print the check for those invoices also. Which may become overdue by the next payment date. And on which the cash discount is also available, so that the cash discount is not lost. Let us take one example to understand this point. So, current date of execution of APP. APP means automatic payment program. Today is 3/12/2017. Then, according to our payment policy, we execute the payment program on next Sunday. Next Sunday means 10. So, next payment date 10 December 2017. This is the situation, right? Now, there is one invoice. Invoice amount is 1 lakh. Due date is 10, no? Let us say 8/12/2017. If paid on 8/12/2017, vendor will give us 3% cash discount. This is the scenario. See, there is one invoice whose due date is 8th December. So if you make the payment on 8th December, the vendor will give us 3% cash discount. Means at the time of purchasing the goods, vendor said the credit period is 30 days. And if we make the payment on 30th day, he gives us 3% cash discount. So 30th day is 8th December. I hope till now it's clear for everybody. So in our company, we are executing the payment program on every Sunday. So today is 3rd December 2017. Is this invoice due today? No. It is due on 8th December. So this invoice is not due today. So let us assume system does not select this invoice for the payment program. But when you are executing the payment program next 10th December. But on 10th December, this invoice is due, but overdue. Yes or no? Yes, it's overdue. So the vendor gives the discount only if we make the payment on 8th December. But if you make the payment on 10th December, he will not give the cash discount. So you have to lose the cash discount. It's a loss to the company. That's why, in that case, if you enter the next payment date 10/12/2017, the system will print the check for this invoice also after reducing 3% cash discount with the current date. Here you may be getting some doubts. Let me complete. The topic is not yet complete. Clear? So the system will print the check for this invoice also after reducing 3% cash discount with the current date. Now, here, today is what? 3rd December. But the due date is 8th December. Okay. System has printed the check for this invoice after reducing 3% cash discount. So we have given the check to the vendor. And vendor is also having the account in the same house bank. So today itself, he has deposited the check in the bank and the funds are transferred today itself. In that case, you are having working capital limits. In that case, you have to pay interest for 5 days, no? Actually, the payment has to be done on 8th, but today you have done payment, 97,000. So on 97,000, you have to lose the interest for 5 days, no? So your discount received is reduced by the amount of the interest you have to pay for 5 days on 97,000. That's why you have to give the check to the vendor only on 8th December. In that case, how do we know the due date of this invoice? If you know the due date of invoices, where is the use of this automatic payment program? But in this particular case, we should know the due date. For that, we maintain one setting wherein the system will maintain the log of the due date of the invoices for which the payments have been done. So from that log, you can find the due date of this invoice and you can send this check to the vendor on 8th December only. Clear? Till then, you can keep the check in your desk. Clear? That is the significance of this next payment date. This is especially very important when you are executing the payment program periodically, not every day. If you execute the payment program every day, it doesn't have any significance. Please write down. Yes, Chandrasekhar. Check is generated on 3rd with 3rd December date only. But is given to vendor on 8th December only. Please write down this. I will be back in 1 minute. I hope it's over for everybody. Now, click on, see the material. Click on additional log tab. So just like that, here I have given next payment date tomorrow. Click on additional log. Select due date check. Select payment method selection all cases. See, required logging type, due date check. So by selecting this indicator, the system will maintain the log of the due dates of the invoices for which payment has been done, not for every invoice. Then what is the payment method that has been used for every invoice? That log also is maintained. Vendor 1,05,001. So whoever the vendors you specify here, right, the system will maintain the log of these two parameters. Click on save. Click on back arrow. See, parameters have been entered. Second page. Click on proposal. Click on schedule proposal. Select start immediately. So when do you want the system to start the proposal? Immediately. Target computer, press F4 and insert the name of your server. Target computer is equal to, give your server name. Press F4 key to find and insert. Click on enter. See, proposal is running. Means it is selecting, it is analyzing the invoices. So you have to click on enter till you get the message payment proposal has been created. See, status shows proposal scheduled, all created. Here. Status shows proposal has been created. So what is proposal now? List of vendors, and for every vendor, list of invoice that are going to be paid. So we can display the proposal. If you want to display proposal, you can click on this display proposal. If you want to edit the proposal, this is called edit proposal. So according to our material, click on edit proposal. Here, all accounting clerks was already selected. So you just click on enter. Means the system will display the proposals created by all the accounting clerks. Click on enter. See, here we have only one vendor. Vendor 1,05,001. It is going to make a payment of 1 lakh. Here, this type should be in green color. So for this vendor, it is going to make a payment of 1 lakh. Here we have given only one vendor. That's why it has taken only this number. Just 1 second. Yes, I'm sorry for the interruptions. So, if another vendor is there, and for him also there are invoices, the system would have shown another line, vendor 1,05,002 and payment to him. So like that, at the first instance, the system will display the list of vendors who have become due. Okay, fine. For this vendor, 1,05,001, 1 lakh is going to be paid. So this 1 lakh contains multiple invoices or only one invoice? We don't know, right? If you double click on the line item, the system will display the list of invoices. See, for the vendor 1,05,001, 2 invoices are there. See the material. Double click on line item of vendor number. Please add one sentence here. Double click on line item of vendor number to display list of invoices for that vendor. To display list of invoices for that vendor. Double click on the line item of vendor number to display the list of invoices for that vendor. See, for this vendor 2 invoices are due. Now, out of these 2 invoices, I want to block second invoice. Then double click again on the invoice number. Double click again on the invoice number. Block if you want. Look at the screen, please. I want to block second invoice. Double click on this line item. Payment block. If you enter A or B, system will not print the check for this invoice. It will print the check only for the first invoice. This is how we can block a payment from the invoice. Sorry, we can block an invoice from the payment. Now, I hope everybody is following. The most important point here you have to remember is, if you enter the blocking reason in the payment program, the system will apply this block only in this payment run. See, today at 10:30 morning, right? I am executing payment program and I have blocked this invoice now. In the afternoon, if you execute the payment program again, the system will take that invoice into payment run. So the blocking is applicable only in the current run, right? But I don't want the system to take this invoice in any payment run. I don't want the system to take this invoice in any payment run. In that case, at the time of posting the invoice in F-43, there is one field, payment block. So if you enter the blocking reason there, the system will not select that invoice in any payment run till that blocking is removed. And again, in the vendor master record, in the company code data, there is one more field, payment block. So if you enter the blocking reason in the vendor master record, the invoice, all the invoice of that vendor will not be considered in any payment run till that blocking is removed. So these are the different scenarios wherein we can block the invoice. We can block the invoice in payment run. We can block the invoice at the time of posting. We can block the invoices from the master record. I will show you all these three parameters once the payment program is executed. So here, if you want to block, you can enter the blocking reasons. Here I am not blocking. Suppose if you want to change the payment method, house bank, etc., click on reallocate button. You can enter the payment method, house bank, and account IDs. Here we are having only one account ID, one payment method, right? So I am not changing anything. Click on save. Click on back arrow twice. Come to proposal screen. Now go to printout data medium tab. This one, printout data medium tab. RFFOUS_C. This is our check program, right? Enter ABC1. Your identification. RFFOUS_C is equal to ABC1. Click on Maintain Variants button. So after clicking on Maintain Variants button, you add one sentence. Select for all selection screens radio button. Select for all selection screens radio button. This sentence you have to enter. Click on Continue. Program run date 3/12/2017. Identification feature ABC1. Give your own name or the name you have given in the first screen. Identification feature is equal to ABC1. Paying company code 3366. Business area 3366. House bank HSBCM. Account ID HSBCC. Check lot number 1. Here, the check lot which you use for the automatic payment program, non-sequential checkbox should not be selected because while printing the checks, the system cannot skip any checks. So it will print the checks in the sequential order only. So the non-sequential checkbox should not be selected for the check lot used for the automatic payment program. Then under print control, select print checks, printer LP01. So on this printer, system will print the checks. Select print immediately. Select print payment advice notes, printer LP01. Select print immediately. Then print payment summary, printer LP01. Select print immediately. And number of sample printouts 0. I don't want to take any sample printouts of the checks. And select do not void any checks. Then click on Attributes button. Description is equal to ABC1. Description or meaning, anything. Click on Save. Click on back arrow. Click on Save. Click on back arrow. Click on back arrow. Select the printout button. Not this one. Printout. Wait, the printout button has not come. No, we enter the payment method. We enter the payment method in the under master record. No check can be made in SAP GTS. Okay. So there is some system error, right? I have to rectify this error. Okay. So this we will see in the next class. How to execute the payment program, we will see in the next class. Okay. So next class we have on Tuesday morning, Indian time. ESA time, Monday. Right? So there is one system error in this. I have to rectify that error. Okay. So after rectifying this error, we will see how to execute the payment program and also we will see the effects. Next class we have Tuesday morning, Indian time. Akila, you have any questions? Okay. Gadilingam, any questions? Okay, Chandrasekhar.
Sir, hello.
Yeah, tell me.
Sir, in the payment run also we have provided all the banking details, like which bank and which method and all.
Yes.
Already we have provided in the ranking orders and all, right?
Yes.
Why again we have to provide here?
Because, good question, good observation. Here, we have only one company code. In that case, no issues. But you have multiple company codes. So in the parameters tab, you have given the company codes 3366, 3377, 3388. So for each company code, you may have different payment house banks, right? That's why at the time of executing the payment program, we have to enter house banks also.
Sir, if we have a two or more house banks.
So if you have the more two, that's why when you have more than one house bank, then you have to enter. Here, even though you have the more than one house bank, you have defined the ranking order. But the thing here is, you may have more company codes. When you are entering the more company codes in the payment parameters, then we have to enter the house bank and account IDs.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Jerisha?
Sir, and while setting up this sender company code and paying company code, if you have a more company codes,
yeah,
each company codes you have to align, right?
Exactly. For each combination of two company codes, you have to do this step.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Khalid, you have any questions? Okay. Roni? Okay. Srinivas?
Hello.
Yeah, tell me, Srinivas.
Sir, generally payment method where we define, sir, at hosting level, at master data level, sir?
Payment method we assign in the master data.
Okay.
Right? Not at the APP level. In APP, in the F-110, you specify what are the payment methods that are to be used by the system. But all the payment methods are to be assigned in the master data. Clear?
Okay, sir.
Okay, then see you on Tuesday morning, Indian time. See, we are in the execution of automatic payment program. At the time of executing the automatic payment program in the previous class, we could not get one tab. We could not get one necessary tab. So that was due to the activation of Global Trade Services module in this particular server. Because of that, we could not get the required tab. So I have deactivated the Global Trade Services. Now let us see executing the automatic payment program again from the scratch. See, execution of automatic payment program F110. I am executing the payment program again from the beginning. Transaction code F110. Run date is equal to, give the today's date, 5/12/2017. Identification ABC1. You can give any identification. Click on Parameters tab. Company code 3366. Payment method C. Next payment date 6/12/2017. Vendor is equal to, I think 1,05,001. Let me check. Company code 3344. 2,02,000. 1. Vendor 2,02,001. Click on Additional Log tab. Select Due Date Check. Select Payment Method Selection in all cases. Vendor is equal to 2,02,001. Click on Save. Click on Back Arrow. Click on Schedule Proposal. Select Start Immediately. Target Computer. Press F4 and insert your server name. Click on Enter. Again click on Enter till you get the message Payment Proposal has been created. See, Payment Proposal has been created. Now, select Edit Proposal. So if you want to edit the proposal, click on Edit Proposal. Click on Enter. Company code 3366 do not appear in the proposal 512-2017 ABC1. Why it is given this many errors? One second.
Sir, vendor account is 100501, sir, not 200201.
Oh. Okay. I am deleting this proposal. If you want to delete the proposal, go to menu Edit, Proposal, Delete. Company code 3366. Payment method C. Next payment date 6/12/2017. Vendor is equal to 1,05,001. Click on Additional Log tab. Select Due Date Check. Select Payment Method Selection in all cases. Vendor 1,05,001. Click on Save. Click on Back Arrow. Click on Schedule Proposal. Select Start Immediately. Target Computer. Select your server. Click on Enter. Click on Enter. Again click on Enter till you get the message Payment Proposal has been created. Click on Schedule Edit Proposal. Click on Enter. So if you want to see the list of invoices due for this vendor, double click on the line item of the vendor number. So these are the two invoices due for this vendor. If you want to block this invoice here, double click on the required line item and you enter the blocking reason here. And these blocking reasons were already created in the system. And if you want to change the bank account, house bank, etc., you just click on reallocate button. Then here you can change the payment method, house bank, account ID, etc. Here I am not doing anything. Click on Save. Click on Back Arrow twice. Come to Proposal screen. Come to Proposal screen. Now, click on Payment Run button. And select Start Immediately was already selected. Target Computer was already taken. Click on Enter. Go to Printout Data Medium tab. RFF OS underscore C is equal to XYZ. Give your identification which you have given in the first screen. Click on maintain variants. Then after that I told you to write one sentence. Select for all selection screens radio button. Click on enter. Program run date is equal to 5/12/2017. Identification feature XYZ. Paying company code 3366. Business area 3366. House bank HSBCM. Account ID HSBCC. Check lot number 0001. Select to print checks. Printer is LP01. Select to print immediately. Select to print payment advice notes. Printer LP01. Select to print immediately. Select to print payment summary. Printer LP01. Select to print immediately. Number of sample printouts 0. Means I don't want to print any sample check. I don't want to do any sample printouts of the checks. Select do not void any checks. During the processing, if any check is damaged, don't cancel that. Click on Attributes tab. Description or meaning is equal to XYZ. Click on Save. Again Save. Click on back arrow. Click on Save. Click on back arrow. Now, select the printout button. See, in the previous class, we could not get this button because the Global Trade Services one module is there, GTS. So that was linked with the FI. So that link I have disconnected that. So you are able to get this printout button now. And see here, posting orders 1 generated, 1 completed. So click on printout tab. Job name is equal to give some name. Here a printing job is created. So that printing job contains printing of checks, printing of payment advice, printing of payment summary. Click on enter. So here the checks are not printed. Please remember, only the printing job is created. That's it. Once the printing job is executed, then the system will print all the checks, payment advices and payment summary. And see the step number 12. To see checks / to print checks. See, actually, sometimes it is mentioned as CHECKS and sometimes it is mentioned as CHEQUES. So CHEQUES is American English and CHECKS is the German English. European English. So both are same. Because SAP is a German company, it's an European company. So that's why if you notice that everywhere it is using CHECKS. If you go to FCH5, see, CHECK is there. So you need not worry about the spelling. Now, to see the checks or print the checks, go to menu System Services Output Control. Click on Execute. Here, print requests created by Lakshman. So this name of the user has been already taken over. Click on Execute. See, here 3 spool requests have been generated. So what is the spool request? You can write down on the top of the page. On the top of the page of your material, please write down. Spool stands for sequential. Spool stands for sequential, preferential, operation, online. Sequential, preferential, operation, online. So that is the amplification of spool. Here, actually what happens is in the real time, for a group of users, one printer is configured. So the printing requests or the printing job from all the users is executed on the same printer. So I have sent one printing request now to the server, but the printer is already busy with printing something else received from some other user. In that case, the printer will keep my request in the queue. Once the job on hand is over, the printer will pick up my job. Like that, when the printer is busy, all the requests received by the printer will be kept in the queue. Once the job on hand is over, it will pick up the next job. In order to identify the jobs in the queue, system automatically assigns one number. That number is called spool number. And the printing requests and spool numbers are configured by the basis consultants in the real time. So here, 3 printing requests are there. One is check printing. Number 2, payment advice printing. Number 3, payment summary. Now I want to see the check. Select the spool number relating to check. Click on display content. See, this is the check. Company, Ratna Enterprises Limited. Dear Sir Madam, we have settled the items listed below with the enclosed check for the payment 4,22,000, subject to the goods and services supplied and the invoice therefore being in order. We are sending a separate payment advice for the document 4,22,000 from December 5, 2017 to explain the invoice items. Then this is the payment document. This is the check number, date of the check, currency USD, payment amount 1 lakh. Then this is the bank number. This is our account number. This is the check number and HSBC bank. Amount in words 100,000 USD and amount in figures. This is the format of the check defaultly defined in the software. So in the real time, this format is not compatible. So you can create your own format with the help of the above consultants. So here we don't know programming. So I have shown you the check printing in the system defined default format. Now here, the authorized signatory will put his signature on this. Now, the thing here is, if you remember, we have selected single payment per market item, right? I told you that because of selecting single payment per market item, the system will print a separate check for each due invoice of the vendor. So for this vendor, 2 invoices are due, right? So it should have printed only, it should have printed 2 checks, but it has printed only 1 check for 1 lakh. Why so? If you go back and see the notes, I told you that the system will print a separate check for each due invoice of the vendor, provided the payment method C has been entered at the time of posting the invoice. So we have to select the single payment per market item in the configuration, and also at the time of posting the invoice, the user has to enter payment method check. Then only the system will print a separate check for each due invoice. Here we did not enter the payment method C at the time of posting the invoice. Look at the screen where that field is there. I am going to show you now. F-43. 5/12/2017. Vendor 1,501,000. Click on enter. See, payment method is there. So for each invoice, if you enter the payment method here and if you have selected the single payment per market item, the system will print a separate check for each invoice. Clear? Now, here at the time of executing the proposal, I told you that an invoice can be blocked at the 3 places. Number 1, in the payment run. So when you block the invoice in the payment run, that blocking is applicable only for that run. Number two, at the time of posting the invoice, you can block the invoice. See here you have the payment block. So if you enter the payment block reason here, A, then the system will not select this invoice. The system will not select this invoice in any payment run till you remove this payment block. In FB02, you can come to this screen. In FB02, you can remove the payment block in the FI document. Suppose if you enter the payment block reason in the vendor master record, I am taking you to vendor master record XK02, change vendor master record, company code 3366. Select the payment transactions in the company code data, then enter. See here, you have the payment block field here. So if you select the payment block here, system will not select the invoice of this vendor. The system will not select the invoice of this vendor in any payment run. So once you come back and if you remove the payment block here, from then onwards, the system will set the invoice of this vendor into payment run. So these are the three places where we can block an invoice for the vendor. Now,
Hello.
Yes, invoice.
Sir, if this invoice vendor is having 5 invoices, so
Okay.
No one invoice will be selected.
Yes. If you enter the blocking reason in the vendor master record, all the 5 invoices will not be selected.
Okay.
Now, here the most important thing, one more thing you have to understand here is when you are using any ERP, if you make a special request to the bank, the bankers will give us a special checkbook, not the normal checkbook what we have for our savings account or normal current accounts. You might have seen the computer printing paper in the form of perforation. You have the dot matrix printer whose printer head is very long in the width. So in order to print on those printers, we use a separate computer paper which will have perforation between 2 pages, right? So if you make the special request to the bank, the bankers will give us a check lot in the same format. Perforation between 2 checks, there will be a perforation. So the user will insert the check lot into system. System means printer here. So the user will insert the check lot into the printer. Then the printer will start printing the checks tuck, 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 like that till it reaches the maximum available amount you have specified in the bank determination screen. That's how it happens in the real time. Now, I want to see payment advice. Click on back arrow. Select payment advice. 1 second. Select payment advice notes. Click on display content. See here, company Ratna Enterprises. This is the payment advice or covering letter. We have settled the following items with the check number 104, subject to the goods and services supplied in the invoice, therefore being in order. This is the document number, invoice document number. Your document means his invoice number. You did not enter any invoice number in the reference column, so it has not taken your document number there. This is the date of invoice. This is the cash discount received. There isn't any cash discount received. This is the gross amount of invoice. Sum total 1 lakh. So total how much payment you have done? For that you have to refer to the payment summary. Click on back arrow, select the payment summary, click on display contents. See here, this is the document number, means payment document number, open item account number, Ratna Enterprises Limited, payment done 1 lakh. Here we have only one vendor. So it is showing the details of the payments made to this vendor only. And the company code total amount means if you refer to the company code total amount, it is the total amount paid by the system today. So like that, payment summary is printed, payment document, payment advice is printed, and checks are printed. Now, all the accounting functions should also have been taken care. See the next step. Display check register. Transaction code is not there. Write the transaction code FCHEN. Paying company code 3366. House bank is equal to HSBCM. Account ID HSBCC. Click on execute. See here, check number 104. This was issued towards the payment document number 4,22. This is the payment date, 5/12/2017. This is the currency in which it was issued. It is the amount paid 1 lakh. For 1 lakh, the check was issued. Ratna Enterprises Limited. This is the recipient of the check. Now, see the next step. Verify whether invoice is paid. FBL1N. If you go to FBL1N, there should not be any open items. And vendor account. Right? There was a wrong transaction code, FK10N. If you go to FK10N, vendor account balance, the balance should be 0. Let us check these two transaction codes. FBL1N. 1,501. Execute. See, system says no items are selected. So there is no any open items. If you go to FK10N, vendor account balance, fiscal year 2017. See, debit is equal to credit. There isn't any balance now. Clear? That's how the system will take care of all the accounting functions. And the payment document should have been posted. If you go to FB03, document number 4,22. Look at the screen. HSBC bank account is created with 1 lakh. Then Ratna Enterprise account is debited, posting key 25, debit for vendor for payment. And you see the date, today's date. So like that, when the payment program is executed, checks are printed, payment advice is printed, payment summary is printed, and all the accounting functions are taken care. This is the very, very important function. This is the very, very important feature, automatic payment program in accounts payable. Then, terms of payment, cash discount. So till now, we have been using 0001 payment terms, which was already defined in the system, which means that payment immediately and without any discount. But we can also define our own payment terms. So how to define our own payment terms, right? And with the discount terms, how to define our own payment terms with the discount terms. And when you make the payment to vendor within the stipulated time, the vendor will give us some cash discount. Then the system automatically transfers that cash discount to the cash discount received account. So for that, we need to develop the configuration. But that we will see tomorrow, because today I have to go to office a little bit early. So I am closing the session for today. Tomorrow accounts payable will be over. Then from day after tomorrow, we start accounts receivables. Akila, you have any questions? Yeah, Chandrasekhar.
Sir,
Yeah.
now people are saying SAP will not be available only working on S4 HANA. Is it true?
Yeah. From 2020, right? ECC 6.0 will not be there.
Oh.
Right? As for HANA
Then,
Simple Finance, right? Even now, all the new clients are going for, most of the new clients are going for
migration.
as for HANA Simple Finance, right?
Oh.
So from 2020, SAP will start supporting ECC 6.0. So in the year 2020, it is mandatory for every old client to migrate to S/4HANA Simple Finance. That's why 2020, there will be, you cannot imagine, there will be that many number of job opportunities for S/4HANA Simple Finance. But for learning S/4HANA Simple Finance, you should know
We need
FICO.
it. Yes, sir.
Without FICO, you cannot understand S/4HANA Simple Finance.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. And of course, I am also teaching now S/4HANA Simple Finance. Akila, you have
Yes,
any
sir.
questions? Okay. Gadi?
Hello.
Yeah, Gadi.
Sir, could you explain me about that when you have selected the indicator for a single payment for marked items? I mean, we have to select again payment method in invoice.
Exactly.
If you want to print separate checks, right?
Exactly.
So what is the logic behind that, sir?
Because
I didn't understand that.
Yeah. See, suppose for example, you have the 5 invoices. Okay. For a vendor, 5 invoices are there. Okay. So for 2 invoices, you want a separate check. Okay. And for the remaining 3 invoices, a separate checks. Means for 5 invoices, you want 4 checks. Getting my point? So for the first 2 invoices, you don't select payment method C. For the remaining 3 invoices, you select payment method C. So for the next 3 invoices, the system will print 3 checks, and for the first 2 invoices, for which you did not enter payment method C, the system will print only 1 check for the total amount of those 2 invoices. Got my point?
Yes, sir. Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Emma Sailaja, you have any questions? Okay. Khalid? Okay. Madhusudan?
Sir.
I'm coming to your question, Chandrasekhar. 1 second. Not in the next class. Tomorrow we see how to configure own payment terms. Once this configuration of payment terms is over, we start account receivable. Chandrasekhar. Now, Purushottam, you have any questions? Roni? Okay. Srinivas, I will come to your question. Srinivas asked, what is the meaning of one generated, one completed? Means one check is generated, printing is completed. One check generated, one check completed. That is the meaning of that. One check is generated, printing is completed.
Sir, hello?
Yeah.
For all the invoices, only 1 check will generate, sir.
Depends
And
upon
now
the
we have to...
done. Suppose if you did not enter the payment method C at the time of posting invoices, it will print only 1 check for all the invoice of a vendor. Vendor wise,
Sorry, sir, come again.
If you don't enter the payment method C at the time of posting invoices, for all the due invoices, it will print only one check for a vendor. Suppose if you have another vendor, for him also it will print one more check. If you have another vendor, for him also it will print only one check. Here we have entered only one check, no? Sorry, only one vendor, no? That's why for that vendor it has printed only one check. Means one check is generated and one check is printed. Printing is completed. Clear or not?
But the invoices are two now, sir.
Yes, sir.
For each invoice,
even though invoices are two, system will print only one check because at the time of posting the invoice, we did not enter payment method C. I have shown you, in F-43. See,
yes,
if you want the system to print separate checks, two conditions are to be satisfied. One is, in the configuration, you have to select single payment per market item. In addition to that, at the time of posting the invoice in F-43, the user has to enter payment method C. Then only the system will print two separate checks. If any of the condition is missing, it will print only one check for all the invoices together.
yes, sir, it's clear, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, because I'm sorry, because I was in a hurry to move to the office, that's why. Teja, you have any questions? Teja, you have any questions? Okay. Okay, then see you tomorrow same time. Good night and good day. See, today we will complete accounts payable.
Sir,
Yes.
sir, we have to do it from the basic settings every time, sir.
No,
Then
no,
with the installations.
no. Not necessary to do every time from basic settings. When the server is connected and only when the new server is installed, then only we have to start from the beginning. But the server is
Okay, sir.
going on good, right? You can continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
See, terms of payment, cash discount. So till now, we have been using the payment terms 0001, which means payment immediately. But sometimes the vendors may give different payment terms, and when you make the payment to vendor within the stipulated period, we get some cash discount. In that case, the cash discount is to be transferred to cash discount received account. That is called payment terms with the cash discount. For example, one vendor is there and he has given 30 days credit. And if you make the payment to vendor in 30 days, he will give us some cash discount. So we have paid in 30 days, then we get some cash discount. Then the cash discount is transferred to cash discount received account. So for that, we need to do some configuration. That configuration I'm going to show you now. See, maintenance of terms of payments. I told we can maintain our own payment terms. We can maintain our own payment terms. So how to maintain our own payment terms? Transaction code is not there. Please add the transaction code OBB8. One second. Transaction code OBB8. See, these are the payment terms which are already defined in the system. So till now we have been using the payment terms 0001, which means payable immediately, due net. Now I want to define our own payment terms. In that case, click on new entries. payment terms. Give some name. Let us say 3366. I am using our company code name. Sales text is equal to 20 days 3%, 30 days 2%, and 45 days due net. So this is the description of the payment terms. Means if you make the payment to vendor in 20 days, he will give us 3% cash discount. Otherwise, if you make the payment to vendor in 30 days, he will give us 2% cash discount. Otherwise, you can make the payment in 45 days. In that case, you don't get any cash discount. This is only just the description of the payment terms. The terms are not defined. In the next fields, we define the terms. Then under account type, select customer and vendor. Means these payment terms can be used both for vendors and customers. Suppose if you want to restrict the use of these payment terms only to vendor, in that case you deselect customer. If you want to use these payment terms only for customer, then you deselect vendor, select customer. But generally every payment terms will be created as it can be used both for vendors and customers. Now here look at the screen. Default for baseline date. In our material, I said to select no default. Now, very important thing is, what is the baseline date? The date from which the credit period is calculated to determine the due date. Baseline date means the date from which the credit period is calculated to determine the due date, right? So in that case, and one more thing I told you that the baseline date is defaulted from the payment terms master record. This is called payment terms master record. From here, the baseline date is defaulted. Means if you select no default, at the time of posting the invoice, the system will not default any baseline date. User has to enter manually. Now, if you select posting date, the posting date is defaulted as baseline date. Means this 20 days, 30 days or 45 days is calculated from posting date. Clear? Suppose if you select a document date, then document date will be defaulted as baseline date, and this 20 days, 30 days, 45 days is calculated from document date. So what is the difference between if you select posting date as default baseline date and document date as default baseline date? Let us take one example. See, we have placed an order with the New York vendor, and the New York vendor has dispatched the goods on 1/12/2017. This is called what? Document date. And we are in Washington. So today we have received the material, 6th December 2017. Today we have received the material, and today we have posted the entry. This is called posting date. Clear? Now, vendor has given 30 days credit. Vendor has given 30 days credit. Now, if you select posting date as baseline date, this 30 days will be calculated from 6th December. Accordingly, we make the payment on 5th January 2017. So vendor will get the payment on 5th January. You think as a vendor. Now you think as a vendor. When did you dispatch? 1st December. But you are getting the payment on 5th January. For how many number of days you are getting payment? 35 days. So posting date is not acceptable to you as being taken as default baseline date. Clear? Okay. We have selected document date as baseline date. In that case, this 30 days will be calculated from 1st December. Accordingly, you have to make the payment on 30th December 2017. But when did you receive the material? 6th December. Now you are making the payment on 30th December. Means you are making the payment 6 days before. It's not acceptable to us. I hope everybody is following the difference. In that case, which one is to be selected as baseline date? Please remember, always we select document date as baseline date. Because suppose if you sell the goods to a customer, you prefer to take document date only as baseline date, right? And similarly, at the time of entering the agreement with the vendor, right? Sorry, at the time of purchasing the goods from the vendor, generally we sign one agreement. This is in the case of regular vendors. So that agreement clearly specifies that, vendor clearly specifies that we are not responsible for any delay in the transit, and your credit period will start from document date only, or your credit period will start from the day we dispatch the goods. That's why generally document date will be taken as baseline date. But in our class, I told you to select no default. Then entry date. Entry date means system date. So if you select entry date, system date will be taken as the default baseline date. Means these 30 days, 20 days or 45 days will be calculated from entry date. Clear? So these are the different options available for baseline date. Then term is equal to 1, percentage 3, number of days 20. Percentage 2, term 2, percentage 2, number of days 30. Term 3, no percentage, number of days 45. So here this is called first payment term, second term, third term. That's why these are called payment terms. So according to SAP standard functionality, a payment term can contain maximum only 3 terms. We cannot define 4 terms. Suppose if you want to define 4th term, we have to take the help of the ABAP consultant. He can add the fields here. Click on Save. Now, if you make the payment to vendor according to stipulated period, right, the vendor will give us some cash discount. That cash discount has to be transferred to cash discount received account. So, we have to create one GL account, cash discount received account, and that has to be assigned for automatic postings. See the step number 2, creation of GL account, cash discount received account. The word received is missing. Please add creation of GL account, cash discount received account. Transaction code FS00. Cash discount received account I am taking as part of other incomes. So for the other incomes, we have defined the number ranges 3,100,000 to 3,199,000. So I am taking 3,150,000. Now company code is equal to 3366. Go to menu GL account create. Account group is equal to other incomes. Select P&L statement account. Short text is equal to cash discount received account. Short text is equal to cash discount received account. GL account long text is also cash discount received account. Go to control data tab. Account currency USD. Select only balances in local currency. Select to line item display. Sort key 001. Go to create bank interest tab. Field status group G001. Click on save. Now see the next step. Assignment of cash discount account for automatic postings. Transaction code OBXU. So if you assign the cash discount received account for automatic postings, the system automatically reduces the cash discount and that will be transferred to cash discount received account when you are making the payment using automatic payment program. Transaction code would be XU. Chart of accounts 3366. Chart of accounts 3366. Click on enter. See, transaction SKE. This is called business transactions. So the business transaction is cash discount received. That cash discount received business transaction is identified with the identification SKE. So for SKE, we assign the GL account. So click on save. The account is 3,150,000. Click on save. Now, let us post one invoice. Let us see how to use these payment terms. So for that, let us post one invoice, F-43. Document date is 7/12/2017. Type is KR. Company code 3366. Posting date 7/12/2017. Period 12. Currency USD. Posting key 31. Account is 1,05,001. Oh. Yes. Account is 1,05,001. Click on enter. Amount is 10,000. Business area 0001. Sorry. Business area 3366. Now look at the screen, please, everybody. Here, payment terms 0001. Why it is defaulted? Because in the vendor master record 1,05,001, we have assigned the payment terms 0001. Why we have assigned the payment terms 0001? On the assumption that this vendor gives always these payment terms. You know that master record means always permanent data. So always this vendor requires the payment immediately. That's why we have assigned the payment terms 0001 in the master record. So it is defaulted there. But even though this vendor requires the payment always immediately, only for this invoice only, he is giving the 3366 payment terms. Again, I am repeating. Even though this vendor requires the payment always immediately, only for this invoice, he is giving these payment terms. In that case, we can remove this and you can change the payment terms. Clear? Suppose this vendor 1,05,001 gives always these payment terms 3366. In that case, we can assign these payment terms in the master record. Clear? So payment terms is equal to 3366 within brackets. New payment terms created. New payment terms created. Other things are as usual. Text being goods purchased. Text being goods purchased. Posting key 40. Account is 2,120,000. Click on enter. See the warning message given by system. Terms of payment changed check. So the system wants to verify if you have changed the payment terms by mistake or by intention. If you change the payment terms by mistake, you can rectify here. Again, you can remove, you can give the required terms of payment. But here, you have changed the payment terms by intention. So you can ignore the warning message. So after clicking on enter, You can write one sentence if you want. Ignore the warning message. Ignore warning message. Amount is equal to asterisk. Business area 3366. Text plus. Click on save. Now, here you can make the payments in two ways. One is manual payment. So, if you are issuing the check manually, the user always has to verify before making the payment. I'm talking. When you are making the payment manually or when you are issuing the check manually to vendor, before writing the check, the user will verify if any cash discount is there. Then if any cash discount is there, he will reduce the cash discount, and for the remaining amount only, he will prepare the check and he will issue the check. Then the remaining amount is to be transferred to cash discount received account while posting the manual entry. But when you are executing the payment program to make the payment to vendor, if any cash discount is there, system automatically reduces the cash discount and that is transferred to cash discount received account automatically. So here the assumption is we are issuing the check, we have issued the check manually. Outgoing payment F-53. Document date is 7/12/2017. Type is KZ. Company code 3366. Posting date 7/12/2017. Period 12. Period 12. Currency USD. Currency USD. Under bank data, account is 2,101,000. Business area 3366. Amount is 9,700. Amount is equal to 9,700 within brackets. Invoice amount minus cash discount received. Invoice amount minus 3% cash discount received. Text being payment to vendor. Text being payment to vendor. Under operatum selection, account is 1,05,001. Click on process open items. Look at the screen, please. Here, cash discount is automatically taken to cash discount received account. And the amount entered 9,700. Invoice amount is 10,000. So keep the cursor on amount entered. Double click on invoice amount. See, not ascend has become 0. Here, invoice amount is minus, cash discount minus. So invoice amount minus cash discount is 9,700. That is the amount due on the invoice, right? Then the amount entered is also 9,700. So both are equal, right? That's why it will accept immediately. Click on save. And see, cash discount received account is created with 300. And this is the blue line item. You know that whenever you notice any blue line item, some information is due there, right? So double click on the blue line item. Text is equal to being cash discount received. Click on Save. That's how we can configure for the cash discount. Then purchase returns. Purchase returns. Here, sometimes when the goods are not up to the quality standards, we have the right to return them. That is called purchase return. So when you post the purchase return, an accounting document is posted. An accounting document is posted, right? So the document type for the purchase return document is KG. So for KG, we have to define the number ranges. Very simple. Transaction code as usual, OBS 7. Define number ranges for document type, OBS 7. Click on position, document type KG, click on enter. Select KG document type. See, KG vendor credit memo. Select KG document type. Click on details button. See the number range number 17. And see the material what I have written there. Note that the number range for KG document type is also 17, which has already been defined earlier, KA. If you remember, we have defined the number ranges for KA already. So the number range number for KA also 17. So for 17, we have linked the number ranges, right? So those number ranges are also applicable to KG. Just to tell you this point, I have given you the first step. See, here, if you go to KA, document type KA, see, for KA also 17 and KG also 17. So the number range what you have defined for 17 is applicable to KA and KG. Now, posting of purchase return document, F-41. Document date is 7/12/2017. Type is KG. Company code 3366. Posting date 7/12/2017. Period 12. Currency USD. Posting key 21. Within brackets, debit for vendor for purchase return. Posting key 21, debit for vendor for purchase return. Vendor is equal to 1,05,001. Click on enter. Amount is 2000. Business area 3366. Text being goods returned. Text being goods returned. Posting key 50. Posting key 50. Account is equal to 2,120,000. Inventory of raw material account. See, actually, we have to create one GL account, purchase returns account. So that purchase returns account is to be entered here. But just like that, I am entering inventory of raw material account. So when you return the goods, right, the inventory of raw material account is to be reduced, you know. So I am creating inventory of raw material account. The account is 2,120,000. Click on enter. The amount is asterisk. Business area 3366. Text plus. Okay. Text plus. Click on save. That's how we can push the purchase return. Now let us display the vendor line items. It is not there in the material. I'm just showing you vendor line items. So there is a debit to open item in the vendor account. How it is adjusted? How it is adjusted? Suppose if the vendor replaces the goods. So when you return the goods, there are different scenarios how that return of goods is processed. So when you return the goods to vendor, the vendor may replace the damaged goods. So when he is replacing the damaged goods, he sends the goods with the delivery note, with the purchase invoice due amount. Then that purchase invoice is posted. That will be shown as credit item. So debit is equal to credit. We can clear them in F-44. This is one scenario. Another scenario is, next time you purchase 10,000 goods from the vendor. Then he said, already you have returned 2,000 worth of goods. So in this invoice, you pay 8,000 rupees. I'm sorry, $8,000. So you have paid $8,000. Then how to process it? So when you pay $8,000, actually how much is the invoice amount? 10,000. So when you have paid 8,000, that is nothing but your part payment. So that part payment of 8,000 is made using partial payment method. That part payment of 8,000 made is posted in F-53 using partial payment method. So in the partial payment method, invoice amount and part payment made are shown as open items, right? So already 2,000 open item is there. So 2,000 open item is debit, part payment is debit. Then invoice is credit. So the sum of part payment and goods returned 2,000 is equal to invoice amount. Then we can set up them or we can clear them in the transaction code F-44. That's how it is processed. So with this, our accounts payable is over. Now we start account receivables. But I think I did not send you the material for accounts receivables. But today I will explain only the theoretical part. So this account receivable is very similar to accounts payable only as far as the business processes are concerned. Only the transaction codes are different and the business processes will flow in opposite direction. So in the accounts payable, you posted purchase invoice. In account receivable, you post sales invoice. In accounts payable, you posted payment made. In account receivable, you post payment received. Similarly, in accounts payable, you have posted advances to vendors. In account receivable, you post advances from customers. That's it. Only the transaction codes are different. But anyhow, I will explain all the concepts relating to master data creation. See, account receivable. This component is used to record and process the business transactions with customers. So here, from the accounting perspective, customers means not the consumers. Dealers, distributors, retailers, wholesalers, etc., etc. So these are the customers from the accounting perspective. We can design the balance confirmations, account statements, and other form of reports to suit the requirements. These are called sub-ledger accounts and maintained in the principles of subsidiary ledger. So here, the account receivable is also called subsidiary ledgers, in which we can maintain the details of the business transactions with the customers. And the summary of these transactions are maintained in the general ledger in the reconciliation account. So the account receivable is also integrated with the general ledger through reconciliation account. So in order to process the business transactions for each customer, you have to maintain the master data. Again, every customer master record is identified with a number. So from where the number is to be taken? In the general ledger accounting, for the GL master record, from where the number was taken? From GL account group. In account receivable, from where the number was taken? From the vendor account group. Similarly, in account receivable, the number is taken from customer account group. As simple as that. So we have to create a customer account groups. For every customer account group, we have to assign the number ranges, right? Then under that customer account group, you have to create the master records. Very similar to accounts payable. Even as far as configuration is concerned, only the transaction codes are different. So what is the customer account group? Dealers for Washington, dealers for New York, dealers for California, and so on, right? So from the accounting perspective, right, customers means dealers, distributors, wholesalers, retailers, etc., etc. So based on the master data maintenance requirements, again, all the customers are grouped together. These are called customer account groups. For example, dealers for Washington, dealers for New York, dealers for Houston, dealers for Pennsylvania, etc., etc. And again, in the real time, this account receivable is integrated with the sales and distribution. This account receivable is integrated with the sales and distribution. So when the sales and distribution module is integrated with the FI, then the sales invoice are processed from SD. FI end user will not post any sales invoices. SD end user only will post the sales invoices. In that case, this account receivable module is used to process the payments from customers, advance payments from customers, etc. Suppose if the SD is not implemented, then all the business transactions relating to customers are processed from FI only. Right? Now, specifications made in customer master records are used as default values. For example, if you remember, in every vendor master record, we have assigned the payment terms 0001. Then at the time of posting the invoice to that vendor, the payment terms 0001 is defaulted, no? Similarly, in the customer master record also, you make some specifications. Again, in the customer master record also, you assign the payment terms. Then the payment terms is automatically defaulted when you are posting the sales invoice to that customer, right? So as I said, this account receivable module is integrated with the sales and distribution module. Every customer master record contains the data under 3 segments: general data, company code data, sales data. But vendor master record contains the data under general data, company code data, purchase data, because the accounts payable is integrated with the purchase module, I mean materials management, right? So in the general data, it contains the information like name of the customer, his address, telephone number, contact person, etc. So this is stored at a client level so that it can be shared by all the customers. Suppose you have the 3 company codes and all the 3 company codes are selling the goods to the same customer. In that case, his name will be same, his address will be same, his contact person will be same, and tax information will be same, no? So like that, all the common data will be maintained in the general data. And the general data is automatically stored by the system in the company code segment. General data segment. General data segment. Clear? So that it can be shared by all the company codes. In that case, it is enough if you maintain the data only once. Then company code data. This segment contains the data like reconciliation account, payment terms, and dunning procedure, etc., etc. Dunning procedure, etc., etc. What is dunning procedure? We will discuss later on. So, terms of payment. Suppose a customer is there and XYZ. So all our 3 company codes are selling the goods to the same customer XYZ. In that case, his general data will be same. But A company code is giving 10 days credit, B company code is giving 30 days credit, and C company code is giving 60 days credit. So different company codes may give different payment terms to the same customer. In that case, that information is stored in the company code data. That is called company code data or company code specific data. Then sales data. This segment contains the data like order probability, pricing procedures. This is used by the sales department of the company code. This we will discuss at the time of SD integration. So, as I said, customer account groups. So, based on the similarities of the master data maintenance requirements, the customers are grouped together, and these are called customer account groups. So, customer account groups. It control a number range to assign the account number for the customer master record created under the specified group, and which fields are required, optional, etc. in the individual master records created under the specified group. Means the field status for customer master records is controlled by customer account groups. Similar to field status for vendor master records is controlled by vendor account groups. If you remember, in every vendor account group, we have selected reconciliation account as required entry. So when you are creating the master record for the vendor under the respective vendor account group, the reconciliation account field has become mandatory field, no? Similarly, in the customer account groups also, you select some fields as required entry, some fields as suppressed, some fields as optional. In that case, whatever the fields you selected as required entry will become mandatory fields in the master records. Whatever the fields you have selected as optional in the account group will be shown as optional fields in the master records, and so on. That is the meaning of this sentence. Clear? So this is the explanation to master data maintenance requirement. Master data of customer master records. Remaining things we will see tomorrow. Today, along with the recording, I will send you the material of account receivable today. Anil, you have any questions? Okay. Gadilinga, any questions?
Sir, while account determination in APP, bank account determination, we have mentioned that available amount 20 lakh, like that.
Okay.
Is that, I mean, I didn't get about that point, sir.
No.
See, in the sense, for whole month, that will be the available amount, or what, sir?
No, always that is the available amount in that account ID.
Or till that amount, we can make a payment.
Yes. So the system will print the checks, right, till that amount. So once the total amount of the checks printed reaches that amount, right, system will stop. I mean, the printer is stopped.
Okay. One more check can we print again, sir? After printing that, I mean, around, like, for example, maximum amount is 2 lakh. We have printed one check, and if you want to print one more check, you can print it, right? No problem.
Yes, you can print it. That available amount is applicable only for that payment run.
Okay.
Sir,
and one more thing.
Yes.
In bank folder, we have mentioned that 2 bank IDs.
Okay.
Which one will give which one will take a high priority? We have mentioned 2 bank IDs.
Yes, you give the priority. You define the priority, no?
No, house banks will give a priority, but okay. IDs also. One bank, our house bank. Okay, first one will take a first priority, right?
Yes, exactly. See here, for each combination of account ID and house bank, you are defining the priority.
Only thing is that we are not going to mention ranking. That's it in that bank account IDs.
Yeah, 1 second, I will show you.
I mean,
see, in the ranking order, right? For the combination of payment method and house bank, you are giving ranking order, no? So here, we have given payment method check, house bank HSBCM. So in this house bank, for the payment method C, we have given the ranking order 1, right? Suppose you have the
Yes, sir.
bank payment method also. In that case, payment method B, currency USD, rank order 2, house bank HSBCM. So at the first instance, you define the ranking order for each combination of a house bank and payment method. Clear?
Okay. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Sir, you go to bank accounts. You go to bank accounts, sir. Here we are going to mention bank IDs, right, sir?
Yes.
If we have in a same house bank, we have 2 IDs, then it will take one by one, right? First one will prefer first payment, and the second one will take second payment, right?
Payment method.
Yeah, if we have mentioned same payment method, CC.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Got it. Thank you, sir.
Himasailija, you have any questions? Okay. Khalid, Madhusudan, okay. Chandrasekhar, Purushottam, okay. Roni, I'm coming to you, Chandrasekhar. I'm looking at your question. You have checked local currency. In that case, when the user are given discount, it takes only in local currency. Means even if you get the discount in foreign currency, that will be converted into company code local currency because of the settings you have done in the general ledger accounting. Chandrasekhar, clear? Yeah. And Roni, it's not possible to figure out which transaction code is to be used for which business transaction. You have to do the practice regularly, then only we can remember the transaction codes. And these transaction codes were already created in the software. You cannot change those transaction codes. Okay? Yes, there are nearly more than 1 lakh number of transaction codes are there in all the modules. Yeah. Srinivas, you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Tafiq. Okay. Teja. Okay. Okay, then see you tomorrow same time. Good night and good day.